Greetings, dear viewers. You're watching Harry FLAX. We have prepared something special for you today. What if Natasha Romanoff blood-tested Harry at age 5 and exposed Dumbledore's 31 memory blocks to shield your likes and subscriptions? Keep this channel alive. If you enjoy our content, please show your support. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Chapter 1, The Discovery. Rain pounded the streets of Little Whinging, Surrey, turning the pristine suburban neighborhood into a gray, soggy mess. Natasha Romanoff pulled her leather jacket tighter around her shoulders, her red hair plastered against her head despite the hood. She kept her pace casual but her eyes sharp, scanning each identical house on Privet Drive. Target still at number 16, Clint's voice crackled through her earpiece. No movement for the past hour. Roger that, she muttered, moving past a particularly aggressive hedge. Any sign of the package? Negative. But our intel says the handoff happens tonight. Natasha nodded to herself, continuing her patrol of the neighborhood. S.H.I.E.L.D. had tracked a mid-level Hydra operative to this unremarkable London suburb, a courier carrying data stolen from a S.H.I.E.L.D. research facility in Scotland. What made this particular mission interesting was the courier's strange choice of hiding spot. Why Little Whinging, of all places? A flash of something, movement, energy, she couldn't quite say, caught her attention from the corner of her eye. She stopped, every sense suddenly alert. Barton, you see that? Number 4. Negative. What am I looking for? Natasha frowned, eyes fixed on the house. For a split second, she could have sworn she saw a shimmer around the property, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. But in this weather? Probably nothing, she said, but didn't believe it. Something about that house felt wrong. She crossed the street, casual as any evening jogger caught in the rain, when a child's scream cut through the downpour. Her head snapped toward the sound, number 4, Privet Drive. Without hesitation, she changed direction. The scream came again, higher and more desperate this time. Barton, I'm checking something out. Nat, the mission, 2 minutes. Keep eyes on 16. She moved quickly to the side of the house, finding a window partially obscured by a rosebush. Through the glass, she could see into a living room where a massive man with a walrus mustache was shouting at someone, on the floor. A small boy, no more than 5 years old, curled into himself as the man loomed over him. The boy's glasses lay broken beside him, and a thin trickle of blood ran from his nose. I've told you what happens when you do your freakish things in my house, the man bellowed, his face purple with rage. No meals for a week. And back in your cupboard. Natasha's blood went cold. The man grabbed the child by the arm, yanking him upright with enough force to dislocate a shoulder. The boy's face contorted in pain, but strangely, the lights in the room began to flicker. Stop it, the man shouted, shaking the boy. Stop it right now. The boy's eyes, startlingly green even from Natasha's position, grew wide with terror. I'm not doing anything, Uncle Vernon. Please. The lights flickered more violently, and a vase on the mantelpiece suddenly exploded into pieces. The large man yelped, dropping the boy, who scrambled backward. What happened next made Natasha question her senses. The shards of the vase suspended in mid-air, hovering for a long moment before turning like a swarm of bees toward the large man. They didn't fly at him, just hovered menacingly, while the boy stared in horror at his own hands. I'm sorry, he cried. I didn't mean to. The man's face went from purple to white. He lunged for the boy again, but before he could reach him, every light bulb in the room shattered simultaneously, plunging the room into darkness. In the split second before the lights went out, Natasha saw the boy's eyes roll back in his head as he collapsed to the floor. Barton, we have a situation. What kind of situation? The kind that involves a kid with abilities. Possible enhanced individual. And he's in danger. Natasha didn't wait for a response. She moved to the back door, picking the lock in seconds. The house had gone eerily quiet. Inside, she found the man dragging the unconscious child toward a small cupboard under the stairs. The sight stopped her cold. Inside the cupboard was a thin mattress, a couple of broken toys, and a hand-drawn picture signed Harry. This was the kid's bedroom. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Vernon hissed, spinning around to face her. "Put the child down," Natasha said, her voice deadly calm. "This is breaking and entering. I'll call the police." "Do that," Natasha smiled, the kind of smile that had made hardened terrorists lose control of their bladders. "I'm sure they'll be very interested in why you're keeping a child in a cupboard." The man's mustache quivered. "You don't understand. He's not normal. If you say a freak one more time, I promise you'll regret it." She took a step forward. "Put the boy down." The front door burst open, and a horse-faced woman rushed in, followed by a boy who resembled a beach ball with legs. "Vernon. The neighbors are all talking about power surges and," she stopped, eyes widening at the scene before her. "Who is this woman? What's she doing in our house?" "Apparently rescuing your nephew," Natasha said coldly. She didn't miss the look of disgust that crossed the woman's face at the mention of the boy. "You don't understand," the woman snapped. "He's not like normal children. We never wanted him. He was dumped on our doorstep after his parents got themselves killed, Petunia." Vernon bellowed. "Dumped on your doorstep?" Natasha repeated, her training kicking in to file away every detail. "By whom?" "None of your business," Vernon snarled. "Now get out before I throw you out." The boy in Vernon's arms stirred, moaning softly. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused without his glasses. "I need a medic at my location," Natasha said into her calm child, approximately 5 years old, unconscious after some kind of energy discharge. "Nat, what the hell, just do it, Barton." She moved forward, plucking the boy from Vernon's grasp before he could react. "I'm taking him somewhere safe." "You can't just take him." Petunia shrieked. "They'll know. They'll blame us." Natasha paused at that, her instincts sharpening. "Who will know?" The couple exchanged panicked looks. His social worker," Vernon fumbled. "Lie." Natasha had interrogated enough people to spot a bad lie from a mile away. "I'll take my chances," she said, cradling the boy against her chest. He was terrifyingly light, his ribs prominent even through his oversized shirt. "If anyone comes looking, tell them he's with S.H.I.E.L.D." She was halfway to the door when Petunia spoke again, her voice shaking. "Wait. If you're taking him, take this too. It came with him." The woman hurried to a small desk, pulling out a sealed envelope from the bottom drawer. She thrust it at Natasha. "We never opened it. We were told to give it to him when he turned 11, but if you're taking him, it's your problem now." Natasha tucked the envelope into her jacket and left without another word, the boy still unconscious in her arms. "What the hell were you thinking?" Nick Fury's voice bounced off the walls of the medical bay at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s London facility. "You abandoned a mission to kidnap a British citizen." "First, I delegated, not abandoned. Barton completed the mission. Second, I removed a child from an abusive home where he was being kept in a cupboard." Natasha stood her ground, arms folded. "And third, this isn't just any kid." Fury's single eye narrowed. "Explain." Natasha glanced at the small figure lying on the examination table, surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. medical personnel. The boy, Harry, according to the drawings in his cupboard, was still unconscious, electrodes attached to his head monitoring his brain activity. He can move objects without touching them. Made all the lights explode. The power surge affected the whole neighborhood. Telekinesis? Maybe. But there's more to it. His relatives were terrified of him, calling him a freak. They mentioned they would know if something happened to him. Someone left him with these people after his parents died, and they've been abusing him ever since. Fury studied the boy with renewed interest. Any idea who they are? No, but they gave me this. She produced the sealed envelope. Said it came with him and he was supposed to get it when he turned 11. Fury took the envelope, examining the heavy parchment. There was no address, no stamp, just an ornate wax seal bearing an elaborate crest with the letter H in the center. Get this to analysis, he ordered, handing it to a nearby agent. What's his condition? Stable but concerning, replied Dr. Helen Cho, approaching them with a tablet. Malnourished, signs of long-term neglect, healed fractures consistent with physical abuse. But that's not what concerns me most. She tapped the tablet, bringing up a brain scan with several highlighted areas. These areas here. They're showing patterns I've never seen before. It's almost like blocks. Blocks? Natasha frowned. What do you mean? Neural pathways that have been artificially restricted. Dr. Cho enlarged the image. Someone has been tampering with this child's mind. Extensively. Fury and Natasha exchanged alarmed looks. Could it be to control his abilities? Fury asked. Possibly, but it's more than that. Dr. Cho swiped through several more images. These look like memory blocks. Someone has systematically prevented this child from accessing certain memories or knowledge. How many? Natasha asked, a chill running down her spine. I've identified 31 distinct blocks so far. Silence fell over the room. 31. Fury repeated. In a 5-year-old? Director Fury. An agent burst into the room, looking pale. We have a situation. The envelope, it's addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. How the hell, Fury began. It was sealed when I handed it to you, Natasha cut in. That's not all, sir. The agent looked nervous. When we tried to open it, it bit Johnson. And then the letter inside burst into flames. It what? A commotion from the medical table interrupted them. Harry was awake, sitting bolt upright, his green eyes wild with panic. Where am I? Where's Uncle Vernon? His thin voice trembled. Then he noticed all the strange equipment and people in lab coats. Am I in trouble for what I did with the vase? I didn't mean to, I swear. Natasha moved to his side before anyone else could react. Hey there, she said, her voice gentler than most S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would have believed possible. You're not in trouble. You're safe. The boy stared at her, confusion evident in his eyes. You were at the house. You took me away. That's right. My name is Natasha. You were hurt, so I brought you somewhere they could help you. Harry looked down at his arms, now bandaged where bruises had been visible. Someone had found him clothes that actually fit, a simple t-shirt and sweatpants, and his broken glasses had been replaced with new ones. Are you going to take me back? He asked in a small voice. No, Natasha said firmly. Not ever. Relief flooded the boy's face, quickly followed by confusion. But where will I go? Aunt Petunia says nobody wants a freak like me. The monitors beside him began to beep more rapidly, and the lights overhead flickered. You're not a freak, Harry, Natasha said. You're special. And right now, you're going to stay here with us until you're better. The flickering stopped. Harry looked at her with a mixture of hope and distrust that broke something inside Natasha's carefully constructed defenses. How do you know my name? It was on your drawings, she replied honestly. In your room. The cupboard, Harry nodded, as if this was perfectly normal. Dudley gets 2 rooms, but freaks don't deserve bedrooms, that's what Uncle Vernon says. Fury stepped forward, his imposing figure causing Harry to shrink back. Mr. Potter, I'm Director Fury. This is a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, a special organization that helps people with unique abilities. Like yours. Harry's eyes widened. There are others who can do strange things. There are people with all kinds of different abilities, Fury confirmed. And we'd like to help you understand yours. The boy's gaze darted around the room, taking in the high-tech equipment and armed guards by the door. Is this a secret place? A ghost of a smile touched Fury's lips. Yes, it is. So Uncle Vernon can't find me? No one from your old life can find you unless we allow it, Fury assured him. Harry seemed to consider this carefully. Then, in a small voice, my head feels funny. Like there's stuff I should remember, but can't. Dr. Cho exchanged significant looks with Fury before approaching Harry with a friendly smile. That's one of the things we want to help you with, Harry. Some of your memories seem to be hidden away. Would it be okay if we run some more tests to understand why? Harry hesitated, then nodded. Will it hurt? We'll make sure it doesn't, Natasha promised, surprising herself with how much she meant it. 3 days later, Natasha sat in Fury's office as he reviewed the mounting pile of data on their young charge. DNA analysis confirms he's human, but with genetic markers our scientists can't identify, Fury said. The energy he emits isn't anything like what we've seen from enhanced individuals before. It's not cosmic, not gamma radiation, not a result of experimentation or mutation that we can detect. What about the memory blocks? Natasha asked, unable to keep the edge from her voice. Something about this case had gotten under her skin in a way few ever did. Dr. Cho's team identified a total of 31 distinct blocks. They appear to have been placed at different times, starting when he was approximately 15 months old, right around the time his parents allegedly died. And we still don't know who his parents were. Records show James and Lily Potter died in October 1991 in a place called Godric's Hollow, but the circumstances are unclear. Local records indicate a gas explosion, but there are inconsistencies. No bodies were ever formally identified. Natasha absorbed this information, her mind racing. What about the letter? Any progress? Fury's expression darkened. It self-destructed completely after burning 3 lab techs. But our sensors detected unusual energy emissions identical to what we've recorded from the boy. Whatever this is, it's not technology we're familiar with. So we're dealing with an unknown power that can create self-destructing letters, blocks memories, and somehow causes objects to move on their own. Natasha leaned forward. Someone did this to him, Nick. Someone powerful enough to manipulate a child's mind 31 times and place him with abusive relatives. The question is who? And why? Fury pulled up a new file on his screen. The name on the seal of that letter, it's a stylized H for Hogwarts. Our researchers found obscure references to a place by that name in Scotland, but every time they get close to actual information, the digital trails vanish. Like they're being actively erased. Or hidden by something beyond our current understanding. A knock at the door interrupted them. Dr. Cho entered, looking troubled. Director, we have a problem. The memory blocks in Harry's mind are becoming unstable. His most recent brain scan shows degradation in the neural pathways maintaining them. What does that mean? Natasha asked. It means they're breaking down on their own, possibly triggered by his removal from the environment where they were maintained. If they collapse all at once. Dr. Cho hesitated. The neurological shock could cause permanent damage. Fury cursed under his breath. Options? We need to remove them methodically, one by one, in a controlled manner. But we've never dealt with this kind of mental manipulation before. It's not like standard brainwashing techniques. Natasha felt her hands clench into fists. How is he now? Experiencing headaches, confusion, brief moments of what appear to be recovered memories breaking through. He's scared. I want to see him, Natasha said, standing up. Fury nodded. Go. But, Romanoff, we need to move him to a more secure location. If whoever did this realizes he's missing. They'll come looking, she finished. Where are you thinking? The retreat. Isolated, fully shielded, and off all official records. Banner helped design the containment systems. Containment? Natasha raised an eyebrow. He's a child, not a weapon. A child who can shatter glass with his mind when he's upset, Fury pointed out. For his safety as much as ours. She couldn't argue with that logic, but something about the situation made her increasingly uneasy. This wasn't just about a powerful child, this was systematic manipulation on a scale that suggested organization, resources, and a very specific agenda. Harry sat cross-legged on his bed in the medical wing, a pile of playing cards spread before him. As Natasha watched from the doorway, one of the cards rose shakily into the air, hovered for a moment, then fluttered back down. I saw that, she said, stepping into the room. Pretty impressive. Harry's head snapped up, a flash of fear crossing his face before he recognized her. I wasn't meaning to. It just happens sometimes. I know, she said, sitting on the edge of his bed. That's why we're here, to help you understand how to control it. The boy looked down at his hands. My aunt and uncle said I shouldn't do the freaky stuff. They were wrong about a lot of things, Harry. She kept her voice gentle but firm. What you can do isn't freaky. It's extraordinary. He peered at her through his new glasses, doubt written across his face. Are you sure you're not going to get tired of me and send me back? The question hit Natasha like a physical blow. She'd seen this before, in herself, in children from the Red Room, in any kid subjected to long-term abuse. The inability to trust that safety would last. I promise, she said, meaning it more than she'd expected to. We're going to figure this out together. Harry nodded, but she could tell he wasn't fully convinced. How's your head feeling today? Hurts sometimes, he admitted. And I keep seeing strange pictures in my mind. Like dreams, but I'm awake. Can you tell me what you see? Harry's brow furrowed in concentration. A motorcycle flying in the sky. A giant man with a big beard. And his voice dropped to a whisper. Green light and a woman screaming. I think it might be my mom. Natasha kept her expression neutral, but mentally filed away every detail. These might be memories that were blocked. Dr. Cho thinks we can help you remember properly, but it has to be done carefully. Why would someone make me forget things? It was the million-dollar question, one that had been keeping Natasha awake at night. I don't know yet, she answered honestly. But we're going to find out. A commotion in the hallway drew her attention. Raised voices, the sound of running feet. Natasha was on her feet instantly, positioning herself between Harry and the door. Stay behind me, she instructed, reaching for the sidearm hidden at her back. The door burst open, and one of the SHIELD security team stumbled in, looking panicked. Agent Romanoff. We've got intruders. They just appeared inside the building. 6 of them, wearing robes, carrying sticks. They're demanding we hand over the boy. Harry made a small, frightened sound. They've come to take me back. No one is taking you anywhere, Natasha said firmly. Johnson, initiate lockdown protocol. Get the director on the line. The agent nodded, but before he could move, a blast of red light hit him squarely in the chest. He collapsed to the floor, unconscious. In the doorway stood a tall, severe-looking woman in emerald green robes, a wooden stick pointed directly at Natasha. Step away from Mr. Potter, the woman said, her Scottish accent pronounced. You have interfered in matters beyond your understanding. Natasha didn't move. I understand child abuse perfectly well. And memory manipulation. And kidnapping. The woman's stern expression faltered slightly. Memory manipulation? What are you talking about? The 31 blocks in his mind. Ring any bells? The woman's face paled. 31. That's not possible. Dumbledore assured us. Who's Dumbledore? Natasha demanded, her gun now drawn and pointed at the intruder. Before the woman could answer, four more robed figures appeared behind her. One of them, an ancient-looking man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles, stepped forward. I am Albus Dumbledore, he said, his voice calm and grandfatherly. And I'm afraid you've taken a child who is under my protection. Harry peeked around Natasha, his eyes going wide at the sight of the old man. I know you, he whispered. You were in my house when I was a baby. You were talking to the giant man. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes lost some of their sparkle. You remember that, Harry? Interesting. Hard to remember anything with 31 memory blocks, isn't it? Natasha said coldly. What did you do to this child? The room had gone very still. The other robed figures exchanged confused glances. Albus, the woman in green said slowly. What is she talking about? Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. It was necessary, Minerva. For the greater good. The greater good? Natasha's voice was dangerous. You left him with abusive relatives who kept him in a cupboard and called him a freak. You blocked his memories so many times his mind is starting to collapse. Tell me how any of that is for anyone's good. Alarms began blaring throughout the facility. Backup was coming, but Natasha knew that wouldn't matter if these people could appear and disappear at will. I can see we have much to discuss, Dumbledore said, his tone reasonable. But this facility is no place for Harry. He belongs in the wizarding world, with his own kind. Wizarding world? Natasha repeated, keeping her gun steady. You're saying magic is real? Quite real, my dear. As real as your impressive agency and its technologies. Harry tugged at Natasha's sleeve. Is that what I can do? Magic? Yes, Harry, Dumbledore smiled kindly at the boy. You're a wizard, just like your parents were. Harry's eyes lit up for a moment, then narrowed suspiciously. If you knew my parents, why did you leave me with people who hated me? Why didn't you ever check on me? The question hung in the air, heavy and accusatory. For the first time, Dumbledore looked uncomfortable. There were protections in place, blood wards that kept you safe from those who would harm you, safe. Natasha cut in. We found him covered in bruises with a concussion after his uncle threw him against a wall. The woman called Minerva gasped. Albus, you assured me they would care for him. Minerva, please. Dumbledore raised a hand. The situation is more complex than it appears. Harry is not just any wizard child. He is the boy who lived, the only person to ever survive the killing curse, cast by the darkest wizard of our time. So he's important to you, Natasha said flatly. Important enough to manipulate and control, but not important enough to protect from abuse. The sound of running footsteps grew closer. Dumbledore's companions looked increasingly nervous. We need to go, Albus, urged a wiry man with a magical eye that swiveled independently of his normal one. The statute of secrecy is already in tatters here. I'm not going anywhere with you, Harry said suddenly, his voice stronger than Natasha had heard it before. I don't know you. And you put blocks in my head. The lights in the room began to flicker, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Harry, Dumbledore said soothingly, I understand you're upset. But these measures were for your protection. There are things you don't yet understand, then explain them, Natasha challenged. Without the manipulation and kidnapping. Before Dumbledore could respond, the door behind them burst open again. Nick Fury strode in, flanked by a dozen heavily armed SHIELD agents. This facility is now in lockdown, Fury announced. Put down your sticks and step away from the boy. Dumbledore turned to face the newcomer, seemingly unperturbed by the weapons trained on him. Ah, you must be the director of this fascinating organization. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I don't care if you're the Queen of England, Fury replied evenly. You've illegally entered a secure shield facility and assaulted my personnel. A regrettable misunderstanding, Dumbledore said with a slight bow. We've come to retrieve Harry Potter, who belongs in the care of the wizarding world. The wizarding world that left him with abusers and messed with his mind. Fury's eye narrowed. I don't think so. Tension crackled in the air. Natasha kept her position in front of Harry, acutely aware that conventional weapons might be useless against whatever powers these people possessed. Director, she said quietly, Harry needs to be moved. Now. His condition is deteriorating. Fury gave a barely perceptible nod. Dr. Cho is standing by with a medical transport. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. I must insist that Harry remain with us. His condition, these memory blocks you've mentioned, can only be safely addressed by magical healers. The same ones who put them there. Natasha challenged. The memory charms were my doing alone, Dumbledore admitted. And if they're becoming unstable, it is all the more crucial that I be allowed to correct the situation. Harry, who had been silent during this exchange, suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his head. His small body went rigid, and then he collapsed onto the bed, convulsing. Harry! Natasha turned, holstering her weapon to catch him as he seized. Stand aside, commanded the green-robed woman, pushing past Fury's agents. I'm a trained Medowitch. Before anyone could stop her, she was at Harry's side, her wand moving in complex patterns over his trembling form. A soft golden light emanated from the tip, enveloping the boy. Albus, it's worse than they said, she reported grimly. The memory charms are collapsing. All of them, simultaneously. Dumbledore moved forward, only to find Fury blocking his path. Not another step, the director warned. Director Fury, Dumbledore said with urgent sincerity, I understand your distrust, but if we don't stabilize those memory charms immediately, Harry's mind could be irreparably damaged. Surely neither of us wants that. Fury hesitated, looking to Natasha for input. Let Dr. Cho work with them, she suggested. Under guard. But we're not handing Harry over. A tense standoff followed, broken only by Harry's whimpers as the seizure subsided into unconsciousness. Agreed, Fury finally said. Dr. Cho, you're authorized to collaborate with these, witches and wizards. The rest of you, stand down but remain alert. Natasha didn't move from Harry's side as Dr. Cho hurried in with her team. For the next hour, she watched in fascination and growing alarm as the medical team worked alongside the magical one, their technologies and techniques creating a bizarre hybrid of science and sorcery around Harry's small form. The memory blocks are disintegrating too quickly, Dr. Cho reported after running another scan. We need to remove them in a controlled sequence, but our technology isn't designed for this kind of neural architecture. And our magic isn't designed to interface with Muggle machines, added the witch called Minerva. Albus, what exactly did you do to this child? Dumbledore, who had been permitted to approach under the watchful eyes of 6 armed agents, sighed heavily. I placed sequential memory blocks to protect Harry from knowledge that would be harmful to him at such a young age. The trauma of his parents' deaths, the nature of the curse that scarred him, certain connections that formed that night. You had no right, Natasha said quietly, her anger all the more potent for its restraint. No one has the right to decide what another person should remember. The old wizard regarded her thoughtfully. You speak as one who has experienced such things yourself, Agent Romanoff. The accuracy of his observation made her skin crawl. Could he read minds too? We need to move him to the retreat now, Fury interrupted. Can your people stabilize him enough for transport? Perhaps, Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. But I would need to accompany him. The memory blocks are keyed to my magical signature. Of course they are, Natasha muttered. Fine, Fury decided. You and one other can accompany our medical team. The rest stay here until this situation is resolved. Dumbledore nodded graciously. Minerva will come with me. She is the most skilled in healing magic after Madame Pomfrey. Preparations for transport began immediately. Harry was transferred to a mobile medical unit, still unconscious but stable for the moment. Natasha didn't leave his side, not even when Fury pulled her aside for a quiet word. "I don't trust these people an inch," he told her. "Especially the old man. His grandfatherly act doesn't hide the fact that he's dangerous as hell." "Agreed," she replied. "But we need them to help Harry." "For now," Fury conceded. "But I want you on this, Romanoff. Find out everything you can about this wizarding world, who Dumbledore really is, and what his interest in the boy actually entails." "Already on it," she assured him. "Clint's running background on the names we've got so far. And I've reached out to some contacts in Britain who might have heard whispers." Fury nodded, satisfied. "One more thing, if these magic users can appear inside our facilities at will, we need countermeasures." "Yesterday. I might be able to help with that," came Dumbledore's voice from behind them. Despite his age, the man moved silently when he wanted to. "We call it apparition, magical transportation. There are ways to prevent it, wards that could be adapted to your security systems." "And why would you help us with that?" Fury asked skeptically. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though the effect was somewhat diminished by his obvious concern for Harry. "Because I believe, Director Fury, that our worlds would benefit from cautious cooperation rather than conflict. Especially where young Harry is concerned." Before Fury could respond, the medical team signaled they were ready to move. Harry was loaded onto a Shield Quinjet, accompanied by Dr. Cho, Natasha, Fury, and their two magical guests. As the jet took off, heading for the isolated facility known as the Retreat, Natasha watched Dumbledore gazing down at Harry's unconscious form with an expression that chilled her to the core. It wasn't malice she saw there, which might have been easier to confront. It was calculation, the look of a man viewing a chess piece of great value. She'd seen that look before, in the eyes of those who had shaped her into a weapon. Whatever Dumbledore's greater good entailed, she was increasingly certain it didn't prioritize Harry's well-being over his utility. And that, Natasha decided, was something she would not allow to stand. The retreat stood isolated in a dense forest, its advanced architecture at odds with the natural surroundings. By the time they arrived, Harry had regained consciousness, though he remained disoriented and in pain. "Where are we?" he asked weakly as Natasha helped him from the Quinjet into the facility. "Somewhere safe," she assured him. "A special place where we can help fix what's happening in your head." Harry nodded, wincing as another wave of pain hit him. "I keep seeing things. A green light. A flying motorcycle. A rat turning into a man." Behind them, Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged significant looks. "Those are fragments of memories breaking through the blocks," Dumbledore explained. "Some real, some possibly distorted by the collapse of the charms." "And whose fault is that?" Natasha asked pointedly, guiding Harry through the main entrance of the retreat. Inside, the facility was a marvel of technology and design. Created initially to house Dr. Banner if the Hulk became uncontrollable, it had been repurposed as a secure medical facility for unique cases. The walls could withstand incredible force, and the entire building was shielded against every form of surveillance known to shield. Dr. Cho led them to the central medical chamber, where a specialized neural imaging system had been installed overnight. "We'll begin by mapping the exact locations and structures of all 31 blocks," she explained, helping Harry onto the examination table. "Then we can work on removing them safely, one by one." Dumbledore approached, his expression grave. "I must caution you, Dr. Cho. Some of these blocks were placed for very specific reasons. Removing them all at once could expose Harry to knowledge and memories that could harm him psychologically. More harmful than having his mind collapse from your tampering?" Natasha challenged. "There are things you don't understand, Agent Romanoff," Dumbledore replied, his voice losing some of its grandfatherly warmth. Forces at work that, save it, she cut him off. Right now, all I care about is keeping Harry alive and getting your manipulations out of his head. After that, we can discuss these forces all you want. McGonagall, who had been examining the medical equipment with barely concealed fascination, stepped forward. Albus, we should tell them. If we're to work together to help Potter, they need to know what they're dealing with. Dumbledore hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of sharing information. Let me put it this way, Fury said, joining them in the medical chamber. Either you start explaining why you found it necessary to mess with a child's mind 31 times, or this cooperation ends right now. We have resources you couldn't imagine, and we will use every one of them to protect that boy from further manipulation, including yours. The old wizard seemed to age before their eyes, the weight of secrets visibly bearing down on his shoulders. Very well, he finally said. But what I'm about to tell you must remain between us. The wizarding world has remained hidden from muggles, non-magical people, for centuries, for good reason. We're familiar with keeping secrets, Fury assured him dryly. Dumbledore nodded, then began his explanation. He spoke of a hidden magical society existing alongside the ordinary world, of Harry's parents who had been powerful wizards, and of a dark lord named Voldemort who had murdered them on Halloween night in 1991. Voldemort then turned his wand on Harry, casting the killing curse, a spell that no one had ever survived. But somehow, Harry did. The curse rebounded, destroying Voldemort's body and leaving Harry with only that lightning scar on his forehead. Natasha, who had been listening while helping Dr. Cho prepare Harry for the scans, frowned. So he's famous in your world? A celebrity for something he can't even remember. The boy who lived, McGonagall confirmed. The only person ever to survive the killing curse. And that's why you placed him with his abusive relatives? To keep him away from his fame? Fury asked incredulously. No, Dumbledore shook his head. I placed him with the Dursleys because Lily Potter's sacrifice created a powerful blood protection. As long as Harry could call home a place where his mother's blood dwelled, her sister, Petunia Dursley, he would be safe from Voldemort and his followers. Safe from Voldemort, maybe, Natasha said coldly. Not safe from starvation, beatings, and psychological abuse. I miscalculated, Dumbledore admitted. I did not believe they would treat their own blood so poorly. And the memory blocks? Dr. Cho pressed as she initiated the neural scan. Why were those necessary? Here, Dumbledore's hesitation was palpable. Some were to shield him from the trauma of that night. Others were to contain certain abilities and knowledge that would be dangerous for him at such a young age. The scan completed, projecting a three-dimensional image of Harry's brain with 31 distinct areas highlighted in red, glowing like embers in the darkness. These blocks aren't just suppressing memories, Dr. Cho observed, studying the image. They're constraining neural pathways related to abilities, emotional responses, even personality development. Natasha felt sick. You weren't just hiding memories from him. You were shaping who he would become. It was necessary, Dumbledore insisted, though his voice lacked conviction. Harry is special, even among wizards. The connection formed between him and Voldemort that night, what connection? Fury demanded. Again, Dumbledore hesitated. When the killing curse rebounded, it created a link between them. Harry can sometimes access Voldemort's thoughts, his abilities. I feared that without control, this connection could overwhelm Harry's own identity. So instead of teaching him control, you blocked parts of his mind. Natasha was incredulous. That's not protection, it's crippling. You don't understand the dangers. I understand enough, she interrupted. Where is this Voldemort now? You said his body was destroyed. His body, yes, Dumbledore acknowledged. But I believe his spirit survives, seeking a way to return to physical form. And when he does, he will come for Harry again. The implications hung heavy in the air. Harry, who had been silent during this exchange, suddenly spoke up. Is that why my head hurts when I dream about the green light? Because of this connection. All eyes turned to the boy, who looked small and vulnerable on the examination table, yet somehow defiant in his questioning. Yes, Harry, Dumbledore answered gently. The scar on your forehead is not just a mark, it's a link to Voldemort. One of the memory blocks was meant to prevent that connection from causing you pain or influencing your development. But it didn't work very well, did it? Harry observed with surprising astuteness. I still had the dreams. I still hurt. And now my head feels like it's going to explode. As if to punctuate his words, Harry grimaced in pain, and the monitors around him began to beep urgently. We need to start removing the blocks, Dr. Cho announced. They're becoming critical. I'll assist, McGonagall stepped forward, drawing her wand. Albus, which should we address first? The most recent ones, Dumbledore decided after studying the scan. Work backward chronologically. The earliest blocks are the most deeply integrated with his developing mind. For the next several hours, the strange collaboration continued. Dumbledore would identify a block, McGonagall would perform intricate wand work to magically loosen it, and Dr. Cho would use Shield's technology to monitor the neural response and ensure no damage occurred as the block dissolved. Natasha never left Harry's side, holding his hand through the worst of the pain, speaking softly to him as memories flooded back, some confusing, some terrifying. There was a big dog that turned into a man, Harry mumbled during one lucid moment. He was laughing and calling me Prongslit. He was my godfather. Dumbledore looked startled. You remember Sirius Black? Sirius, Harry repeated, the name clearly resonating. Where is he? Why didn't he take me instead of the Dursleys? A shadow crossed Dumbledore's face. Sirius Black was imprisoned shortly after your parents' deaths. He was believed to have betrayed their location to Voldemort. Believed to have. Natasha caught the phrasing instantly. You're not sure? There are questions about his guilt that have never been satisfactorily answered, Dumbledore admitted. He was imprisoned without trial in the chaos following Voldemort's fall. Fury, who had been observing silently from the corner, straightened. Without trial? In Britain? The wizarding justice system operates independently from Muggle law, McGonagall explained, looking uncomfortable. Azkaban, our prison, is not a place many survive for long. And Harry's godfather has been there for 4 years without a trial. Natasha felt her already low opinion of the wizarding world sinking further. While Harry was being abused by people who hated him. The evidence against Black seemed overwhelming at the time, Dumbledore said defensively. He was found at the scene of another crime, the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggle bystanders. Harry suddenly went rigid. Pettigrew, he whispered, his eyes unfocused. The rat. I remember, he was in our house. Before the green light. He was talking to the bad man with the red eyes. The room went completely still. That's impossible, McGonagall breathed. Pettigrew was killed by Black. Or maybe he wasn't, Natasha suggested, pieces clicking together in her mind. Harry mentioned a rat turning into a man. If wizards can transform into animals, animagi, Dumbledore supplied, his expression grave. Yes, Pettigrew was a rat animagus. As was James Potter, and Sirius Black. So Pettigrew could have faked his death and framed Black, Fury concluded. And you never questioned it? There was no reason to, Dumbledore said, but he looked troubled. The evidence was circumstantial at best, if what Harry's remembering is true, Natasha finished. Another convenient arrangement that kept Harry isolated from anyone who might have truly cared for him. The accusation hung in the air, unanswered. The process of removing the memory blocks continued, each one revealing more fragments of Harry's past, and raising more questions about Dumbledore's decisions. By nightfall, they had successfully removed 12 of the 31 blocks. Harry, exhausted but more clear-headed than he'd been since arriving at the Shield facility, had finally fallen into a natural sleep. Natasha stood watch by his bedside while Fury conferred with Dr. Cho and the magical visitors in the adjacent room. Through the glass wall, she could see their animated discussion, Dumbledore's normally serene facade showing cracks of genuine concern. A small movement drew her attention back to Harry. His eyes were open, more alert than before. "Hey there," she said softly. "How are you feeling?" "Better," he replied. "My head doesn't hurt as much now." "That's good. You should rest more. Tomorrow will be another long day." Harry nodded, but made no move to close his eyes again. Instead, he studied her face with an intensity that seemed beyond his years. "You're not afraid of them," he observed. "Of Dumbledore and the others?" "No," she confirmed. "I'm not. Everyone else is. I can tell. Even the man with the eye patch tries not to show it, but he's worried about what they can do." Natasha smiled slightly. "You're very observant." "I had to be, at the Dursleys. Had to know when to hide, when to be extra quiet." He fidgeted with the edge of his blanket. "I remember more things now. About my parents. About magic. But there's still so much that feels locked away." "We'll get there," she promised. "One step at a time." Harry hesitated, then asked in a small voice, "Will you stay with me?" I don't want to be alone if the dreams come back." Something in Natasha's chest tightened. "I'll stay right here," she assured him, pulling her chair closer to his bed. "Natasha," he murmured, already drifting back toward sleep. "Yes. I think Dumbledore is afraid of me. Not now, but what I might become." The observation, so simple yet profound, sent a chill through her. Because she had sensed the same thing, beneath the grandfatherly concern and magical authority, Albus Dumbledore was indeed afraid of Harry Potter's potential. And that, more than anything, made Natasha certain that keeping Harry out of the old wizard's control was the right decision, no matter what forces might oppose them. The next morning brought a new complication. Fury entered the medical chamber looking grimmer than usual, which was saying something. "We've got company," he announced. "3 more of your people," he nodded to Dumbledore, "plus what appears to be an official delegation from the British Ministry of Magic, demanding the return of Harry Potter." Dumbledore frowned. "The ministry shouldn't be involved." "Who authorized this?" "Someone called Cornelius Fudge," Fury replied. "Ring any bells?" The Minister for Magic himself, McGonagall, looked alarmed. "Albus, this is escalating too quickly. If the international statute of secrecy is breached, it won't come to that," Dumbledore assured her, though he looked far from certain. "Cornelius is manageable. But we must proceed carefully. They're waiting at our London facility," Fury continued. "I've informed them that Harry is undergoing critical medical treatment and cannot be moved." "That won't satisfy Fudge for long," McGonagall warned. "He's likely under pressure from Lucius Malfoy and the other Death Eater families who escaped justice." "Death Eaters?" Natasha asked from her position beside Harry's bed. "Voldemort's followers," Dumbledore explained. "Many claim to have been under mind control after his fall, and avoided imprisonment. They've since regained political influence. So we have corrupt politicians with magical powers who want access to Harry," Fury summarized. "Fantastic." Harry, who had been listening silently, spoke up. "Why does everyone want me so badly? I'm nobody special." "But you are, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "Whether you wish to be or not, you represent hope to many in the wizarding world. And a threat to others." "I didn't ask for any of this," Harry said, a note of defiance entering his voice. "Few of us ask for the burdens we're given," Dumbledore replied. "But how we bear them defines us." "Spare him the fortune cookie wisdom," Natasha said sharply. "He's 5 years old. He shouldn't have to bear any burdens." Dumbledore regarded her with a mixture of irritation and curiosity. You feel very protective of Harry after knowing him for such a short time, Agent Romanoff. Someone has to be, she replied evenly. Before the conversation could continue, Dr. Cho entered with the latest scan results. We've got a problem with the remaining blocks, she reported. They're more deeply integrated than we thought. The 19 we haven't addressed yet include several that seem to be suppressing a significant portion of Harry's magical abilities. As intended, Dumbledore confirmed. Harry's raw magical power is extraordinary. Without proper training and maturity, it could be dangerous to himself and others. It's already dangerous, Dr. Cho countered. These blocks are failing, and when they do, the magical energy they've been containing will release all at once. Given what we've seen of his abilities even with the blocks in place. She didn't need to finish the thought. Everyone in the room had witnessed Harry's accidental magic, from shattering glass to moving objects without touching them. So our options are to continue removing them in a controlled manner, or wait for them to catastrophically collapse, Fury summarized. There is a third option, Dumbledore offered reluctantly. I could reinforce the blocks, make them more stable. Absolutely not, Natasha's voice was steel. You're not putting more magical restraints on him. I agree with Agent Romanoff, McGonagall said, surprising everyone. Albus, I've respected your decisions regarding Potter for years, but seeing the extent of these memory blocks, it's too much. The boy deserves his mind intact. Dumbledore looked between them, resignation settling in his eyes. Then we continue as we have been. But I must warn you, some of what Harry will remember, some of the abilities that will awaken, they may be disturbing. We'll deal with that when it happens, Fury decided. For now, Dr. Cho, resumed the procedure. Romanoff, stay with the boy. I'm going to deal with our magical visitors in London. As Fury left, Natasha noticed Harry watching Dumbledore with an odd expression, not fear or anger, but something more calculating, as if seeing the old wizard clearly for the first time. The second day of treatment proceeded much like the first, but with increasing difficulty. Each block they removed seemed to trigger more pronounced magical outbursts from Harry, lights flickering, objects levitating, and at one point, all the water in the room freezing solid. By evening, they had removed 23 blocks, leaving 8 of the deepest and oldest ones still in place. Harry was awake but exhausted, his green eyes bright with fever. I can feel it, he told Natasha when they were alone. The magic. It's like it's always been there, but behind a wall. And now the wall is breaking. Does it hurt? She asked, wiping his forehead with a cool cloth. Not exactly. It feels big. Too big for me. He looked at his hands in wonder. I think I could do almost anything with it, if I knew how. The door opened, and Dumbledore entered, looking haggard after hours of magical exertion. How are you feeling, Harry? He asked kindly. I remember more things now, Harry replied, watching the old wizard carefully. About my parents. About Voldemort. About what you did. Dumbledore nodded gravely. And what do you think about what you've remembered? I think, Harry said slowly, that you were trying to control me. Like a weapon. The accusation, coming from a child's lips, landed with surprising force. Dumbledore didn't deny it immediately, which told Natasha everything she needed to know. Not a weapon, Harry, he finally said. A savior. The prophecy, what prophecy? Natasha cut in sharply. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, as if gathering strength. Before Harry was born, a prophecy was made about the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. It could have referred to either of 2 children born at the end of July 1990, Harry, or another boy named Neville Longbottom. Voldemort chose to attack Harry, thus marking him as his equal, as the prophecy foretold. So you've been grooming a child to fulfill a prophecy? Natasha's disgust was evident. Blocking his memories, limiting his powers, placing him with abusive relatives, all to shape him into your prophesied savior? You don't understand the stakes, Dumbledore insisted. Voldemort will return. And when he does, only Harry can defeat him permanently. Why? Harry asked, the simple question cutting through the tension. Why does it have to be me? Dumbledore seemed to age before their eyes. Because of the connection between you. Because of what happened that night. Because prophecies are just predictions, Natasha interrupted. They don't dictate the future unless people choose to make them real. In the magical world, true prophecies carry more weight than mere predictions, Dumbledore countered. They represent strands of destiny already in motion. I don't believe in destiny, Natasha said firmly. I believe in choices. And right now, our choice is to help Harry recover from what you did to him, not groom him for some magical showdown. Before Dumbledore could respond, an alarm sounded throughout the facility. Fury's voice came over the intercom, security breach. All personnel, lockdown protocols. Magical intruders have bypassed the outer perimeter. Dumbledore straightened, suddenly every inch the powerful wizard rather than the tired old man. The Ministry delegation. They must have tracked us somehow. How? McGonagall demanded, hurrying into the room. This facility is unplottable, even to magical detection. Unless someone told them where to find us, Natasha suggested, looking pointedly at Dumbledore. I assure you, I did not, he said with dignity. But there are magical means of tracking underage wizards, especially one as powerful as Harry. As if summoned by the mention of his power, the air around Harry began to shimmer. Objects in the room started to tremble, and the lights flickered wildly. The remaining blocks are destabilizing, McGonagall observed with alarm. The stress of the situation, get everyone out, Natasha ordered, moving to Harry's side. I'll stay with him. Agent Romanoff, Dumbledore began. G.O., she insisted. Your presence is making it worse. It was true, every time Dumbledore stepped closer to Harry, the magical disturbances intensified. The old wizard seemed to realize this too, nodding reluctantly. We'll hold off the Ministry as long as we can, he promised, gesturing for McGonagall to follow him. Once they were gone, Natasha turned her full attention to Harry, who was curled into a ball on the bed, his body shaking with effort as he tried to contain the surging power within him. Harry, she said calmly, look at me. Green eyes met hers, wide with fear and effort. You need to let it go, she told him. Stop fighting it. Your magic wants to break free from those blocks. But what if I hurt someone, he whispered. What if I break everything? This room was built to contain the Hulk, she reminded him with a small smile. I think it can handle your magic. And I'm not leaving you. Promise? Promise. Harry took a deep breath, then slowly uncurled his body. The moment he stopped fighting against his own power, the effect was immediate and dramatic. A wave of pure energy radiated from him, washing over everything in the room. Natasha felt it pass through her like a warm breeze, leaving goosebumps in its wake. The medical equipment short-circuited in a shower of sparks. The lights exploded, leaving them in darkness for a moment before emergency lighting kicked in with a soft blue glow. And in the center of it all, Harry sat upright, his eyes glowing with the same eerie light. Natasha, he said, but his voice sounded different, older, stronger. I remember. I remember everything. The door burst open, and Fury rushed in, weapon drawn. He stopped short at the sight of Harry, surrounded by a corona of power, Natasha standing calmly beside him. The memory blocks, she explained quietly. They're gone. In the corridor beyond, they could hear the commotion of battle, shouts, explosions, the crackle of energy. The Ministry delegation had found them, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was fighting back. We need to move, Fury ordered. There's a secondary escape route. No, Harry interrupted, his voice still eerily adult. Bring them here. Fury hesitated, clearly weighing the risks. Kid, these people want to take you back to a world that's done nothing but use and abuse you. You sure about this? Harry nodded, the glow in his eyes gradually fading until he looked like a normal 5-year-old again, albeit one with an unsettling intensity in his gaze. I'm sure. I need to face them. All of them. Natasha and Fury exchanged looks. They both recognized the determination in Harry's voice. It was the same steel they heard in their own during missions where retreat wasn't an option. Your call, Director, Natasha deferred. After a moment's consideration, Fury nodded. Let's end this. He spoke into his calm, issuing new orders. Minutes later, the sounds of battle subsided, replaced by the measured tread of multiple people approaching the medical chamber. Dumbledore entered first, followed by McGonagall and a portly man in a pinstriped suit and lime-green bowler hat who could only be Cornelius Fudge. Behind them came several more wizards in official-looking robes, along with a tall, aristocratic man with long platinum blonde hair and cold gray eyes. Minister Fudge, Dumbledore began, as I've been trying to explain, Harry Potter is receiving critical medical treatment that cannot be interrupted. Nonsense. Fudge blustered. The boy looks perfectly fine to me. This is an outrage, Dumbledore. A violation of the statute of secrecy of the highest order. The real outrage, Natasha said coldly, is what your world did to this child. 31 memory blocks. Abandonment to abusive relatives. Manipulation and control from the moment his parents died. The blond man stepped forward, his lip curling in disdain. And who might you be to question the decisions of the wizarding world's leadership? Natasha Romanoff, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. She met his gaze unflinchingly. And you? Lucius Malfoy, advisor to the minister and member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. His eyes flicked to Harry with poorly disguised interest. We're here to return Mr. Potter to his rightful place in Wizarding Society. My rightful place? Harry spoke up, his voice childlike again but steady. Was that the cupboard under the stairs where Dumbledore left me? Or somewhere else where you can use me as your weapon against Voldemort? Several of the wizards flinched at the name, including Fudge, whose face had gone pale. Now see here, young man, he sputtered. You know who is gone. Dead and gone. And you belong with your own kind, not these muggles. These muggles, Harry said, have done more to help me in a week than the wizarding world did in 4 years. Be that as it may, Fudge pressed on, you are a wizard, Harry. A rather famous one, at that. Your education and upbringing must be overseen by qualified magical guardians. Like who? Natasha challenged. The man who blocked his memories. She pointed at Dumbledore. Or perhaps one of Voldemort's former followers. Her gaze shifted to Malfoy, whose eyes narrowed dangerously. You dare accuse me, Malfoy began. Yeah, she dares, Fury interrupted. And so do I. From where I'm standing, your magical world has a lot to answer for. Imprisoning citizens without trial, abandoning children to abuse, manipulating memories without consent, sounds like the kind of regime S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded to oppose. The tension in the room ratcheted up several notches. Wands appeared in hands, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents moved to defensive positions. This doesn't have to end in conflict, Dumbledore said, ever the mediator. Surely we can reach an arrangement that respects both Harry's well-being and his magical heritage. I have a suggestion, Harry said, drawing all eyes to him. Test my blood. Confusion crossed several faces. Test your blood. McGonagall repeated. Whatever for, Potter? To see what I really am, Harry replied. To see what Dumbledore has been hiding from everyone, including you, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore went very still. Harry, I don't think, Agent Romanoff, Harry continued, ignoring the interruption, would you take a sample of my blood and test it? For everything. Natasha studied him for a moment, recognizing that Harry knew exactly what he was asking. The memory blocks were truly gone, and with them, any protection from the knowledge Dumbledore had tried to keep from him. Dr. Cho, she called. We need a full-spectrum analysis on Harry's blood. The doctor, who had been observing from the sidelines, stepped forward with a medical kit. This will just take a moment, Harry, she said gently, swabbing his arm with an antiseptic wipe. You have no authority to perform medical procedures on a wizarding child, Fudge objected, but his protest sounded weak even to his own ears. Actually, Fury countered, we have his consent. And as the only magical government officials present abandoned him to abuse for 4 years, your claim to authority is shaky at best. Dr. Cho drew the blood sample efficiently, then moved to a sophisticated analysis station that had somehow survived Harry's magical outburst. This will take a few minutes, she informed them, loading the sample into the machine. While they waited, Natasha noticed Dumbledore watching Harry with an expression of profound sadness and resignation. Whatever secret Harry had remembered, the old wizard knew he could no longer contain it. Harry, Dumbledore said softly, are you certain this is the path you wish to take? Some knowledge, once gained, cannot be unlearned. I know, Harry replied simply. I remember everything now. The prophecy. My parents. What really happened that night? His gaze shifted to Malfoy. And who really served Voldemort willingly? Malfoy's hand tightened on his walking stick, which Natasha now suspected concealed his wand. You should be careful making accusations, Mr. Potter. Even famous scars don't protect against libel. It's not libel if it's true, Harry responded with a calmness that belied his age. And I know the truth now. About all of you. The analysis machine beeped, signaling completion. Dr. Cho studied the results on her tablet, her expression shifting from professional interest to shock. Director Fury, Agent Romanoff, you need to see this. She handed the tablet to Natasha, who scanned the results quickly, her trained eyes picking out the anomalies immediately. Harry's blood contains 2 distinct genetic signatures, she reported, keeping her voice level despite her surprise. His own, and something else. Something that doesn't match any known human or enhanced individual in our database. It's a parasite, Harry said matter-of-factly. A piece of someone else, living inside me. Inside my scar. He turned to Dumbledore. That's why you put so many blocks in my mind, isn't it? To keep his influence contained. To keep me from knowing I have a piece of Voldemort's soul attached to me. The revelation landed like a bomb in the quiet room. McGonagall gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Fudge looked utterly lost. And Malfoy, his expression flickered between shock and something that might have been fear. A Horcrux, Dumbledore confirmed quietly. Yes, Harry. Though how you came to know that term with the blocks removed, I cannot guess. I know lots of things now, Harry said. Things you didn't want me to know. Like how you suspected what I was from the beginning. How you planned to use me. How you intended for me to die at exactly the right moment to destroy the Horcrux within me. Natasha felt her blood run cold. You were grooming him for death. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. I was, exploring all possibilities. Searching for alternatives. But yes, I feared that Harry's death might be necessary to truly defeat Voldemort. And you didn't think to mention this during our collaboration? Fury's voice was dangerous. It was a theory only, Dumbledore defended. One I hope to disprove with further research. And now, perhaps, with your Muggle science. Don't try to spin this, Natasha cut him off. You blocked a child's memories, controlled his power, and set him up as a sacrifice, all while pretending to be his protector. I am his protector. Dumbledore insisted, a rare flash of anger breaking through his composure. Everything I have done has been to give Harry a chance at a normal childhood before the burden of his destiny claimed him. A normal childhood. Natasha laughed humorlessly. In a cupboard. Beaten and starved. I didn't know the extent of the Dursleys' treatment, Dumbledore admitted. A grievous oversight on my part. Convenient, Fury observed. Throughout this exchange, Harry had remained calm, watching the adults argue over his fate with the detachment of someone who had already made his decision. "I'm not going back," he announced, silencing the room. "Not to the Dursleys. Not to the wizarding world. Not yet." "Harry, you must," Fudge began. "I don't must anything," Harry interrupted, a hint of that eerie adult voice returning. "I've spent my whole life being told what I must do, where I must live, what I must not remember. That ends now. But the prophecy," Dumbledore tried again. "Will still be there when I'm older and ready to face it," Harry finished for him. "On my terms, not yours." Natasha felt a surge of pride at the boy's determination. 5 years old, and already showing more backbone than many grown agents she'd worked with. "So what happens now?" McGonagall asked, looking between Harry and the SHIELD representatives. "Now," Fury stepped forward, "we negotiate a new arrangement. One that prioritizes Harry's well-being and gives him a say in his own future." "You have no standing in our world," Malfoy objected. "But they have standing in mine," Harry countered. "And I choose them as my guardians until I'm old enough to enter the wizarding world properly." "Impossible," Fudge sputtered. "The Wizengamot would never approve Muggle guardianship of the boy who lived." "They might," Dumbledore said thoughtfully, "if certain conditions were met. Educational provisions, magical monitoring, regular contact with qualified wizards." Natasha could see the old man's mind working, trying to salvage some control over the situation. But she could also see something else, a genuine concern for Harry that existed alongside his manipulative tendencies. "We can discuss conditions," Fury allowed. "But SHIELD retains primary custody and final say on Harry's day-to-day life." "And what about the parasite?" Dr. Cho asked, gesturing to the tablet with the blood analysis. "The foreign entity in his system?" "SHIELD has experience with unusual biological phenomena," Fury said confidently. "We'll find a way to remove it safely." "If it were that simple," Dumbledore said gravely, "I would have done so years ago. A Horcrux is not merely biological, it is a magical construct of the darkest kind, a fragment of soul tethered to Harry's own life force." "Then we'll collaborate," Natasha suggested, surprising herself with the offer. "Your magical knowledge, our technology. There has to be a solution that doesn't involve Harry dying." "Perhaps," Dumbledore conceded. "Recent developments in soul magic at the Department of Mysteries." He trailed off, seemingly lost in thought. Harry, who had been quietly observing this exchange, suddenly yawned widely, a reminder that despite his uncanny maturity in this situation, he was still a 5-year-old boy who had undergone tremendous physical and psychological stress. "I think we've all had enough for one day," Natasha said firmly. "Harry needs rest. The negotiations can continue tomorrow." To her surprise, no one objected, not even Fudge. Perhaps they all recognized the wisdom in stepping back from the precipice of conflict, especially given Harry's demonstrated magical power when pushed. As the wizards reluctantly filed out, escorted by SHIELD agents to a separate wing of the facility, Natasha remained at Harry's side. His eyes were drooping, the adrenaline of confrontation fading into exhaustion. "Did I do okay?" he asked her sleepily. "You did amazing," she assured him, gently helping him lie back on the bed. "Better than most trained negotiators I know." "I meant what I said," he murmured as sleep began to claim him. "I want to stay with you." You don't want something from me. You just want me to be okay." The simple truth of his observation struck Natasha deeply. In her life as the Black Widow, people always wanted something from her, her skills, her body, her loyalty, her kill count. Few had ever simply wanted her well-being for its own sake. "I do want you to be okay, Harry," she said softly. "And I'll make sure you are." As Harry drifted off to sleep, Fury approached, his expression unreadable. "You know what you're signing up for?" he asked quietly. "Not entirely," she admitted. "But I know what I'm not signing up for, letting that boy become another weapon shaped by others for their purposes." Fury nodded, understanding in his single eye. He's going to need protection. Not just from wizards, but from whatever Hydra or AIM would do if they learned about his abilities. Then we protect him, Natasha said simply. We give him what Dumbledore claimed to want but failed to provide, a childhood, training, and choices. It won't be easy, Fury warned. The wizarding world won't give up their savior without a fight. And if what Dumbledore says about this Voldemort is true, then Harry will face him when he's ready, Natasha finished. As a trained agent with full control of his abilities, not as a sacrificial pawn. Fury's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. I never took you for the maternal type, Romanoff. Neither did I, she admitted, looking down at the sleeping child. But some missions choose you. And as she watched over Harry through the night, protecting him from nightmares and plotting how to secure his future, Natasha knew this might be the most important mission she'd ever undertaken, not for S.H.I.E.L.D., not for the world, but for the small boy who had somehow breached her carefully constructed defenses with nothing more than his courage and need. Chapter 2, The unraveling 3 days after the confrontation with the Ministry delegation, S.H.I.E.L.D. had transformed a section of the retreat into something between a magical research laboratory and a child's living space. The main room contained sophisticated neural mapping equipment alongside colorful furniture and a growing collection of toys and books. A training area occupied the east wing, specially reinforced after Harry's magical outbursts had cracked standard concrete walls during an early session. Natasha found Harry there early morning, sitting cross-legged on a training mat, several objects floating in perfect orbits around him. A rubber ball, 3 wooden blocks, and a pencil circled slowly while Harry maintained a look of intense concentration. Getting better at that, she observed, leaning against the doorframe. The objects wobbled slightly at her voice but remained aloft. Harry opened one eye, a grin spreading across his face. Morning. Dr. Banner showed me how to focus better. He said it's like his breathing exercises, except I'm breathing magic instead of, not turning green. Smart approach, Natasha nodded. Hungry? Starving. The floating items dropped gently to the mat as Harry jumped up. Despite the momentous revelations and intense medical procedures of the past days, Harry was still a 5-year-old boy who bounced back with remarkable resilience. As they walked to the kitchen, Natasha noticed how different Harry already looked from the malnourished, fearful child she'd rescued from Privet Drive. His cheeks had filled out, his eyes sparkled with life, and he moved with the confidence of someone who wasn't expecting a blow at any moment. Dr. Cho says we're removing another block today, Harry said as Natasha handed him a bowl of cereal. That's the last one, right? Number 8. That's right, she confirmed, pouring her own breakfast. How are you feeling about it? Harry poked at his cereal thoughtfully. Scared. But also, ready. I want to remember everything. Even the bad stuff. The bad stuff is part of you too, Natasha agreed. But remember what we talked about, bad memories don't define me, Harry recited. They're just things that happened. Exactly. They ate in comfortable silence for a while. Natasha had been surprised to discover how easy it was to simply be with Harry. Unlike many children his age, he didn't feel compelled to fill every moment with chatter. She suspected it was a habit formed in the Dursley household, where speaking often invited punishment, but she also recognized a natural thoughtfulness in him that reminded her of herself. Agent Barton's coming today, right? Harry asked, breaking the silence. He's bringing some new training equipment. Harry's face lit up. The special arrows he promised? Maybe, Natasha smiled. If you finish your breakfast and tidy up your room first. On it. Harry gulped down the remainder of his cereal and dashed off toward his bedroom, leaving Natasha alone with her thoughts. She pulled out her tablet, reviewing Dr. Cho's latest report on Harry's condition. The removal of the memory blocks had proceeded more smoothly than initially feared, thanks to the combined expertise of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical team and the reluctant cooperation of Dumbledore and McGonagall. Each block had released another piece of Harry's suppressed past, abilities, and personality, revealing a child even more remarkable than they'd first realized. Her comm unit buzzed. "Romanoff," she answered. "It's Fury. We've got movement on the diplomatic front. The British PM has been contacted by the Minister for Magic. They're escalating this to international levels." Natasha frowned. "What's our play?" "For now, we hold the line. I've got contacts at the World Security Council running interference. But I thought you should know, Dumbledore's requesting another meeting with the boy before today's procedure." "Why?" "Says there are things Harry needs to understand about the final block. Things he couldn't explain in front of the ministry delegation." Natasha's instincts flared with suspicion. "I don't like it." "Neither do I. That's why you'll be there for every word. 1000 hours, main conference room." "Understood." She ended the call just as Harry returned, his hair still untamable despite his evident attempts to smooth it down. "Room's all clean. Even made my bed with hospital corners like Agent Hill showed me." "Very official," Natasha nodded approvingly. "Before we meet Clint, there's a change of plans. Dumbledore wants to talk to you before the procedure today." Harry's expression sobered instantly. "About the last block?" "Yes. Remember, you don't have to agree to anything he suggests. I'll be right there with you." Harry squared his small shoulders with determination that seemed beyond his years. "I'm not afraid of him. Not anymore." Natasha felt a surge of pride. "I know you're not. Come on, let's get you dressed properly. Can't meet the greatest wizard of the age in your Hulk pajamas." Harry looked down at his green sleepwear with Bruce Banner's alter ego cartoonishly printed across the chest. "Why not? I bet the Hulk could take him." Natasha laughed, a sound that had become more frequent in the weeks since Harry had entered her life. "That's a fight I'd pay to see." The conference room had been modified to accommodate magical visitors. After several incidents of electronic equipment malfunctioning around powerful wizards, shield technicians had developed shielding that allowed their technology to function in the presence of magical energy, a breakthrough that had Dr. Cho and her team excited about potential applications. Dumbledore sat waiting for them, looking incongruous in flowing purple robes embroidered with silver stars against the stark modern interior of the retreat. His long silver beard was neatly tucked into a belt, and his half-moon spectacles caught the light as he turned to watch Harry and Natasha enter. "Good morning, Harry, Agent Romanoff," he greeted them with a gentle smile. "Thank you for agreeing to see me." "It wasn't an agreement, it was a concession," Fury corrected, entering behind them. "You've got 15 minutes, and then Dr. Cho needs to prep Harry for the procedure." Dumbledore nodded graciously. "I understand. I'll be brief." His blue eyes focused on Harry. "How are you feeling, my boy?" "Better without the blocks," Harry replied directly. "I can think clearly now. And my magic feels right." "I'm glad to hear it," Dumbledore said, and Natasha thought she detected genuine relief in his voice. "The final block we'll be removing today is different from the others. It was the first one I placed, the night your parents died." Harry leaned forward slightly. "What will I remember?" "Everything about that night," Dumbledore said gravely. "Voldemort's attack, your mother's sacrifice, the backfiring of the killing curse. But more importantly, you'll feel the full connection between yourself and Voldemort that was formed when the curse rebounded." "The Horcrux," Harry stated flatly. "Yes. When this final block is removed, the fragment of Voldemort's soul within your scar will no longer be contained as it has been. You may experience intrusions. Thoughts that aren't your own. Emotions you don't understand." Natasha's eyes narrowed. "You're saying he'll be vulnerable to possession?" "Not precisely," Dumbledore shook his head. "The connection works both ways. Harry may access Voldemort's thoughts just as Voldemort may glimpse Harry's. But the danger lies in Voldemort becoming aware of the connection and exploiting it." "Is Voldemort even alive to do that?" Fury asked bluntly. You've been vague on his current status. Dumbledore's face grew somber. Voldemort's body was destroyed that night, but his soul remains tethered to this world through multiple Horcruxes, not just the fragment within Harry. My sources indicate he exists now as a wraith, seeking a way to regain physical form. And where is this wraith? Natasha pressed. Rumors place him in Albania, but nothing confirmed. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. I wanted to explain this to you personally, Harry, because once the block is removed, you'll need to learn to protect your mind. It's a branch of magic called occlumency, the defense against external mental penetration. Can't you just teach him that now, before removing the block? Natasha asked. Dumbledore shook his head. Occlumency requires a whole mind to function properly. With the block in place, Harry wouldn't be able to build the necessary mental defenses. Convenient, Fury muttered. Harry, who had been listening intently, spoke up. What will it feel like? When the block is gone? Dumbledore hesitated. I cannot say with certainty. No one has ever experienced what you're about to experience, Harry. Which is why I've brought something that might help. He reached into his robes and produced a small vial of swirling silver liquid. These are memories, specifically, your mother's memories of advanced protective magic she was researching before her death. I believe they may provide insights into how she inadvertently created the blood protection that saved you. How did you get my mother's memories? Harry asked, justifiable suspicion in his voice. Lily entrusted them to me when your family went into hiding, Dumbledore explained. She was brilliant, Harry, perhaps the most naturally gifted witch of her generation. She suspected Voldemort's interest in your family stemmed from more than the prophecy. And you're only offering these now? Natasha couldn't keep the skepticism from her voice. Dumbledore met her gaze steadily. There was never a way to access them safely until now. Memory viewing requires a pensieve, a magical device, and mental stability that Harry wouldn't have possessed with the blocks in place. We'd need to verify the contents, Fury stated. No offense, but your track record with Harry's well-being isn't exactly sterling. I understand your caution, Dumbledore said with a slight bow. I've also brought this. He placed a heavy stone basin on the table, carved with ancient runes around its rim. My personal pensieve. Once Harry's procedure is complete and he's stable, perhaps we could view Lily's memories together. Harry reached for the vial, but Natasha gently intercepted his hand. After the procedure, she said firmly. When you're ready. Dumbledore nodded, relinquishing the vial to Natasha's outstretched hand. One more thing, Harry. After today's procedure, you'll need time to adjust, to integrate all your memories and strengthen your natural mental defenses. I would advise against magical training until you've had that time. We'll determine his training schedule based on Dr. Cho and Dr. Banner's recommendations, Natasha countered smoothly. Not yours. Of course, Dumbledore conceded. I merely offer advice from my magical perspective. Their 15 minutes were up, and Dr. Cho appeared at the door. We're ready for Harry now. Harry stood, suddenly looking much younger and more vulnerable. Will it hurt? Taking out the last block. We'll make sure it doesn't, Dr. Cho assured him. Director Fury has authorized a mild sedative to keep you comfortable through the process. Harry nodded bravely, then turned to Dumbledore. After this, will you leave me alone? Let me decide when I'm ready to deal with the wizarding world. Dumbledore regarded him seriously. I will respect your wishes, Harry, with one caveat. If there are developments regarding Voldemort that directly threaten your safety, I must retain the right to warn you. Harry considered this, then nodded. That's fair. As they turned to leave, Dumbledore called out softly, Harry. The boy paused, looking back. You are so much like your mother, the old wizard said, a genuine sadness in his eyes. She too had an uncompromising sense of justice. I didn't appreciate it enough in her. I hope I've learned better with you. For a moment, Harry's expression softened slightly. Then, with a maturity that continued to surprise Natasha, he replied, "I hope so too, sir." The medical chamber had been prepared for what Dr. Cho described as magical neural interface procedure, a term that had Fury rolling his eye but that accurately reflected the hybrid nature of their work. McGonagall stood ready, her wand prepared to assist with the magical aspects of block removal, while Shield's advanced technology monitored Harry's brain activity. Harry lay on the examination table, looking small amidst the equipment. Natasha stood by his head, her hand resting reassuringly on his shoulder. "You good?" she asked quietly. He nodded, but his knuckles were white where he gripped the edge of the table. "Stay with me. Wild horses couldn't drag me away," she promised. Dr. Cho approached with a small syringe. "This will help you relax, Harry. You might feel drowsy, but we need you conscious for the procedure." After the injection, Harry's grip on the table visibly loosened. His eyes became slightly unfocused, but he remained aware, tracking movement around him. "We'll proceed as with the previous blocks," Dr. Cho instructed McGonagall. "You'll begin breaking down the magical structure while our equipment monitors neural response." McGonagall nodded crisply, her usual stern demeanor softened somewhat by the weeks of working with Harry. "Mr. Potter, you'll feel a gentle pressure as I begin. Try to relax into it rather than resist." Harry mumbled, the sedative clearly taking effect. McGonagall raised her wand, beginning the now familiar incantation. Unlike previous sessions, however, the response was immediate and dramatic. The lights flickered, and Harry's body went rigid despite the sedative. "Neural activity spiking," one of Dr. Cho's assistants called out. "We're seeing massive activation in the limbic system and temporal lobe. Blood pressure and heart rate elevated," reported another. McGonagall frowned in concentration. "The block is fighting back. It's adaptive, almost sentient in its responses. Dumbledore said it was the first one he placed," Natasha recalled. "Maybe it's had more time to integrate with Harry's mind. Or maybe it's not entirely Dumbledore's work," McGonagall suggested grimly, not pausing in her spell casting. "This bears the signature of very dark magic layered with Albus's containment spell." Harry suddenly cried out, his back arching off the table. His eyes flew open, but instead of their usual bright green, they glowed with an eerie reddish light. "He's going into shock," Dr. Cho warned. "We need to stabilize him before continuing." "We can't stop now," McGonagall countered urgently. "The block is partially dismantled. Stopping would leave his mind in chaos." Natasha tightened her grip on Harry's shoulder. "Harry, listen to me. Focus on my voice. Whatever you're seeing, it's just memories. They can't hurt you now." Harry's eyes fixed on her, the red glow battling with his natural green. He's in our house," he gasped. "Dad is telling Mum to take me and run. There's a man, no, not a man, eyes like a snake." "Stay with us, Harry," Natasha urged. "Keep telling me what you see, but remember you're safe here with us." Green light. Dad falling. Mum running upstairs with me. She's putting me in my crib, trying to barricade the door, but it won't hold. The monitors beeped frantically as Harry's vital signs continued to escalate. McGonagall's spellwork grew more intense, sweat beading on her forehead as she fought against the resistance of the block. "The foreign energy signature is expanding," Dr. Cho reported, studying the neural display. "It's trying to preserve itself." "The Horcrux," Natasha realized. "It's fighting back against removal." Harry's voice had changed, becoming higher and colder. "Stand aside, you foolish girl. Stand aside now." "That's not Harry speaking," McGonagall gasped. Those were the Dark Lord's words to Lily Potter. "He's accessing the memory from both perspectives," Dr. Cho realized. "His own and Voldemort's." Natasha leaned closer, speaking directly into Harry's ear. "Harry, come back to us. Focus on my voice, not his. You're stronger than he is. For a moment, it seemed as though Harry hadn't heard her. His body trembled with the strain of the competing energies within him. Then, slowly, his hand reached up and gripped Natasha's wrist with surprising strength. "Not Harry. Please, not Harry," he cried in a woman's voice, his mother's last words. "I need you to be strong, Harry," Natasha said firmly. "Push through this. Remember who you are." Harry's eyes flared bright green, pushing back the reddish glow. I remember," he gasped. She wouldn't move. She could have lived. He gave her the choice, but she chose me. McGonagall made a final, complex movement with her wand, and something seemed to snap in the air around them. Harry's body went limp as a visible wave of energy radiated from his scar, causing every electronic device in the room to momentarily shut down before rebooting. In the sudden silence that followed, Harry's breathing steadied. The monitors, coming back online, showed his vital signs returning to normal. "The block is gone," McGonagall announced, lowering her wand. "Completely dissolved." Dr. Cho ran a quick neural scan. "Brain activity is stabilizing. No sign of damage to the neural pathways." She hesitated, studying the readings more carefully. "But the foreign energy signature, the Horcrux, it's more active than before, less contained." Harry's eyes fluttered open, fully green again. "Natasha," he murmured. "Right here," she assured him, relief flooding her voice. "How do you feel?" "Different," he said slowly. "Like my head finally belongs to me. But also—" He frowned, searching for words. "Like there's a door in my mind that wasn't there before. A door to somewhere else." "That would be the connection Dumbledore warned about," McGonagall said grimly. "The link between your mind and you-know-whos." Harry nodded, unsurprised. "I can feel it. It's not open yet, but it's there." He looked at Natasha, his eyes clearer and more focused than she'd ever seen them. "I remember everything now. Not just that night, but everything before it too. My parents, our house in Godric's Hollow, Dad's friends who used to visit." "That's excellent news," Dr. Cho smiled. "The block was suppressing more than just the trauma of that night. It was hiding your earliest formative memories as well." "Can I?" Harry hesitated. "Can I see my mother's memories now? The ones Dumbledore brought?" Dr. Cho checked his readings once more. "Your neural pathways are stabilizing nicely, but I'd recommend at least a few hours of rest before attempting to use a magical device like a pensieve. The mental strain could set back your recovery." Harry looked disappointed but nodded in understanding. "After rest, then." "Smart choice," Natasha approved. "Besides, Clint should be here any minute with those special arrows he promised you." As if on cue, the facility's alert system chimed, signaling an arriving aircraft. "That's probably him now," Natasha said, helping Harry sit up slowly. "Think you're up for visitors, or do you need some quiet time first?" Harry considered the question with a seriousness that belied his age. "I think I'd like to see Agent Barton. Doing normal things might help me sort through all these new memories." Natasha nodded, understanding perfectly. After her own deprogramming from the Red Room, she had found that routine activities helped anchor her when memories threatened to overwhelm her. "Let's get you some lunch, then we'll meet Clint in the training area," she suggested. "Dr. Cho, are we cleared to leave medical?" "Yes, but keep the monitoring bracelet on him for the next 24 hours, the doctor instructed. And notify me immediately if he experiences any unusual symptoms, headaches, vision changes, personality shifts." "Will do." As they walked toward the residential section, Natasha couldn't help noticing how differently Harry carried himself. Even in the simple act of walking, there was a new fluidity and confidence that hadn't been there before. With the blocks removed, it was as if he'd finally settled into his own skin. "You seem different," she observed. Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I feel different. Like I've been wearing really tight shoes all my life and someone finally gave me the right size. He looked up at her with an expression of wonder. I remember my mum's laugh. And the way my dad would turn into a stag to make me giggle. And Uncle Padfoot, serious, bringing me toy broomsticks. Those are precious memories, Natasha said softly. I'm glad you have them back. Me too. Harry's face suddenly clouded. But I also remember the bad parts more clearly. Voldemort didn't just kill them, Natasha. He enjoyed it. I can feel how much he enjoyed it. Natasha stopped walking, crouching down to look Harry in the eye. That's the connection talking. Those aren't your feelings, Harry. They're echoes of his. I know, he said. But they're in my head anyway. His small face set with determination. I need to learn that occlumency thing Dumbledore mentioned. I don't want him in my head. And you'll learn it, she promised. But right now, your mind needs to heal. Like any muscle after a workout, it needs recovery time. Harry accepted this with a nod, and they continued to the kitchen, where Natasha prepared sandwiches while Harry sat at the counter, occasionally closing his eyes as if sorting through internal files. I just remembered something else, he said suddenly. My mum used to sing to me. A lullaby about moon and stars. He hummed a few notes, then stopped, blinking rapidly. It's weird, having all these memories suddenly. Like, I've always had them, but I couldn't see them before, and now they're all trying to play at once. That's a pretty good description of what's happening neurologically, Natasha commented, setting his lunch in front of him. Your brain is processing decades of blocked information all at once. It's going to take time to organize it all. Harry took a bite of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. Do you ever get memories back that were taken from you? In the Red Room? Natasha froze momentarily. She'd never explicitly told Harry about her past in the Red Room, though she'd made vague references to her own experience with memory manipulation. The fact that he knew suggested he'd either overheard conversations or, more likely, his enhanced perceptive abilities were manifesting. Sometimes, she admitted. Usually when something triggers them, a smell, a sound, a specific type of light. How did you know about the Red Room? Harry shrugged, not quite meeting her eyes. I just know things sometimes. Since the blocks started coming off. Like how Agent Fury lost his eye to something not human, or how Dr. Banner feels scared all the time even when he smiles. Natasha set her own sandwich down, giving Harry her full attention. That's new. You're picking up information you shouldn't have access to. Harry nodded miserably. Am I doing something bad? Reading minds or something? I don't think it's mind reading exactly, Natasha said carefully. Maybe more like, enhanced intuition. Dumbledore mentioned your connection to Voldemort works both ways. Maybe you gained some of his abilities along with the memories. I don't want his abilities, Harry said fiercely. I don't want anything of his. I understand that feeling, Natasha said. But sometimes the skills we gain from difficult experiences can be repurposed. Used for good instead of harm. Before Harry could respond, Clint Barton strolled into the kitchen, several cases of equipment slung over his shoulders. There's my favorite junior agent. Ready to try out some specialized target practice? Harry's mood instantly brightened. The special arrows? And more, Clint grinned, dropping his cases with a dramatic thud. Fury approved the modified training regime we discussed. Non-lethal specialized gear for someone with your particular talents. Natasha shot Clint a grateful look. She'd asked him to treat Harry as normally as possible today, knowing the familiar banter would help ground the boy after the intense medical procedure. Let me finish my lunch first, Harry insisted, suddenly attacking his sandwich with renewed vigor. Dar. Banner says I need extra calories because magic burns energy. Smart man, Clint nodded, grabbing an apple from the fruit bowl. How'd the final block removal go? Any fireworks? You could say that, Natasha replied dryly. We'll brief you properly later. Catching her tone, Clint nodded in understanding. Well, whenever you're ready, meet me in training room B. I've got some toys that'll knock your socks off, kid. After he left, Harry quickly finished his lunch and looked expectantly at Natasha. Can we go now? First, how's your head feeling? Any dizziness? Pain? Harry closed his eyes momentarily, as if taking internal inventory. No pain. Just, fullness. Like my brain has too many tabs open at once. Natasha smiled at his digital analogy. If it gets overwhelming, you tell me immediately, okay? No pushing yourself too hard today. Promise, Harry agreed. They found Clint arranging various items on a table in the training room, child-sized but professional-quality training weapons, targets, and what appeared to be specially modified archery equipment. Ah, perfect timing, he called as they entered. Harry, come check these out. Dr. Cho helped me design them specifically for someone with your abilities. Harry approached eagerly. On the table lay several practice arrows with unique modifications, heavier tips, adjustable fletching, and what appeared to be small electronic components embedded in the shafts. These babies are designed to respond to directed energy, Clint explained. Like, say, a kid who can move objects with his mind. The sensors detect your magical energy signature and amplify it, giving you better control. Cool. Harry picked up one of the arrows, examining it closely. We'll start with basic levitation and targeting, Clint continued. Then, if Natasha approves, maybe move on to some controlled deflection exercises. For the next hour, Harry practiced floating the special arrows and directing them toward targets. At first, he struggled with precision, sending arrows clattering against walls or dropping them mid-flight. But gradually, his control improved. You're getting it, Clint encouraged after a particularly good shot. Try to feel the arrow as an extension of your intent, not a separate object you're pushing. Harry's brow furrowed in concentration as he focused on the next arrow. Instead of simply floating it toward the target, this time he visualized its path completely, lifting, aiming, and releasing in one fluid mental motion. The arrow shot forward with surprising speed, hitting the bullseye with a solid thunk. Yes. Harry pumped his fist in excitement. Nice work. Clint high-fived him. That's exactly. The celebration was cut short as the facility's alarms suddenly blared. Red emergency lights began flashing, and Fury's voice came over the intercom, security breach at the north perimeter. All personnel, defensive positions. Romanoff, Barton, secure the asset. Natasha was moving before the announcement finished, pulling Harry close to her side while Clint grabbed his actual combat bow from its case. What's happening? Harry asked, eyes wide but surprisingly calm. Someone's trying to get in, Natasha explained, leading him quickly toward a reinforced safe room. Probably magical, given the timing. It's them, isn't it? Harry said. The wizard government. They've come to take me back. They can try, Clint muttered, fitting an arrow to his bow as they moved through the corridors. They were halfway to the safe room when the lights flickered and died, plunging the corridor into darkness. Emergency lighting kicked in seconds later, casting everything in an eerie blue glow. Magic's interfering with the power grid, Natasha observed. Clint, take Harry to the safe room. I'll assess the situation and meet you there. No, Harry said firmly. I'm tired of running and hiding. If they've come for me, I want to face them. Natasha and Clint exchanged looks. There was something in Harry's voice, a resonance of power that hadn't been there before the final block was removed. It's not about running, Harry, Natasha explained. It's about tactical advantage. We need to know what we're dealing with before engaging. Before Harry could respond, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor, tall, dressed in flowing black robes, with long platinum blonde hair. Lucius Malfoy, Harry identified him, his voice surprisingly cold for a 5-year-old. Mr. Potter, Malfoy replied silkily. I've come to escort you back to the wizarding world. This little experiment has gone on long enough. Clint raised his bow, arrow pointed directly at Malfoy's chest. That's close enough. Malfoy's lip curled in disdain. Muggle weapons don't concern me. With a casual flick of his wand, he sent Clint's arrow flying harmlessly into a wall before it could leave the bow. How about Muggle training, then? Natasha was already moving, closing the distance between them with lethal grace. Malfoy's eyes widened in surprise as she ducked under his hastily cast spell and delivered a sweeping kick that should have taken his legs out from under him. Should have, except Malfoy wasn't there anymore. With a crack like a gunshot, he disappeared and reappeared several feet away. Apparition, Harry muttered. Magical teleportation. That's cheating, Clint complained, already knocking another arrow. Malfoy smiled coldly. I didn't come alone, of course. At his words, 5 more black-robed figures appeared in the corridor, wands raised. Death Eaters, Harry whispered, instinctively stepping closer to Natasha. Former associates of the Dark Lord, come to ensure the boy who lived returns to his proper place, Malfoy confirmed. The Ministry was too weak-willed to take proper action, so we've taken matters into our own hands. Natasha assessed their options quickly. In an open fight, even she and Clint together would struggle against 6 wizards who could teleport and cast spells from a distance. The priority had to be getting Harry to safety. Clint, she said quietly. Protocol whisper. Clint nodded almost imperceptibly, understanding the code for, create a distraction while I extract the asset. You know what I don't get about you magical types? Clint said conversationally, subtly reaching for a specific arrow in his quiver. All that power, and you still dress like it's a Renaissance fair. Malfoy's face darkened. How dare you? Clint's flashbang arrow hit the floor between the wizards, detonating in a blinding explosion of light and sound. In the moment of confusion, Natasha grabbed Harry and bolted down a side corridor. That won't hold them long, she told him as they ran. We need to reach the panic room. Its walls are lined with the same material that blocks their teleportation. Harry kept pace with her admirably, his small legs pumping with determination. They're coming for the Horcrux, he said between breaths. Not for me. They want Voldemort's soul piece. Natasha filed that insight away for later analysis. How do you know that? I just do, Harry replied. Like I told you earlier. I know things now. They rounded a corner and came face to face with 2 more Death Eaters. Natasha pushed Harry behind her, dropping into a fighting stance, but before either wizard could cast a spell, something extraordinary happened. Harry stepped forward, his small hand raised, and both wizards were suddenly slammed against opposite walls with bone-crushing force. They slid to the floor, unconscious or worse. I told you, Harry said quietly. I'm tired of running. Natasha stared at him, momentarily speechless. The casual display of wandless magic at that level of power was beyond anything she'd seen from him before. Harry, we should keep moving, he interrupted, already starting down the corridor again. The others will have heard that. Natasha followed, her tactical mind racing to incorporate this new variable into their escape plan. Harry wasn't just a child to be protected anymore, he was a powerful ally with abilities that could turn the tide of this confrontation. They reached the entrance to the panic room, but the electronic door remained stubbornly locked despite Natasha's access code. Magic's affecting the circuits, she muttered. We need manual override. Or this, Harry suggested, placing his palm against the door. His eyes closed in concentration, and Natasha felt the hair on her arms stand up as energy radiated from him. With a series of mechanical clicks, the door unlocked and slid open. How did you? I told the door's system to reset and open, Harry explained, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Like talking to a computer, but with magic instead of code. They slipped inside, and Natasha quickly secured the door behind them. The panic room was heavily fortified, with independent power, air filtration, communications, and enough supplies for days if necessary. Natasha accessed the security monitors, cycling through camera feeds to assess the situation. What she saw wasn't encouraging. The Death Eaters were systematically moving through the facility, disabling shield agents with alarming ease. Clint was still free, using the ventilation system to move undetected, but Fury was locked in combat with Malfoy in the main control room. "Your director fights well for a Muggle," Malfoy was saying as he deflected another of Fury's shots. "But surely you must see the futility. The boy belongs in our world." "The boy," Fury retorted, "doesn't belong to anyone. And your world did a piss-poor job of caring for him the first time around." Malfoy's face twisted in a cold smile. "We're not interested in caring for him. We're interested in what he contains." On a different monitor, Natasha could see McGonagall and Dr. Cho barricaded in the medical wing, defending against two Death Eaters. "This is insane," Natasha muttered. "How did they penetrate our defenses so easily?" "They had help," Harry said grimly, pointing to another monitor where a figure in ministry robes was systematically disabling the magical wards that had been established around the facility. "That's Rookwood. He was an unspeakable, worked with magical research for the ministry before it came out he was secretly a Death Eater. He must have studied the protections when the ministry delegation visited." Natasha looked at Harry with renewed concern. This level of specific knowledge about Death Eaters went beyond what even the memory blocks should have contained. "Harry, how do you know all this?" His green eyes met hers, troubled but determined. "I told you, I just know things now. It's like having access to a database I didn't know existed." He tapped his scar. His database. Voldemort's knowledge, Natasha realized. "You're tapping into it through the Horcrux." Harry nodded. "Not everything. Just bits and pieces. Especially about his followers." His face darkened. "And Malfoy was one of his inner circle. He's lying about why they're here. What do they really want?" "The Horcrux," Harry confirmed. "But not to protect it. They want to use it to bring Voldemort back. They need a piece of his soul and—" He hesitated, looking slightly ill, "and my blood. The blood of the enemy, forcibly taken." Natasha's protective instincts flared. "That's not happening. Not while I'm breathing." Harry smiled at her, a strangely adult expression of appreciation on his young face. "I know. That's why I need to help fight them." "Harry, I can," he insisted. "The blocks are gone. I can feel my magic properly now. And I can feel his knowledge too, how to use it." Natasha studied him carefully. Everything in her training said that putting a 5-year-old child into combat was unconscionable, no matter how powerful. But this was no ordinary situation, and Harry was rapidly proving to be no ordinary child. "If, and this is a big if, we do this," she said slowly, "you follow my lead exactly. You stay behind me, you do only what I tell you, and if I say run, you run. No arguments." Harry nodded solemnly. "Agreed." Natasha activated the panic room's communication system. "Fury, Barton, this is Romanoff. Asset secure but situation critical. Requesting strategic assessment." After a moment of static, Fury's voice came through, punctuated by what sounded like spellfire. "Romanoff, they've breached all outer defenses. Banner is 5 minutes out with reinforcements, but we need to hold until then. Magical countermeasures ineffective, they've adapted." "Sir, we have intelligence on their objective," Natasha reported, glancing at Harry. "They're after the Horcrux, not just Harry. Possible ritual involving his blood." A string of creative curses came through the speaker. "That changes things. Primary objective, keep Potter secure at all costs. Secondary, capture one of these bastards for interrogation." "Sir, I have an alternative suggestion," Natasha said carefully. Potter has access to tactical information about our attackers. With the blocks removed, his magical abilities have increased significantly. I propose a controlled intervention. There was a pause, during which they could hear more spell fire. You're suggesting we use a 5-year-old in combat? I'm suggesting we allow a powerful ally to help us protect himself, Natasha corrected. Under strict parameters. Another pause. Your call, Romanoff. You know my thoughts on child soldiers, but if these wizards get what they want. Understood, sir. Natasha turned to Harry, who had been monitoring the security feeds with intense concentration. All right, here's the plan. We're going to make our way to the control room to rendezvous with Fury. You stay behind me, provide intel on our opponents, and use your abilities defensively only. No direct engagement unless absolutely necessary. Harry nodded, his expression shifting from childlike to something more focused and serious. Malfoy will have at least one escape route planned. Probably a port key, an object enchanted for magical transportation. We need to make sure they don't get me near it. How do we identify a port key? We can't easily, Harry admitted. It could be anything. But they usually need direct contact to activate. Natasha processed this information quickly. So we maintain distance, avoid physical contact with any objects they try to give you. Got it. She checked her weapons, 2 handguns with standard ammunition, unlikely to be effective against magical shields, 3 specialized stun batons designed after the first encounter with wizards, which might work better, and an assortment of widow's bites and other tactical gear. Ready? She asked Harry. He nodded, his small face set with determination. Stay close. Move only when I move. With that, she unlocked the panic room door, checked the corridor, and led them out into the facility. They moved quickly but cautiously through the halls, avoiding the main corridors where most of the fighting was concentrated. Harry proved surprisingly adept at stealth for a 5-year-old, following Natasha's lead with careful precision. 2 ahead, he whispered as they approached an intersection. Crabbe and Goyle. Not very bright, but magically strong. Natasha peered around the corner, confirming 2 hulking figures in Death Eater robes. She readied a stun baton in each hand. Stay here. I'll neutralize them. Before Harry could respond, she was moving, her approach silent until the last possible moment. The first Death Eater barely had time to turn before her baton connected with his neck, the specialized current designed to disrupt magical shields. He dropped with a gurgle. The second was quicker, getting off a spell that Natasha barely dodged. It hit the wall behind her, melting a section of metal like acid. She rolled under his next attack, coming up inside his guard to slam the second baton into his chest. He staggered but didn't fall, raising his wand for another spell. Suddenly, the wand flew from his hand, zipping past Natasha to where Harry stood at the corner, arm extended. The Death Eater's eyes widened in shock just before Natasha's final strike rendered him unconscious. I said stay back, she admonished, returning to Harry. You said stay back, not don't help, he pointed out reasonably, examining the wand he'd summoned. Besides, I didn't engage directly. Natasha bit back a smile despite the seriousness of the situation. Let's keep moving. Control room is 2 levels up. They continued their progress, encountering and avoiding 2 more Death Eaters before reaching the emergency stairwell. As they climbed, Natasha noticed Harry was breathing harder than normal. You okay? Just tired, he admitted. Using magic without a wand takes more energy. But I'm fine, he added quickly. I can keep going. Natasha made a mental note to monitor him closely for signs of magical exhaustion, something McGonagall had warned them about during their training sessions. They were approaching the control room level when the stairwell door above them burst open. Lucius Malfoy stood framed in the doorway, his elegant features twisted with triumph. There you are, he purred, wand already moving in a complex pattern. Enough games, Potter. You're coming with us. Natasha pushed Harry behind her, stun baton raised, but Malfoy's spell hit her squarely in the chest. Instead of pain, she felt her body go completely rigid, frozen in place like a statue. Full body bind, Malfoy explained unnecessarily. Don't worry, it won't kill you. We have no quarrel with S.H.I.E.L.D. directly, merely with your interference in wizarding affairs. Leave her alone. Harry shouted, stepping out from behind Natasha's immobilized form. Malfoy smiled coldly. Come quietly, Potter, and I won't harm your Muggle protector further. Harry's small hands balled into fists at his sides. You're lying. You'll kill her the moment I go with you. Perhaps, Malfoy conceded with a casual shrug. But your options are limited. Come willingly, or I'll drag you after stunning you senseless. Either way, you'll provide what we need for the ritual. Natasha struggled against the magical binding with every ounce of her formidable will, but her body remained frozen. She could only watch as Harry stood alone against the Death Eater. I'm not going anywhere with you, Harry said, his voice suddenly deeper, more resonant with power. And you're making a mistake, Lucius. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Am I? Yes, Harry said quietly. You think I'm just a child. But I remember everything now. Including how to do this. He raised his hand, and before Malfoy could react, the air around him seemed to compress and distort. The Death Eater's wand movement faltered as he gasped for breath, clutching at his throat. That's how he punished you, isn't it? Harry continued in that same unervingly adult voice. When you failed him? Cutting off your air, making you beg. Malfoy's eyes bulged with terror as he dropped to his knees, his wand clattering down the stairs. Whatever Harry was doing to him, it was clearly drawing on knowledge that no 5-year-old should possess. Harry, Natasha managed to say through the magical binding, her lips barely able to move. Stop. The sound of her voice seemed to break through to him. Harry blinked, and the terrible pressure in the air dissipated. Malfoy collapsed on the landing, gasping desperately for air. Harry stared at his own hands in horror. I didn't. I don't know how I. It's okay, Natasha forced out. Not your fault. Malfoy was already recovering, fumbling for a secondary wand hidden in his robes. Harry saw it just in time. Expelliarmus, he shouted, instinctively using a spell he shouldn't have known. A jet of red light shot from his palm, knocking Malfoy's backup wand away. Before either could make another move, the door above burst open again. Clint stood there, bow drawn, an arrow pointed directly at Malfoy's head. This one's not a flashbang, he warned the wizard. Move and find out what happens when an armor-piercing broadhead hits that pretty face of yours. Seconds later, Fury appeared behind Clint, his gun trained on Malfoy. Status, Romanoff. Temporarily immobilized, she managed to reply through nearly frozen lips. Spell effect. Fury nodded to Clint, who kept his aim steady while the director approached Malfoy. Here's how this goes, Fury said conversationally. You undo whatever you did to my agent, we arrest you and your friends for trespassing on a secure government facility, and maybe, just maybe, I don't hand you over to some very interested parties at the Pentagon who'd love to study wizard biology. Malfoy's aristocratic features contorted with hatred. You dare threaten me? Do you have any idea who I am? A terrorist attempting to kidnap a child from U.S. government protection, Fury replied evenly. Now, undo the spell, or find out exactly how much damage Barton's arrow can do before your magical healing kicks in. With a look of utter loathing, Malfoy flicked his fingers in a wandless gesture. Natasha felt the binding spell release, her muscles burning as circulation returned. Harry, she said immediately, moving to check on the boy. He stood rigidly where she'd left him, his face pale with shock at his own actions. I almost killed him, Harry whispered, eyes wide. I knew exactly how to do it. I could feel the knowledge, like it was my own. But you didn't, Natasha reminded him firmly. You stopped. That's what matters. Harry nodded shakily, but the haunted look in his eyes remained. Natasha pulled him close, shielding him from Malfoy's venomous gaze. "Get that piece of garbage secure," Fury ordered Clint. "Magically and conventionally. Then find out what happened to the rest of his team." "Already taken care of," came a new voice as Bruce Banner appeared in the doorway, looking rumpled but calm. "The strike team arrived right after me. We've got 5 Death Eaters in custody, 2 in medical with serious injuries, and 1 who managed to teleport away. And our people? 3 with moderate injuries, everyone else just stunned or bound. Dr. Cho is treating them now, with Professor McGonagall's assistance." Fury nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to Harry. "You all right, son?" Harry straightened his shoulders, visibly pulling himself together. "Yes, sir. Good work today. You kept your head in a crisis." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied quietly, though he didn't look particularly pleased with the praise. As strike team members arrived to take Malfoy into specialized custody, Natasha kept Harry close to her side, noting how he deliberately avoided looking at the Death Eater. "Let's get you back to medical," she suggested. "Dr. Cho should check you over after using that much magic." Harry nodded wordlessly, allowing her to guide him back through the facility. The aftermath of the battle was evident everywhere: scorched walls, shattered equipment, agents being treated for various magical injuries. But they'd won, and more importantly, they protected Harry from whatever dark ritual Malfoy had planned. In the medical wing, they found McGonagall deep in conversation with Dr. Cho, both women looking serious as they examined magical burns on an injured agent. "Ah, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said when she spotted them. "I'm relieved to see you safe." "Thanks to his own actions as much as ours," Natasha informed her. "He needs a checkup. He used significant wandless magic during the confrontation." McGonagall's eyebrows shot up. "Wandless magic? Of what nature?" Harry looked down at his shoes. "I disarmed Malfoy. And before that, I nearly choked him. Without touching him." The professor's face paled. "That's very advanced dark magic, Potter. Far beyond what a child should be capable of, even one as naturally gifted as yourself." "It wasn't me, I mean, it was, but I was using his knowledge," Harry tried to explain. "Voldemort's, I mean. It just came to me how to do it." McGonagall and Dr. Cho exchanged alarmed looks. "Get him on a scanner immediately," Dr. Cho instructed a nearby nurse. "Full neural and magical energy mapping." As Harry was led to an examination bed, Natasha pulled the 2 women aside. "This is what Dumbledore warned about, isn't it? The connection giving Harry access to Voldemort's abilities." "Yes, but it shouldn't be manifesting this strongly, this quickly," McGonagall said with evident concern. "The connection was supposed to be dormant until you know who regained power. Unless..." "Unless what?" Natasha pressed. "Unless removing all the blocks at once has created a vacuum effect," Dr. Cho theorized. "Harry's mind, suddenly free of constraints, is pulling in whatever information it can access, including through the Horcrux connection. Which means he needs a clemency training immediately," McGonagall concluded. "Before the connection becomes any more established." "A clemency?" Dr. Banner joined their conversation, adjusting his glasses nervously. "The mind protection Dumbledore mentioned?" "Yes," McGonagall confirmed. "It's normally taught to older students, but given the circumstances." "Will it hurt him?" Natasha asked bluntly. McGonagall hesitated. "It's not physically painful, but it is mentally taxing. It requires confronting one's own thoughts and memories, sorting and organizing them, building mental defenses." "So more mental manipulation," Natasha summarized, her displeasure evident. "Not manipulation," McGonagall corrected. "Protection. Teaching Mr. Potter to protect himself from external influence." "And who would teach him?" Dr. Cho asked. "Dumbledore?" McGonagall's lips thinned. while Albus is a skilled occlumens, given the current tensions. Perhaps another instructor would be more appropriate. You. Natasha suggested. I know the basics, but I'm not a master, McGonagall admitted. For this, we would need someone with exceptional skill. Perhaps Severus. Snape. Harry's voice called from the examination bed, where he was apparently listening to their conversation. Not him. He hated my dad. McGonagall looked startled. How could you possibly know that, Potter? Harry tapped his scar meaningfully. I know a lot of things now. And Snape would hate teaching me. Nevertheless, he is the most skilled occlumens available, after Albus himself, McGonagall insisted. And while he and your father had their differences, he was a colleague of your mother's. Natasha noted the careful phrasing and filed it away for future investigation. Let's table the occlumency discussion until we have the scan results. For now, Harry needs rest and monitoring. Dr. Cho agreed, turning back to her examination. His magical energy levels are depleted but not dangerously so. Heart rate and neural activity elevated but stabilizing. I'd recommend at least 24 hours of observation and complete magical rest. I'll stay with him, Natasha said immediately. No one questioned this arrangement. In the weeks since Harry's rescue from Privet Drive, it had become clear to everyone at the facility that Natasha had appointed herself his primary protector, a role that went beyond professional duty into something none of them quite had the courage to name, least of all Natasha herself. As the others dispersed to deal with the aftermath of the Death Eater incursion, Natasha pulled a chair beside Harry's bed. He looked exhausted, his small face drawn with fatigue and the lingering shock of what he'd done. You should get some rest too, he told her, his concern touching in its earnestness. You got hit with that freezing spell. I've had worse, she assured him with a small smile. Part of the job. Harry nodded, then hesitated. Natasha. I'm scared. Of Malfoy and the Death Eaters? They're contained. They can't get to you here. No, Harry shook his head. I'm scared of what's in my head. Of what I might do with it. His voice dropped to a whisper. When I was choking Malfoy, part of me liked it. Enjoyed having that power over him. That wasn't me, was it? That was him. Natasha considered her answer carefully. She could offer him comforting platitudes, assure him it was all Voldemort's influence, but Harry deserved the truth, however complex. I think, she said slowly, it was probably both. Voldemort's knowledge and darkness, yes. But we all have the capacity for darkness, Harry. Even children. The difference is in the choices we make. But I didn't know I was making a choice until you called my name, Harry insisted. It just happened. This time, Natasha acknowledged. But next time you'll be more aware, more prepared. And eventually, with the right training, you'll be able to separate his impulses from your own before you act on them. Harry thought about this, his green eyes troubled but thoughtful. Is that what you had to do? With the things the Red Room put in your head? Natasha managed not to flinch at the direct question. Yes, she admitted. There are still trigger phrases, conditioned responses, that I have to consciously override. It gets easier with time and practice. Will you help me? He asked. Even if I need this occlumency thing from wizards too. Of course, she promised. We'll approach this from both sides, magical and non-magical training. You'll have the best of both worlds. This seemed to reassure him somewhat. Harry settled back against his pillows, his eyelids growing heavy with exhaustion. Will you stay until I fall asleep? He asked, his voice sliding toward drowsiness. I'll be right here, Natasha promised, an echo of the words she'd spoken to him that first day in the SHIELD medical facility. As Harry drifted off to sleep, Natasha found herself studying his face, peaceful now, the strain and fear temporarily erased by slumber. How had this small, extraordinary boy come to mean so much to her in such a short time? She'd protected assets before, guarded important people, but this was different. This felt personal in a way her work rarely did. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Fury stood there, his expression even more serious than usual. "We need to talk," he said quietly. "Not here." Natasha glanced at Harry, confirming he was truly asleep before following Fury to an adjacent office. Inside, she found Clint and Dr. Cho waiting, both looking grim. "What's happened?" she asked immediately. "We've got problems," Fury stated flatly. "Three kinds. First, we finished interrogating Malfoy with Veritaserum, that truth potion McGonagall provided. He was operating without Ministry knowledge or approval. Pure rogue operation. That's good, isn't it?" Natasha frowned. "Means we don't have an international diplomatic incident. Except for problem number 2, Clint picked up. His plan wasn't just to take Harry for a resurrection ritual. He wanted the blood, yes, but he was also planning to extract the Horcrux surgically." Natasha felt a cold fury building inside her. "Extract it how?" "By removing Harry's skull fragment where the scar is located," Dr. Cho said, her professional demeanor barely containing her revulsion. He described the procedure in detail under the truth serum. "It would have been fatal, of course." "And problem number 3? Natasha asked, knowing there was more. Fury's expression darkened further. "The escaped Death Eater got away with detailed information about our facility, Harry's condition, and most concerning, the fact that all memory blocks have been removed. If this gets back to Voldemort's wraith form, he'll know the connection is open," Natasha concluded. "He might try to exploit it directly." "Exactly," Fury confirmed. "Which means we need to accelerate our plans for Harry's protection and training. No more gradual adjustment period. We need magical defenses in place immediately, and we need to relocate to a more secure facility." "The playground?" Clint suggested. "Too many people," Fury shook his head. "I'm thinking the cottage." Natasha nodded in understanding. The cottage was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most classified safe houses, a remote facility in the Adirondack Mountains, originally built to house gifted individuals who needed complete isolation. It was off all official records, protected by the most advanced security systems available, and, most importantly, staffed by only the most trusted agents. "When do we move?" she asked. "Tomorrow," Fury decided. "Banner's already working with McGonagall to establish magical defenses that won't interfere with our tech. Barton, you'll coordinate the transport. Romanoff, you stick with the boy. His trust in you will be crucial for what comes next." "And what does come next, exactly?" Natasha pressed. Fury exchanged looks with Dr. Cho before answering. "We've reviewed all the data from today's incident and the final block removal. The Horcrux isn't just sitting passively in Harry's scar anymore. It's actively integrating with his developing magical system." "Meaning?" "Meaning we're in a race against time," Dr. Cho explained. "Either we find a way to remove the Horcrux safely before the integration becomes too advanced, or Harry becomes more Voldemort than himself," Fury finished bluntly. The words hung in the air, their implications too terrible to contemplate fully. "That's not going to happen," Natasha stated, her voice leaving no room for doubt. "We'll find a way to remove it." "I hope you're right," Fury said. "Because if we can't, we might face an even harder choice down the line." The unspoken implication was clear: if Harry became a threat, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have protocols in place to contain that threat permanently. It was the same contingency planning they applied to all powerful, potentially dangerous individuals, from Banner to the enhanced operatives they occasionally encountered. "Harry is not a threat," Natasha said sharply. "He's a victim. And he's 5 years old. A 5-year-old who nearly choked a man to death with his mind today," Fury reminded her. "I'm not saying we're anywhere near implementing containment protocols, Romanoff. I'm saying we need to be realistic about what we're dealing with." "We're dealing with a child who needs our protection and guidance," Natasha insisted. Not a weapon to be pointed or neutralized. Agreed, Fury said, surprising her. That's why you're in charge of his day-to-day care and training. You see him as a person first, an asset second. That perspective is valuable. Natasha absorbed this, understanding the trust Fury was placing in her judgment. What about Dumbledore? He'll want to be involved in Harry's occlumency training. Limited involvement, supervised at all times, Fury decided. And will insist on full disclosure about any magical techniques used. No more hidden agendas. They discussed the logistics of the move and the new security protocols for another hour before concluding the meeting. As the others filed out, Fury held Natasha back with a hand on her arm. One more thing, he said once they were alone. This connection you've formed with the boy is professional, Natasha cut in defensively. Fury raised an eyebrow. Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks a lot more personal than anything I've seen from you before. Natasha didn't respond immediately, unsure herself how to categorize what she felt for Harry. It wasn't simply professional duty, but neither was it something she could easily name. Whatever it is, Fury continued when she didn't speak, I'm not criticizing it. A kid like Harry needs someone in his corner, someone who sees him for who he is, not what he could be used for. If that's you, so be it. Just be aware of the complications it might create down the line. What complications? Emotional investment affects judgment, Fury said simply. Makes you prioritize the individual over the mission. That's not always a bad thing, but it needs to be acknowledged. Natasha considered this. Are you asking if I can make the hard call if it comes to it? I'm asking if you're clear about where your priorities lie, Fury corrected. Because from what we're learning about this Horcrux situation, there may come a point where Harry's well-being and world security don't align neatly. Then we'll find a third option, Natasha said firmly. One that protects both. Fury studied her for a moment, then nodded. That's what I thought you'd say. He moved toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, Romanoff, I think you're good for him. And maybe he's good for you too. After he left, Natasha returned to Harry's bedside, finding him still peacefully asleep. She watched the steady rise and fall of his chest, the occasional twitch of his fingers as he dreamed. On his forehead, the lightning scar seemed more prominent than before, slightly inflamed around the edges. Good for each other. Perhaps Fury was right. In protecting Harry, in giving him the childhood and choices she herself had been denied, maybe Natasha was reclaiming something of what the Red Room had taken from her. A capacity for connection. For care without calculation. For putting someone else's needs above the mission. It should have terrified her, this growing attachment. Instead, as she settled into the chair beside his bed to keep her silent vigil, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. The cottage proved to be a misnomer. The facility sprawled across several acres of forested land, its main building a surprisingly modern structure disguised to blend with the natural surroundings. Underground levels housed laboratories and training facilities, while the surface building provided living quarters designed to feel more like a home than a government installation. Harry stood at the window of what would be his new bedroom, watching a family of deer graze at the forest edge. It's nice here, he decided. Quiet. That's the idea, Natasha agreed, unpacking his modest collection of clothes into a dresser. Safe, isolated, and plenty of space for you to practice controlling your abilities without breaking government equipment. Harry smiled faintly at that. In the week since the Death Eater incursion, his powers had continued to develop rapidly, often manifesting in unpredictable ways when his emotions ran high. Just yesterday, he'd accidentally shattered every window in the transport vehicle during a nightmare. When does the occlumency teacher arrive? He asked, turning from the window. Tomorrow morning. Fury's still negotiating the terms with Dumbledore. Harry nodded, his expression somber beyond his years. They're arguing about me again, aren't they? About who gets to decide what happens to me. Natasha set down the shirt she was folding. They're discussing your training schedule, that's all. Dumbledore wants more involvement from the wizarding world, Fury wants to maintain S.H.I.E.L.D.'s primary authority. And what do you want? Harry asked directly. The question caught her off guard. Most children his age wouldn't think to ask an adult such a thing. I want whatever gives you the best chance at a normal, healthy life, she answered honestly. With choices about your future that are truly yours to make. Harry seemed to consider this carefully. I don't think my life will ever be normal, he said finally. Not with this. He tapped his scar. But I'd like to have choices. Then that's what we'll fight for, Natasha promised. A knock at the door interrupted them. Clint poked his head in, grinning. Setting up okay in here? I found these in the storage room, thought the kid might like them. He held up several model airplanes and a remote-controlled helicopter. Harry's face lit up with childlike enthusiasm, a welcome change from his recent seriousness. Cool. Can we fly them outside? After lunch, Natasha stipulated. You need to eat first, and then Dr. Banner wants to do your baseline readings in the new lab. Harry's shoulders slumped slightly, but he nodded without complaint. In the days since the memory blocks had been fully removed, he'd submitted to endless tests and examinations with remarkable patience for a child his age. After Clint left, promising to return with sandwiches, Harry turned back to Natasha with a thoughtful expression. Can I ask you something? Of course. If they find a way to remove the Horcrux, will you still want me around? The question struck Natasha like a physical blow. Harry, what makes you think that's even a question? He shrugged, suddenly very interested in his shoelaces. You're all here because I'm special, right? Because I have this connection, and these powers, and everyone wants to study me or use me or protect me from being used. But if I was just, normal. Harry, look at me, Natasha said firmly, waiting until his green eyes met hers. I didn't step in that night at Privet Drive because you were special. I stepped in because you were a child being hurt, and that was wrong. Everything since then, the tests, the security, the training, that's all about keeping you safe. But it's not why I'm here. Then why are you, he asked, his voice small. Natasha considered deflecting the question, giving him some professional explanation about duty and protection. But Harry deserved better than half-truths. I'm here because I care about what happens to you, she said simply. Not Harry Potter the wizarding celebrity, or Harry Potter the strategic asset, but just Harry, the kid who likes model airplanes and puts ketchup on everything and still sleeps with that stuffed dog Clint gave you even though you think you're too old for it. Harry flushed slightly at the mention of the stuffed dog but looked considerably relieved. So if the Horcrux was gone, and the wizarding world stopped trying to get me back, I'd still be right here, Natasha assured him. For as long as you want me to be. The smile that spread across Harry's face was worth every moment of uncertainty Natasha had felt about her growing attachment to him. Before she could say anything more, Harry surprised her by darting forward and wrapping his arms around her waist in a quick, fierce hug. Thank you, he mumbled against her shirt before pulling away, looking slightly embarrassed by his own impulsiveness. Natasha, recovering from her own surprise, ruffled his perpetually messy hair. Come on, let's go see about those sandwiches before Clint eats them all. The next morning brought the arrival of Harry's occlumency instructor, not Severus Snape, as McGonagall had suggested, nor Dumbledore himself, but a third option that had emerged from the negotiations, Remus Lupin, a pale, prematurely graying man with kind eyes and a shabby appearance that belied his evident intelligence. Harry, he said softly when they were introduced, his voice thick with emotion. You look so much like James. But you have Lily's eyes. You knew my parents? Harry asked eagerly. Very well, Lupin confirmed with a sad smile. Your father was one of my best friends at school. And your mother was the brightest witch of our year, and the kindest. Natasha watched their interaction carefully. Lupin had been thoroughly vetted by both S.H.I.E.L.D. and, surprisingly, Dumbledore himself, who had vouched for the man's character and skill in occlumency. What made him particularly valuable was his independence. while clearly a part of the wizarding world, he held no official position and, according to his file, had been deliberately kept away from Harry until now due to his condition. Mr. Lupin suffers from lycanthropy, Fury had informed Natasha during the briefing. He's a werewolf, transforms at the full moon. Dumbledore assures us he takes precautions and presents no danger to the boy. Now, observing the genuine warmth and restraint with which Lupin approached Harry, Natasha found herself cautiously optimistic about this arrangement. I understand you'll be teaching me occlumency, Harry said, pronouncing the unfamiliar word carefully. Yes, Lupin nodded. Though I must admit, teaching it to someone so young is unusual. Typically, the mind needs to mature further before the necessary mental structures can be built. But your situation is unique. Because of the Horcrux, Harry stated matter-of-factly. Lupin flinched slightly at the direct reference but recovered quickly. Yes. The connection it creates makes your mind vulnerable in ways that can't wait for traditional teaching timelines. He glanced at Natasha. I understand you'll be observing our sessions. Every moment, she confirmed unapologetically. Rather than taking offense, Lupin smiled. Good. Harry needs people looking out for his best interests. James and Lily would approve. The first occlumency lesson took place in a specially prepared room in the cottage's underground level. The space had been designed with both magical and technological monitoring, sensors to track Harry's neural activity, magical detectors to monitor energy fluctuations, and cameras to record the session for later analysis. Occlumency begins with awareness, Lupin explained, sitting cross-legged on a cushion across from Harry, who mimicked his posture. Before you can defend your mind, you must first understand it, not just intellectually, but experientially. You need to recognize the difference between your thoughts and external influences. How do I do that? Harry asked. We'll start with a simple meditation exercise, Lupin said. Close your eyes and focus on your breathing. When thoughts arise, as they inevitably will, simply observe them without judgment, then return your attention to your breath. Natasha watched from the corner as Harry followed these instructions, his small face screwing up in concentration before gradually relaxing. For 15 minutes, Lupin guided him through the basic meditation, occasionally offering gentle corrections or encouragement. That's enough for today, Lupin finally said. How do you feel, Harry? Harry opened his eyes, blinking like someone emerging from a dark room into sunlight. My head feels quieter. But also, I noticed more thoughts than usual, if that makes sense. Perfect sense, Lupin nodded approvingly. You weren't having more thoughts, you were simply more aware of the thoughts you always have. That awareness is the foundation of occlumency. Will this really help keep him out of my head? Harry asked doubtfully. Lupin's expression grew serious. Eventually, yes. But occlumency is not a quick fix, Harry. It requires consistent practice and gradual development. We'll work up to specific defenses against intrusion, but first, you need to become intimately familiar with your own mental landscape, what belongs there and what doesn't. After Lupin left, promising to return the following day, Harry turned to Natasha with a thoughtful expression. I like him. He doesn't treat me like I'm made of glass or like I'm some kind of weapon. No, Natasha agreed. He treats you like his friend's son. Do you think he could tell me more about my parents? Harry asked hopefully. Not just that they were brave and smart, but real things, what they liked to eat, what made them laugh. I'm sure he could, Natasha said. Why don't you ask him tomorrow? Harry nodded, then hesitated. There's something else about him, though. Something he's not saying. Like what? I don't know exactly, Harry frowned. Just a feeling I get. Like he's sad about something more than just my parents dying. Something about me specifically. Natasha made a mental note to dig deeper into Lupin's background. If Harry was picking up on something, whether through his enhanced intuition or the Horcrux connection, it warranted investigation. We'll figure it out, she assured him. Now, how about some target practice? Dr. Banner modified those special arrows to work with your current energy levels. Harry brightened at the prospect. Race you to the training room. As he dashed ahead, Natasha allowed herself a small smile. Despite everything, the Horcrux, the wizarding world's interference, the weight of prophecy, Harry was still, in many ways, a normal child. Her job was to make sure he had the chance to stay that way for as long as possible. The days fell into a new routine at the cottage. Mornings began with physical training, adapted martial arts and basic conditioning exercises designed to help Harry develop better control of his body and, by extension, his magic. Lupin arrived mid-morning for occlumency lessons, which gradually increased in duration and complexity as Harry showed remarkable aptitude for the mental discipline. Afternoons were dedicated to magical theory and controlled practice with McGonagall, who visited 3 times weekly, and technological integration with Dr. Banner, who was developing specialized equipment that could help Harry channel and direct his abilities with more precision. Evenings were reserved for what Natasha considered equally important, normal childhood activities. Games with Clint, movie nights, exploring the woods around the cottage, within the security perimeter, and simply allowing Harry to play and be a kid without the weight of his unique circumstances constantly pressing down on him. 2 weeks into this new arrangement, Natasha found Harry sitting on the dock by the small lake on the property, skipping stones across the water's surface, without touching them. He would select a stone mentally, lift it, and send it bouncing across the lake with increasing control. 8 skips, she noted, sitting beside him. That's a new record. Harry grinned. Professor Lupin showed me how to visualize the stone's path before I move it. It helps with control. He's a good teacher. The best, Harry agreed enthusiastically. And guess what? He's going to show me pictures of my parents next time. He found a whole album from their school days. Natasha smiled at his excitement. That's great, Harry. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the sunset paint the water in shades of gold and crimson. Finally, Harry spoke, his voice suddenly serious. I had another dream last night. About him. Natasha didn't need to ask who him was. The same as before. Harry shook his head. Different. He was in a forest, talking to a snake. He was still, not fully human. More like a spirit possessing someone else. I could see through his eyes. He shuddered. He's planning something, Natasha. Something about getting his body back. Did you see any details? Locations, other people? Just trees. Lots of trees. And he kept mentioning something called the Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked up at her. I think I'm supposed to tell Dumbledore about these dreams. That's what the occlumency is for, right? To keep him out, but also to remember what I see when he gets in. Natasha chose her words carefully. The occlumency is primarily to protect your mind, Harry. But yes, any intelligence you gather could be valuable, to us and to Dumbledore. Do you trust him? Harry asked suddenly. Dumbledore, I mean. I trust that he wants to defeat Voldemort, Natasha replied honestly. I don't necessarily trust his methods or his willingness to sacrifice others for what he considers the greater good. Harry nodded, seemingly satisfied with this assessment. That's what I think too. He's not evil, but he calculates. Everything and everyone is a piece on his chessboard. He picked up another stone mentally, sending it skipping across the lake. I don't want to be just a piece. You won't be, Natasha promised. Not as long as I have any say in the matter. Before Harry could respond, the security alert on Natasha's comm unit activated with 3 short pulses: visitor at the perimeter, identity confirmed, classified arrival. We have company, she informed Harry, rising to her feet. Someone important, from the security code. They walked back to the main building together, arriving just as a sleek black vehicle pulled up to the entrance. The door opened, and Nick Fury stepped out, followed by a tall, elegant black woman in formal robes that marked her as a member of the wizarding world. "Agent Romanoff, Mr. Potter," Fury greeted them. "This is Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for Britain's Ministry of Magic." "Ms. Romanoff, Mr. Potter," the witch inclined her head slightly. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me." "We weren't aware we had a choice," Natasha replied neutrally, positioning herself slightly in front of Harry. "A fair point," Madame Bones acknowledged with a thin smile. "But I assure you, my presence here is unofficial. Minister Fudge believes I'm investigating dark artifacts in Scotland this week." Fury gestured toward the main entrance. "Let's continue this inside. We've prepared a secure conference room." As they followed him, Harry whispered to Natasha, "She's different from the other ministry people. She actually wants to help." Natasha glanced down at him, noting the certainty in his voice. His empathic abilities were becoming increasingly refined, another development that both impressed and concerned her. The conference room was indeed secure, magically and technologically, with Dr. Banner and Lupin already waiting inside. The unexpected presence of Harry's occlumency teacher raised Natasha's eyebrows, but Fury's slight nod indicated Lupin's attendance was planned. Once everyone was seated, Madame Bones came directly to the point. "I've come because the situation regarding Mr. Potter has become untenable within the ministry. The attack on your facility by Death Eaters acting without official sanction has created a significant rift in our government. And you're here to what? Smooth things over?" Natasha asked skeptically. "I'm here," Madame Bones replied firmly, "because I've reviewed the evidence of what was done to Mr. Potter, the memory blocks, the placement with abusive relatives, the withholding of his heritage, and I find it legally and ethically indefensible." This was not the response Natasha had expected. She exchanged glances with Fury, who looked similarly surprised. "Albus Dumbledore has operated beyond his authority for years," Madame Bones continued. "As Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump, he has significant political power, but he never had legal guardianship of Mr. Potter. His decisions were, at best, extra-legal. And at worst?" Dr. Banner prompted. "Criminal," Madame Bones stated bluntly. "Memory tampering without consent or legal sanction is a serious offense in the wizarding world, particularly when performed on a child." Harry, who had been listening intently, spoke up. "Does that mean Dumbledore could go to Azkaban? For what he did to me?" Madame Bones regarded him carefully. "In theory, yes. In practice, Albus Dumbledore is considered by many to be the greatest wizard of our age and a hero of 2 wizarding wars. Political realities make prosecution challenging." "So why are you here?" Natasha pressed. "If not to prosecute Dumbledore or reclaim Harry for the ministry. I'm here to offer a compromise," Madame Bones explained. "One that acknowledges both Mr. Potter's rights as a wizard and his current circumstances under shield protection." She removed a sealed parchment from her robes and placed it on the table. "This is a formal recognition of shared guardianship. It would grant shield, specifically, Agent Romanoff as named guardian, primary physical custody of Mr. Potter until he reaches magical majority at 17, while establishing a framework for his magical education and eventual integration into wizarding society on his own terms." Natasha felt a jolt of surprise at hearing herself named as Harry's guardian. She looked to Fury, who gave a small nod, confirming this had been part of the negotiations. "And what does the ministry get out of this arrangement?" she asked, still skeptical. "Stability," Madame Bones replied simply. "The boy who lived remains safe and receives proper magical training, preventing a power vacuum that dark elements might exploit. The ministry maintains nominal connection to Mr. Potter without the appearance of having lost control of a national icon. And most importantly, we avoid an international incident between the magical and non-magical governments." "What about Dumbledore?" Fury inquired. "Where does he stand on this compromise?" Madame Bones's expression tightened slightly. "Albus has reservations. He believes Mr. Potter's destiny lies more firmly within the wizarding world. However, He has acknowledged that his own actions have created the current situation and has agreed not to oppose this arrangement openly. Harry, who had remained surprisingly quiet, finally spoke. "Do I get any say in this?" All eyes turned to him. "Of course, Mr. Potter," Madam Bones replied, looking slightly taken aback that a 5-year-old would ask such a question. "This arrangement is designed to provide you with choices as you grow older, not remove them." "Then I want one thing to be clear," Harry said, his young voice steady but determined. "I'll learn magic and wizard stuff, but I'm not just a wizard. I'm going to learn Muggle things too, science and computers and how to defend myself without magic. And when I'm older, I get to choose if I want to live in the wizarding world, the Muggle world, or both. No one else decides that for me." A moment of silence followed this declaration. Natasha felt a surge of pride at Harry's clarity and confidence. "That is precisely what this arrangement intends to protect, Mr. Potter," Madam Bones said finally, a note of genuine respect in her voice. "Your right to choose your own path when the time comes." The meeting continued for another hour, discussing specifics of the agreement, educational requirements, security protocols, communication channels between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Ministry, and provisions for Harry's eventual formal introduction to Wizarding Society. Throughout the discussion, Natasha noticed Harry watching Madam Bones with that same intense, evaluating gaze he sometimes turned on new people, as if he were looking beyond surface appearances to something deeper. When the meeting concluded and the witch prepared to leave, Harry approached her directly. "You're taking a big risk doing this," he said. "Lucius Malfoy and his friends on the Wizengamot won't like it. They might cause trouble for you." Madam Bones looked startled, then thoughtful. "You're very perceptive, Mr. Potter. But justice often requires risk. Just be careful," Harry advised with a seriousness that seemed to surprise the witch. "Especially around people who've suddenly become your friends after this starts." Natasha exchanged alarmed glances with Fury and Lupin. Was Harry having a premonition, or simply showing political awareness beyond his years? After Madam Bones departed with promises of finalizing the agreement within the week, Fury turned to Harry. "Care to explain that last comment, son?" Harry shrugged. "I just had a feeling. Like when I know who to trust and who not to. It's been getting stronger since the blocks came off." "Divination," Lupin murmured. "Or perhaps just enhanced intuition. Your mother had something similar, Harry, an uncanny ability to sense deception and danger. Or it could be the Horcrux connection giving you access to knowledge about Death Eaters and their tactics," Dr. Banner suggested. "Either way, it's valuable intelligence that we should document and analyze." Later, Natasha interjected, noting Harry's growing fatigue. These intense meetings always drained him, especially when he was using his empathic abilities, consciously or not. Harry needs dinner and rest. We can analyze his political insights tomorrow. No one argued with this assessment. As they left the conference room, Harry slipped his hand into Natasha's, a gesture he rarely made anymore, considering himself too big for hand-holding, except when truly tired or overwhelmed. "Did you know?" he asked quietly as they walked toward the residential wing. "About you being my guardian in the agreement?" Fury mentioned it was a possibility, she admitted. "But nothing was definite until today." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Is it okay? If you don't want to, I'd understand. It's a big responsibility, like Madam Bones said." Natasha stopped walking, crouching down to meet Harry at eye level. "It is a big responsibility," she agreed. "But it's one I want, if you do. Being your guardian would make official what's already true, that I'm committed to keeping you safe and helping you grow up to make your own choices." Harry studied her face with that unervingly perceptive gaze. "Even though you never planned on having a kid?" "Some of the best things in life are unplanned," she told him with a small smile. "Like finding a remarkable boy who needed help and discovering I was exactly the right person to provide it." Harry's face broke into a wide grin, the purely childlike expression that always reminded Natasha, despite his extraordinary abilities and circumstances, he was still just a 5-year-old boy who needed security and affection like any other. So I can stay with you? For real? For as long as you want, she promised. Later that evening, after Harry had gone to bed, Natasha found Fury on the cottage's observation deck, looking out over the darkened forest. You should have told me you were naming me as his legal guardian, she said without preamble. Fury didn't turn around. Would you have objected? No, she admitted. But it's the principle of the thing. The principle of allowing the world's most lethal assassin to develop parental attachments to the wizarding world's child savior? Fury asked dryly. Or the principle of not consulting said assassin before making it official? Both, Natasha replied, moving to stand beside him at the railing. It's uncharted territory for me, Nick. I know. He finally turned to look at her. That's partly why I did it. You've spent your whole life being what other people shaped you to be, first the Red Room, then S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe it's time you got to shape something yourself. A child isn't something to be shaped, Natasha objected. That's what was done to both of us, and look how well that turned out. I'm not talking about molding him into a weapon, Fury clarified. I'm talking about providing the guidance and support for him to become whatever he chooses to be. That's what real parenting is, from what I understand. Natasha was silent for a long moment, considering this. I don't know if I can do that. Be what he needs. You already are, Fury said simply. But if you want me to find someone else, no, Natasha interrupted quickly. No, I want to do this. I just don't want to fail him. Fury's expression softened slightly, a rare sight. None of us know if we're going to fail until we try, Romanoff. But from where I stand, you're already giving that boy something he's never had before, someone who puts his needs first, without an agenda. There's still the Horcrux to deal with, Natasha reminded him. And Voldemort. And the prophecy. One problem at a time, Fury advised. For now, focus on the guardianship. The rest, we'll handle as it comes. As Natasha returned to her quarters that night, she passed Harry's room and paused, hearing a soft sound from inside. Gently opening the door, she found him in the grip of a nightmare, his small body tense beneath the covers, face contorted in fear. No, please, don't want to see. He murmured, his head thrashing from side to side. Harry, she called softly, approaching his bed. Harry, wake up. It's just a dream. His eyes flew open, glowing faintly green in the darkness. Natasha, he gasped, disoriented. I'm right here, she assured him, sitting on the edge of his bed. Bad dream? Harry nodded, pushing himself up to sitting position. He's getting stronger. I can feel him more when I sleep. Voldemort? Another nod. He found someone to possess. A wizard. I couldn't see who, but... Harry shuddered. He's coming back, Natasha. And he knows about me, about the Horcrux being unblocked. Natasha felt a chill run down her spine. We need to tell Fury and Lupin about this in the morning. I know. Harry's voice was small, frightened in a way she rarely heard from him anymore. Natasha, would you stay? Just for a little while. Without hesitation, Natasha moved to sit more comfortably on the bed, her back against the headboard. Harry immediately curled against her side, seeking comfort in a way that belied his usual attempts at independence. He won't get to you, she promised, wrapping an arm around his thin shoulders. Not while I'm here. I know, Harry murmured, already drifting back towards sleep, the security of her presence enough to banish the nightmare's lingering fear. You're the Black Widow. Even dark wizards would be scared of you. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Natasha felt her lips quirk into a smile at his unwavering confidence in her abilities. As Harry's breathing deepened into sleep, she remained where she was, keeping watch through the night, the assassin transformed into guardian, the weapon repurposed into shield. The formal signing of the guardianship agreement took place 3 days later in a specially warded room at the cottage. Representatives from various parties were present, Madame Bones for the Ministry of Magic, Fury for S.H.I.E.L.D., Dumbledore representing Hogwarts and the International Confederation of Wizards, and a goblin named Griphook from Gringotts Wizarding Bank to handle the financial and inheritance aspects. Harry, dressed in his best clothes, specially purchased for the occasion, stood beside Natasha as the magically binding document was prepared. The terms are as discussed, Madame Bones explained, unrolling an impressive parchment covered in elaborate script. Primary physical custody to Agent Natasha Romanoff as legal guardian until Mr. Potter reaches magical majority at 17. Magical education to be provided through a combination of tutors approved by both parties and eventual attendance at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry beginning at age 11, should Mr. Potter choose to attend. And the inheritance provisions? Fury inquired. The goblin stepped forward, his sharp teeth visible in what might generously be called a smile. Mr. Potter's accounts remain under Gringotts management but will be jointly accessible by Mr. Potter and his guardian for appropriate educational and living expenses. The Potter family vaults, properties, and heirlooms will transfer fully to Mr. Potter's control upon reaching majority. Throughout this exchange, Natasha noticed Dumbledore watching Harry with a mixture of resignation and calculation. The old wizard had been surprisingly cooperative with the arrangement, offering minimal resistance once it became clear that Madame Bones was prepared to challenge his previous actions legally if necessary. Before we proceed with the signing, Dumbledore spoke up, there is one matter of magical significance that must be addressed. He turned to Harry directly. The blood wards that protected you at your relative's home were tied to your residence there. With this new arrangement, that protection will be permanently broken. Good, Harry said firmly. I'd rather face Voldemort than go back there. A flash of sadness crossed Dumbledore's face. I understand your feelings, Harry, truly I do. But your mother's sacrifice created a powerful protective magic. Without it, we have other protections in place, Fury interrupted. Both magical and technological. The cottage's location is unplottable, as you wizards say, and we've implemented the magical defenses you and McGonagall recommended. And I've been working with Mr. Potter on defensive magic specifically keyed to his unique signature, Lupin added from his position near the door. Dumbledore sighed. Very well. But I would like to offer one additional protection, if I may. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small silver instrument, delicate and intricate in design. This is a blood ward anchor. It can maintain a portion of Lily Potter's protective magic without requiring Harry to live with her blood relatives. Natasha immediately tensed. More blood magic? After everything else you've done? Not a manipulation, Agent Romanoff, but a preservation, Dumbledore corrected gently. The protection already exists within Harry. This would simply provide a focus for it, regardless of where he lives. Harry looked up at Natasha questioningly. How does it work? She asked, not taking her eyes off the silver device. It requires a small sample of Harry's blood, 3 drops, no more, and can then be placed in his residence. The protection it provides is subtle but significant. Those with intent to harm him will find themselves unable to maintain that intent in his presence. Not physical protection, then, Fury clarified. Mental. Precisely, Dumbledore nodded. A complement to your physical security measures, not a replacement. Natasha still hesitated. After everything they'd learned about Dumbledore's manipulations, accepting any magical device from him seemed risky. I'll examine it first, Griphook offered unexpectedly. Goblins can detect curses and hidden enchantments that wizards often miss. At Natasha's surprised look, he added, Gringotts has a vested interest in Mr. Potter's well-being. He is, after all, the heir to a significant fortune under our management. Dumbledore handed the device to the goblin without hesitation. Griphook examined it thoroughly, running a long finger over its surface and muttering in what sounded like gobbledygook. It is as described, he finally pronounced. A blood ward anchor with no additional enchantments or tracking spells. Goblin made, actually, about 3 centuries ago. Quite valuable. The pronouncement from an independent third party, and one clearly not aligned with Dumbledore, eased Natasha's concerns somewhat. Harry, she asked. It's your blood. Your choice. Harry considered the device thoughtfully. If it works, it's worth trying. But I want Dr. Banner to check it too, with his instruments. Dumbledore beamed at this condition. A wise precaution. I'm pleased to see you developing such healthy skepticism, Harry. After Dr. Banner was summoned and conducted his own examination, finding nothing beyond extremely unusual energy signatures consistent with what we've observed in other magical artifacts, the device was approved for use. The actual blood collection was brief and clinical. 3 drops of Harry's blood fell onto the silver instrument, where they were immediately absorbed. The device glowed briefly with a warm, golden light, then returned to its normal silvery appearance. It is activated, Dumbledore confirmed. It should be placed in the central area of Harry's residence for maximum efficacy. With that matter resolved, they proceeded to the signing of the guardianship agreement. As a magical contract, the signing involved more than simple signatures. Each party pressed their wand, or, in the case of the Shield representatives, their hand, to the parchment while declaring their acceptance of the terms. When it came to Harry's turn, he stepped forward confidently. I, Harry James Potter, accept these terms of guardianship and recognize Natasha Romanoff as my legal guardian until I reach magical majority. As he touched the parchment, a golden glow spread from his fingertips across the entire document, sealing the magic of the agreement. Similar glows had accompanied the other signatures, but Harry's was noticeably brighter, more powerful. The contract is sealed, Madam Bones announced formally. By the power vested in me as head of magical law enforcement, I recognize this guardianship as legally binding in both the Wizarding and Muggle worlds. Copies of the agreement magically appeared for each party. As the formalities concluded and the various officials began to depart, Dumbledore approached Harry and Natasha one last time. Harry, he said gently, despite our differences, I want you to know that I have always acted out of concern for your well-being and future. If I have erred, and I acknowledge that I have, it was never out of malice. Harry regarded the old wizard thoughtfully. I believe you, he said finally. But that doesn't make it right, what you did. No, Dumbledore agreed sadly. It doesn't. I can only hope that, in time, you might come to understand, if not forgive. Maybe, Harry allowed. But not today. Dumbledore accepted this with a bow of his head before turning to Natasha. Agent Romanoff, you have taken on a profound responsibility. Harry is not merely a child but a symbol of hope to many and a target for others. Guard him well. I will, Natasha promised. Not as a symbol or a target, but as a child who deserves a future of his own choosing. After the visitors had departed, Harry turned to Natasha with an expression of mingled relief and uncertainty. So it's official now? You're my guardian. Legally, magically, and every other way, she confirmed. How does it feel? Harry considered the question seriously. Good, he decided. Like having a home, not just a place to stay. He looked up at her with those unervingly perceptive green eyes. How does it feel for you? Natasha allowed herself a rare, genuine smile. Like finding a piece of myself I didn't know was missing. The moment was interrupted by Clint's arrival, bearing a large, colorfully wrapped package. Heard the paperwork's all signed, he grinned. Calls for a celebration, don't you think? Harry's face lit up at the sight of the gift. Is that for me? Nah, it's for Fury, Clint deadpanned. Of course it's for you, kid. Go ahead, open it. Harry tore into the wrapping with childish enthusiasm, revealing a state-of-the-art telescope with specialized modifications. Wow! This is amazing. Banner and I worked on it, Clint explained. It's got regular optical lenses for astronomy, but also these special filters he designed that might help you see magical energy patterns. Thought it might be useful for your training, and fun for stargazing. Thank you. Harry launched himself at Clint, giving him a quick, fierce hug before turning to examine his gift more closely. There's more where that came from, Clint told Natasha quietly as Harry explored the telescope's features. The whole team pitched in for housewarming gifts. Banner's bringing his by later, some kind of interactive science kit he designed. Even Fury contributed. Fury? Natasha raised an eyebrow. What did he get? Custom security system for Harry's room, Clint grinned. Programmed to his biometrics only. Kid's own panic button, basically. Practical to the end, our director. As Harry excitedly explained the telescope's capabilities to Dr. Banner, who had just arrived bearing his own gift, Natasha felt something unfamiliar settle in her chest, a warmth, a certainty, a sense of rightness she had rarely experienced in her life of shifting identities and missions. You're good for him, Lupin commented, appearing at her side. James and Lily would approve. I hope so, she said honestly. I never expected this to become so personal. Lupin smiled knowingly. Harry has that effect on people. He draws them in, makes them care, not because of his fame or his power, but because of who he is at heart. Lily was the same way. They watched as Harry demonstrated his growing magical control by levitating a small moon model from Banner's gift, making it orbit around his head while explaining something about gravitational fields. There's still the Horcrux to deal with, Natasha said quietly. His connection to Voldemort is growing stronger, not weaker. The dreams are becoming more frequent, more detailed. I know, Lupin's expression grew grave. The occlumency helps, but it's a temporary measure at best. We need a permanent solution. Is there one? A way to remove it without hurting him? Lupin hesitated. There might be. I've been researching, consulting with certain experts who can be trusted with this information. Ancient Egyptian magics dealt extensively with soul magic, and some of their techniques for extracting harmful spiritual entities might be adaptable. How dangerous would the procedure be? I won't lie to you, Lupin said seriously. Soul magic is inherently risky. But leaving the Horcrux in place as Harry grows older, as his magic matures and the connection strengthens, that may ultimately be more dangerous. Natasha nodded, understanding the difficult calculation. Keep researching. We'll cross that bridge when we have enough information to make an informed decision. Agent Romanoff. Remus. Come see. Harry called excitedly, interrupting their somber conversation. Dr. Banner's kit can create mini storm clouds, and I can control where they rain. They joined the small demonstration, watching as Harry directed a tiny thundercloud around the room with careful gestures, making it rain on a potted plant while keeping everyone else dry. Excellent control, Harry, Lupin praised. Your magical precision has improved tremendously. Natasha's been helping me practice, Harry explained. She says it's like firing a gun, you have to control your breathing, focus completely, and be precise with your aim. An apt analogy, Lupin nodded approvingly. Though perhaps not one Minerva would have chosen. The evening continued with a celebratory dinner, Harry's favorites, prepared by the cottage's small kitchen staff, and more demonstrations of his developing abilities. By the time Harry finally went to bed, exhausted but happy, the weight of the guardianship agreement had transformed from an administrative formality into something far more meaningful, the official recognition of a family formed not by blood, but by choice. As Natasha tucked him in, a routine he usually insisted he was too old for, but accepted tonight as part of the special occasion, Harry looked up at her with sleepy contentment. This is the best day I can remember, he told her. Better than anything before the Dursleys, even. I'm glad, she said softly. It's a big day for both of us. Harry's expression turned suddenly serious. I know he's still out there. Voldemort. And I know we still have to deal with the Horcrux. But for tonight, can we just pretend everything's normal? Like we're just a regular family? The simple request, so childlike in its desire yet so mature in its acknowledgement of reality, tugged at something deep in Natasha's chest. "Yes," she promised, smoothing his perpetually unruly hair. "Tonight, we're just a regular family. Everything else can wait till tomorrow." As Harry drifted off to sleep, Natasha remained by his bedside, watching the gentle rise and fall of his chest. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Voldemort, the Horcrux, the prophecy, the wizarding world's expectations, they would face them together, not as a weapon and its handler, but as a family forged in the most unlikely of circumstances. Outside Harry's window, the stars shone brightly in the clear night sky, visible through the new telescope Clint had given him. Among them, though neither Natasha nor Harry could know it yet, solutions were aligning, ancient magics, modern science, and the power of connections formed not through manipulation and control, but through genuine care and choice. The path forward would not be easy, but for the first time since Harry Potter had been left on a doorstep with 31 blocks in his mind, the future held more promise than peril. Chapter 3, The Convergence. 6 months after the guardianship agreement, Harry Potter stood in the center of the cottage's reinforced training room, eyes closed in concentration. Around him, 12 metal spheres hovered at different heights, rotating in complex patterns. "Good," Natasha said from the observation platform. "Now, defensive sequence 3. Without opening his eyes, Harry shifted his stance slightly. The spheres suddenly accelerated, launching toward him from all directions. At the last possible moment, Harry threw up his hands, creating an invisible shield that stopped the projectiles mid-air. "Better," Natasha nodded. "But you're still telegraphing the shield." "In a real fight, I know," Harry interrupted with a 6-year-old's impatience. "In a real fight, I'd be hexed before I finished the movement." He opened his eyes, letting the spheres drop gently to the padded floor. "Can we try the combat sequence now? The one with the moving targets?" Natasha checked the time. "One more run of defensive sequence 3, then we move to combat applications. Professor Lupin is arriving in an hour for your occlumency session." Harry groaned but repositioned himself. Over the past months, his magical control had developed rapidly, almost too rapidly, according to McGonagall, who claimed he was progressing at a rate typically seen in wizards twice his age. The combination of his natural abilities, the removal of Dumbledore's blocks, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s specialized training methods had created a unique educational environment. "Ready," Harry called, closing his eyes again. Natasha activated the sequence from her control panel. This time, the spheres approached from less predictable angles, some moving faster than others. Harry's shield formed more subtly, with minimal physical movement, just a slight tension in his shoulders betraying the effort. When the spheres froze inches from his body, suspended by his magic, Natasha allowed herself a small smile of approval. "Much better. Now push, don't just block." Harry's face tightened in concentration, and the spheres suddenly shot away from him, each landing precisely in its original starting position. "Show off," Natasha commented, though her tone conveyed pride rather than criticism. "Agent Romanoff?" Jarvis, the AI system recently installed throughout the cottage, interrupted. "Director Fury is requesting your immediate presence in the secure communications room. Priority Alpha." Natasha frowned. Priority Alpha meant potential crisis. "Tell him I'm on my way." Jarvis, activate Training Protocol 7 for Harry. Full supervision mode. Acknowledged. Protocol 7 initiated. Mr. Potter's safety parameters set to maximum. Harry looked up at the observation platform with disappointment. "Are we done? We didn't even get to the combat sequence." "Rain check," Natasha promised, already heading for the exit. "Jarvis will run you through cooling down exercises. When you're done, shower and prepare for Professor Lupin." Harry sighed dramatically but nodded. In the months since becoming his official guardian, Natasha had learned to balance discipline with flexibility, establishing clear expectations while allowing Harry appropriate autonomy for a child his age, albeit one with extraordinary abilities. "Is it about the break-in at the Ministry?" Harry called after her. The one the Daily Prophet reported yesterday? Natasha paused at the door. Harry's growing awareness of wizarding current events was both impressive and occasionally unsettling. We'll discuss it later, she replied neutrally. That means yes, Harry muttered, just loud enough for her to hear. Natasha didn't confirm or deny, simply giving him a pointed look before continuing to the communications room. She found Fury pacing before a wall of screens displaying various intelligence feeds. His expression was grimmer than usual, a concerning sign. What's happened? She asked without preamble. The situation in Britain has escalated, Fury replied. Our surveillance detected unusual magical activity around key locations in London, Edinburgh, and Hogsmeade, the wizarding village near Hogwarts. Connected to the Ministry break-in? Potentially. Fury gestured to one of the screens showing thermal imaging of what appeared to be an ordinary street in London. Overlaid heat signatures revealed the outline of a building invisible to normal cameras. The magical community is in upheaval. Multiple factions are mobilizing, Ministry loyalists, Dumbledore supporters, and suspected Death Eater sympathizers. Cause? Officially, they're reacting to rumors about the boy who lived. Fury pulled up a magical newspaper on another screen, the Daily Prophet, displaying a headline that made Natasha's jaw tighten. Potter heir being trained as Muggle weapon. Ministry sources claim boy who lived under foreign military control, who leaked it, she demanded. Unknown, but the timing is suspicious. 3 days after our team extracted that Horcrux detection device from Egypt. Fury switched to another screen showing surveillance footage of a pyramid excavation site. Someone doesn't want us finding a way to remove that thing from Harry's head. Natasha processed this quickly. Death Eaters? Or someone else with a vested interest in maintaining the Horcrux connection? Fury's eye narrowed. Dumbledore's been suspiciously quiet throughout this media frenzy. Before Natasha could respond, the door opened and Clint entered, looking as if he'd just arrived from the field, tactical gear dusty and worn. Sorry I'm late. Transport from Cairo got delayed by a sandstorm. He noticed Natasha's expression. What did I miss? The wizarding world is having a collective meltdown over Harry, she summarized. Possibly connected to our Egyptian operation. Clint's face darkened. Then it was worth it. He pulled a small, cloth-wrapped object from his tactical vest and placed it on the conference table. Because we found it. Fury and Natasha moved closer as Clint carefully unwrapped the item, revealing what appeared to be an ancient scarab beetle carved from black stone, inscribed with hieroglyphics that seemed to shift slightly when viewed directly. The extraction scarab, Clint announced. According to our consultant, it's one of only 3 known artifacts capable of separating a soul fragment from its unwilling host without killing the host. Is it authenticated? Fury asked sharply. Dr. Banner and the magical research team are confirming now, but preliminary tests match the descriptions in those ancient texts Lupin provided. If it's genuine, we finally have a way to get that Horcrux out of Harry without harming him. Natasha felt a surge of cautious hope. For 6 months, they've been searching for a solution, exploring every avenue from magical research to cutting-edge science. Harry's Horcrux connection had continued to strengthen despite his occlumency training, the nightmares becoming more vivid, more intrusive. How soon can we attempt extraction? She asked. That's the catch, Clint grimaced. The scarab requires specific magical conditions, a full moon, certain ritual components, and most importantly, a containment vessel prepared to receive the extracted soul fragment. We don't have that, Fury noted. No, but according to our intelligence, the Department of Mysteries does, Clint replied. They've been researching Horcruxes since Voldemort's first rise to power. They have specialized containment protocols. So we need Ministry cooperation, Natasha concluded. At the exact moment they're publishing propaganda about us weaponizing Harry. Not necessarily the Ministry, Clint corrected. Just someone with access to the Department of Mysteries. Madame Bones might help, she's been a reliable ally so far. Fury considered this risky. The leak could have come from her department. We need options, Natasha insisted. The Horcrux situation is deteriorating. Harry's nightmares are getting worse, and his accidental magic spikes whenever he has one. Last week he blew out every electronic device on the East Wing during a particularly bad episode. I'm aware, Fury said dryly. The replacement equipment cost exceeded my annual discretionary budget. The door opened again, admitting Bruce Banner, looking rumpled and tired but excited. It's genuine, he announced without preamble. The scarab contains a specific magical resonance that interacts with soul energy. Remus confirmed it matches the theoretical models from his research. Can it work on Harry? Natasha asked directly. Bruce hesitated. Potentially. But there are significant risks. The scarab was designed for traditional Egyptian soul magic, not the specific dark magic of a Horcrux. We'd need to modify the extraction procedure. And we still need a containment vessel, Clint added. Which brings us back to requiring wizarding cooperation, Fury concluded. Perfect. A notification chimed on the main display. Director, Agent Romanoff, Jarvis announced. Professor Lupin has arrived for Mr. Potter's session. He's requesting an immediate meeting with both of you before proceeding. Natasha and Fury exchanged concerned looks. Lupin rarely interrupted the established schedule. Send him in, Fury ordered. Moments later, Remus Lupin entered, looking even more haggard than usual. The approaching full moon partly explained his condition, but the tension in his bearing suggested something more urgent. Thank you for seeing me, he said without his usual pleasantries. We have a serious situation developing. The wizarding world is in uproar over Harry's status, but that's just the surface issue. There's something larger at play. What have you heard? Fury asked directly. There was an attempted break-in at Azkaban prison last night. Someone tried to reach the high-security wing where the remaining Death Eaters are held. Malfoy's friends attempting a jailbreak? Natasha suggested. That was my first thought, Lupin agreed. Until I learned what else happened simultaneously. Someone broke into Gringotts and accessed the Lestrange Vault, one of Voldemort's most fanatical followers. Coordination suggests a larger plan, Fury noted. Exactly. And then there's this. Lupin pulled a worn parchment from his pocket. Dumbledore sent this to me this morning. It's a warning. He unfolded the parchment, revealing a brief message in elegant script. Remus, the third circle is moving. The stone was taken. Warn our mutual friends that the forest path is no longer empty. If the boy still dreams, time grows short. APWBD, third circle. Clint frowned. Dumbledore's code for Voldemort's inner circle of followers, Lupin explained. The stone likely refers to the Philosopher's Stone, which was being kept at Hogwarts for safekeeping. And the forest. Albania, Natasha realized. Where Voldemort's wraith was rumored to be hiding. Yes. If Dumbledore is correct, Voldemort has found a temporary body, acquired the means for creating a permanent one, and his followers are organizing. Lupin's gaze fixed on Natasha. And if the boy still dreams refers to Harry's connection. Dumbledore is asking if Harry is still experiencing visions of Voldemort's activities. He is, Natasha confirmed grimly. They've been increasing in frequency and detail. Then we have less time than we thought, Lupin concluded. Voldemort is moving toward resurrection, and he knows about Harry's connection. The propaganda campaign against S.H.I.E.L.D. is likely a distraction, meant to keep us occupied while they implement their real plan. Fury's expression hardened. Which is? To capture Harry for the resurrection ritual, Lupin said bluntly. Traditional Dark Rebirth rituals require blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Harry, as the one who vanquished him, would be the ideal source. And with the Horcrux connection unblocked, Harry would serve a dual purpose, blood for the ritual and a direct link to Voldemort's soul fragment. The implications hung heavily in the air. After a moment of tense silence, Natasha spoke. "We need to move Harry. The cottage is secure, but if Voldemort's followers are mobilizing with this level of coordination, we can't risk keeping him in a known location." "Agreed," Fury nodded. "Protocol Nomad is already prepared. We can have him relocated within the hour." "No," Natasha said firmly. "Not a shield facility this time. Somewhere truly off the grid, somewhere neither the magical nor Muggle authorities would think to look." "You have somewhere in mind?" Fury raised an eyebrow. "Yes. One of my personal safe houses. Only Clint knows about it." She turned to Lupin. "Can you continue Harry's occlumency training in a different location?" "Of course," Lupin replied without hesitation. "But there's another option we should consider. Now that we have the scarab, we could attempt the extraction immediately, before Voldemort's forces organize further." "Without a proper containment vessel?" Banner objected. "The risks would be significant," Lupin acknowledged. "But perhaps less than the risk of Voldemort capturing Harry with the Horcrux still intact." "What about containing the fragment in another object temporarily?" Clint suggested. "Something we could destroy afterward." Lupin shook his head. "Horcruxes can only be destroyed by a few specific methods: fiend fire, basilisk venom, or certain magical artifacts like the Sword of Gryffindor. Creating a new Horcrux container, even temporarily, would just transfer the problem." Natasha made a quick decision. "We move Harry first, secure his safety. Then we pursue both avenues, preparing for extraction with the scarab and seeking proper containment assistance from Madame Bones or another trusted contact in the Department of Mysteries." Fury nodded his agreement. "Romanoff, you handle Potter's relocation personally. Barton, coordinate with Banner on the scarab research. Lupin, I need everything you know about Voldemort's likely strategy and timeline." As the others began discussing logistics, Natasha slipped out to find Harry. The months of relative stability had been productive, allowing him to develop both his magical abilities and a sense of normal childhood that had been denied him at the Dursleys. Now that fragile normality was about to be shattered again. She found him in his room, freshly showered and dressed, organizing his books for the occlumency session. He looked up when she entered, his face immediately shifting from concentration to concern. "What's wrong?" he asked directly. Sometimes Natasha forgot how perceptive he'd become. Whether from his inherent empathic abilities or the heightened awareness developed through occlumency training, Harry rarely missed emotional cues. "Change of plans," she said, keeping her tone even. "We're taking a trip." Harry studied her face. "Because of the newspaper articles? Or because of the break-ins?" "Both," Natasha admitted. "We need to move to a more secure location for a while." "Is Professor Lupin coming?" "Yes. And we're bringing the Egyptian artifact Clint found." Harry's eyes widened. "The scarab thing? The one that might get rid of the Horcrux?" Natasha nodded. "We're still working out the details, but yes, that's the plan." Instead of the relief she expected, Harry's expression turned troubled. He sat on the edge of his bed, suddenly looking very young. "What if it doesn't work?" he asked quietly. "What if it takes the Horcrux but damages my magic? Or what if it takes part of me too?" Natasha sat beside him, recognizing the fear beneath his questions. "That's why we're being careful. We won't attempt the extraction until we're certain it's safe." "But what if we run out of time?" Harry pressed. "I can feel him getting stronger, Natasha. In my dreams. He's found someone to help him, a wizard with a weird face on the back of his head." He shuddered. "And he knows about me now, about the connection. He's trying to use it." This was new information, more specific than Harry had previously shared. "A face on the back of someone's head? Have you seen the person's face from the front?" Harry concentrated. "Not clearly. He wears a turban most of the time. But I think. I think he might be at Hogwarts. I see castle walls sometimes, and students in robes. Natasha filed this intelligence away to share with Fury immediately. All the more reason to move quickly. Pack a small bag, just essentials. We leave in 20 minutes. As Harry began gathering his things, Natasha noticed him carefully placing his stuffed dog, the one Clint had given him months ago, into his backpack. Don't forget your emergency kit, she reminded him, referring to the specialized equipment they'd prepared together, a compact package containing identification, basic survival gear, and a few magical items Lupin had provided. Already got it, Harry assured her, patting a side pocket of his bag. Where are we going? Somewhere safe, Natasha replied. A place no one associates with either of us. Harry nodded, accepting the vague answer. Over the months of living with Natasha, he'd come to understand that some operational details were shared on a need-to-know basis, even with him. Will I still be able to practice magic there? He asked, his primary concern becoming clear. Yes, but we'll need to be more careful about it. More contained. Harry considered this, then asked the question Natasha had been dreading. Are we running away? Or are we going to fight back? It was a complex question from a 6-year-old, reflecting both his unusual maturity and the harsh realities he'd already faced. Natasha could have deflected or simplified her answer, but she'd made a commitment to honesty with Harry, even when the truth was difficult. Both, she told him. We're temporarily retreating to a more defensible position. But yes, Harry, eventually we'll have to confront this situation directly. Voldemort won't stop coming for you, and the Horcrux connection needs to be addressed. Harry absorbed this with surprising calmness. Okay. I'm ready whenever you are. As he zipped up his backpack, Natasha was struck again by the contradiction that was Harry Potter, simultaneously a child who needed protection and guidance, and an old soul who had faced darkness few adults could comprehend. There's one more thing, she said. We're taking a secure route out of here. You remember the emergency evacuation drills we practiced? Harry nodded. Through the underground passage to the equipment shed, then the hidden path through the woods to the secondary location. That's right. But this time, we'll be using an alternative transport method once we reach the secondary location. Natasha hesitated before adding, Professor Lupin will be taking us by something called side-along apparition. Harry's eyes widened. Magical teleportation. But I thought that made all your equipment malfunction. It does, which is why we'll only be carrying specially shielded gear. Natasha checked her watch. Time to go. Remember, stealth protocol. Harry nodded seriously, slipping into what Clint jokingly called his mini-agent mode, back straight, movements precise, voice quiet. Together, they made their way through the cottage's hallways to Fury's office, where final preparations were underway. Everything set? Natasha asked, noting the grim efficiency with which the others were working. Transport arrangements confirmed, Fury reported. Barton and the research team will join you within 48 hours with the necessary equipment for the extraction attempt. Banner stays here to coordinate with our magical consultants. And our Wizarding World intelligence? Natasha inquired. Lupin has activated his contacts, Fury replied. We'll have eyes and ears where we need them. Lupin approached, looking marginally better after whatever magical remedies he'd taken for his pre-transformation symptoms. Harry, he greeted with a warm smile. Ready for an adventure? I guess, Harry replied, not entirely convincingly. Will the apparition thing hurt? It's uncomfortable the first time, Lupin admitted. Like being squeezed through a very tight tube. But it only lasts a moment. Magic is weird, Harry muttered. Can't argue with that, Clint chimed in, ruffling Harry's perpetually messy hair. Stay sharp out there, buddy. I'll see you soon with that Egyptian bug we talked about. Harry nodded, managing a small smile. Don't forget the containment stuff. Dr. Banner said we need something specially made to hold the soul piece. Working on it, Clint assured him. Got some promising leads. Fury stepped forward, his expression as close to gentle as it ever got when he addressed Harry. Remember your training, son. Keep your head down, follow Agent Romanoff's instructions, and maintain your occlumency shields at all times. Yes, sir, Harry replied solemnly. With final arrangements confirmed, Natasha led their small group toward the emergency exit. As they walked, she felt Harry's small hand slip into hers, a rare gesture these days, as he'd been increasingly determined to appear grown-up in recent months. The fact that he sought this contact now revealed more about his anxiety than words could. It's going to be okay, she told him quietly. Harry didn't respond verbally, but his grip tightened momentarily. As they reached the hidden passage that would take them away from the safety of the cottage and into an increasingly dangerous world, Natasha found herself making a silent promise, not just to protect Harry physically, but to preserve that fragile core of childhood that remained despite everything he'd endured. Whatever came next, she would not let Voldemort take that from him too. The safe house was a modest cabin nestled in the mountains of northern Romania, remote, unplottable by both magical and Muggle methods, and connected to no official records. Natasha had acquired it years ago under a deep-cover identity that even S.H.I.E.L.D. knew nothing about. Harry stood in the main room, taking in the rustic but comfortable interior. It's nice, he decided after a thorough inspection. Smaller than the cottage, but I like the big windows. Bulletproof and spell-resistant, Natasha informed him, watching as Lupin cast additional protective enchantments around the perimeter. This place was designed to withstand both magical and conventional attacks. Smart, Harry nodded approvingly. Is this where you go when you're not on missions or with me? The question caught Natasha off guard. She rarely thought about her life in such compartmentalized terms anymore. Before Harry, there had simply been missions and the brief intervals between them, not a distinct personal life. Sometimes, she answered honestly. It's one of several places. Harry seemed satisfied with this answer, turning his attention to exploring the cabin's other rooms. Meanwhile, Lupin completed his security enchantments and joined Natasha by the main fireplace. The wards are set, he reported. Unplottable, notice me not, and anti-apparition barriers extending half a mile in every direction. Only those specifically keyed to the ward stone can find this place now. And that includes who, exactly? Natasha asked. Just the three of us, plus Fury, Barton, and Banner, Lupin confirmed. I've also established an emergency portkey point at the edge of the property, a magical extraction option if needed. Natasha nodded her approval. The hybrid security approach, combining magical protections with her own considerable expertise in staying off-grid, created a defense system that neither wizards nor muggles could easily penetrate. What's our timeline? She asked. Lupin glanced toward the hallway where Harry had disappeared to investigate the bedrooms. The next full moon is in 9 days. That's the optimal time for using the scarab, according to the Egyptian texts. But we still need a proper containment vessel for the Horcrux fragment. Barton's working on that. He has contacts in the Department of Mysteries. Unofficial contacts, I assume. Natasha's slight smile was answer enough. In the meantime, Lupin continued, we should maintain Harry's training schedule as normally as possible. Routine will help him cope with the disruption, and keeping his occlumency shield strong is critical now that Voldemort is actively probing the connection. They were interrupted by Harry's return, his face brightening with excitement. There's a training room downstairs. With targets and everything. Of course there is, Lupin commented with a knowing look at Natasha. I don't imagine Agent Romanoff would consider any residence complete without one. We'll resume your training tomorrow, Natasha told Harry. For now, let's get settled and prepare dinner. Professor Lupin needs to brief me on the latest intelligence. Can I help with dinner? Harry asked eagerly. Cooking had become one of his favorite activities in recent months, a therapeutic reclaiming of a task that had once been forced upon him at the Dursleys, now transformed into something he genuinely enjoyed. Absolutely, Natasha agreed. There should be supplies in the pantry. Nothing fancy, but enough for a decent meal. While Harry busied himself in the kitchen, Natasha and Lupin moved to the cabin's small study, where they could speak privately. A specialized white noise generator, one of Stark's designs, modified to work near magic, ensured their conversation would remain confidential. "What haven't you told me?" Natasha asked directly once the device was activated. Lupin sighed heavily. "Several things. First, Dumbledore believes he's identified the wizard Voldemort is possessing, Quirinus Quirrell, the Muggle Studies professor who took a sabbatical last year and recently returned to take the defense against the dark arts position." "Convenient," Natasha noted dryly. "Voldemort possessing a teacher of defense against dark arts. Ironic, yes. But it places him directly inside Hogwarts, with access to students and, potentially, the Philosopher's Stone." "Which does what, exactly?" "Harry mentioned it, but we haven't had a complete briefing. It's an alchemical marvel created by Nicholas Flamel, a substance that can transform base metals into gold and produce the elixir of life, which grants extended longevity." Lupin's expression darkened. In Voldemort's hands, it could provide a means to create a new body without requiring the elaborate ritual involving Harry's blood. That would be good, wouldn't it? If he doesn't need Harry anymore. Lupin shook his head grimly. "Unfortunately, no. While the stone might provide Voldemort with a body, he'd still want Harry dead, both to eliminate the threat from the prophecy and to access the Horcrux in his scar. The difference is, with a fully restored body, he'd be far more dangerous when he came for Harry." Natasha absorbed this information with a growing sense of urgency. "What's the second thing you haven't told me?" Lupin hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. "It's about Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. There's been developments regarding his case." "The man imprisoned without trial?" Natasha's tone sharpened. "What developments?" "New evidence has emerged suggesting his innocence. A wizard matching Peter Pettigrew's description, the man Black supposedly murdered, was spotted in northern England last week. And magical law enforcement found traces of an unregistered animagus transformation at the scene. Confirming Harry's recovered memory that Pettigrew was the rat," Natasha concluded. "Has this evidence been presented to the magical authorities?" "Madame Bones is investigating quietly," Lupin replied. "But the political situation is complicated. Fudge has staked his reputation on Black's guilt. Admitting a mistake of this magnitude would severely damage his administration, especially with the current upheaval over Harry's guardianship." Natasha considered the implications. If Black is innocent and released, he might challenge the guardianship arrangement. "He would have a strong claim as Harry's magically sworn godfather," Lupin acknowledged. "Though given the circumstances and Harry's clear attachment to you, I doubt any reasonable court would forcibly separate you." "But we can't count on magical courts being reasonable," Natasha noted. "Not with what we've seen of their justice system so far." "No," Lupin agreed solemnly. "Which is why I haven't shared this information with Harry yet. He has enough to cope with at present without adding uncertainty about his future living arrangements." Natasha nodded her agreement, though the situation troubled her more than she cared to admit. Her relationship with Harry had become foundational, not just to his life, but to hers as well. The thought of losing that connection sent a cold spike of fear through her that no amount of training could fully suppress. "And the third thing," she prompted, pushing aside personal concerns to focus on immediate threats. "There's evidence of a coordinated effort to locate Harry, magical tracking attempts probing the boundaries of every known SHIELD facility. They've been subtle, but persistent. Dumbledore believes Death Eaters have acquired something belonging to Harry, something with a strong enough magical connection to him to power specialized tracking spells." "Like what?" "Blood would be ideal, but unlikely given your security protocols. More probably something he used frequently or had strong emotional attachment to before coming under your protection." Natasha's mind raced through possibilities. Most of his possessions from the Dursleys were discarded or replaced after his rescue. The only original items he kept were his broken glasses as a reminder, and, she stopped suddenly, a cold realization dawning. The blanket. Blanket? Lupin questioned. A baby blanket that was with him when he was left at the Dursleys. Petunia kept it in the attic. Harry found it during our final inspection of the house when we removed the last of his belongings. It had his initials embroidered on it, HJP. Lupin paled. That would be ideal for tracking magic. Especially if it was the blanket Lily wrapped him in the night of the attack, it would have residual magical signatures from both Harry and his mother's sacrificial protection. And we have no idea where it is now, Natasha concluded grimly. It was stolen during the attack on the London facility 6 months ago. We assumed it was collateral damage, not a targeted theft. That explains how they've been able to maintain such persistent tracking attempts despite our countermeasures. Lupin ran a hand through his graying hair. We need to accelerate our timeline. Once they refine the tracking spell with the blanket, even this location might be compromised. The gravity of the situation settled between them. Before they could discuss further, they heard Harry calling from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. I made pasta with that canned sauce and some herbs I found. We'll continue this later, Natasha decided, rising from her seat. For now, let's not alarm Harry unnecessarily. He needs stability and routine, not more reasons to worry. Lupin nodded in agreement, though his troubled expression remained. Just one more thing you should know. The extraction ritual using the scarab, it's painful. Significantly so. The texts describe it as a tearing of the very fabric of the soul. Harry should be prepared for that reality. Natasha's jaw tightened. We'll find a way to minimize his suffering. Banner's been working on specialized anesthetics designed to work with magical procedures. I hope they're effective, Lupin said softly. But soul magic rarely responds to physical interventions. We should prepare Harry for the worst while hoping for the best. With that sobering thought, they joined Harry for dinner, both adults making a conscious effort to maintain an atmosphere of normalcy despite the looming threats. Harry, for his part, seemed to understand the unspoken tension, but approached it with the resilience that had become his hallmark, focusing on the immediate task at hand rather than dwelling on dangers beyond his control. As they ate the simple but hearty meal Harry had prepared, Natasha found herself studying him, the way his eyes lit up when describing the training room he'd discovered, the confidence with which he served the food he'd made, the subtle but noticeable growth in both height and presence since that first night at Privet Drive. In less than a year, he transformed from a frightened, memory-blocked child into a self-possessed young person with remarkable abilities and equally remarkable compassion. Whatever happened in the coming days with the Horcrux extraction, whatever challenges Voldemort and the wizarding world presented, Natasha was certain of one thing: Harry Potter would face them with the same courage and determination he brought to everything else. And she would be right beside him every step of the way. 3 days into their stay at the Romanian safe house, the routine they'd established was interrupted by an urgent communication from Fury. Natasha had just finished Harry's morning physical training session when her specialized secure tablet activated with the director's priority code. "What's the situation?" she asked without preamble, moving away from where Harry was cooling down with stretching exercises. Fury's expression was grim even on the small screen. "We've had a breach at the cottage. Magical intruders penetrated the outer defenses approximately 4 hours ago. Banner and the research team evacuated with the critical data, but they got something we didn't want them to have." "The scarab?" Natasha asked sharply. "No, Barton has that with him en route to your location. They got the next best thing, our research on how to use it." Natasha processed this quickly. "So they know we have the means to extract the Horcrux. Worse. They know exactly when and how we plan to do it." Fury's eye narrowed. The breach was too precise, too targeted. They went directly for the secure servers containing the ritual information. "Inside information," Natasha concluded. "Someone with knowledge of both our security systems and our research objectives. That's our assessment. We're reviewing all personnel with access, but so far nothing conclusive. What about Lupin? Natasha kept her voice low, glancing to where the wizard was working with Harry on occlumency exercises across the room. No evidence implicating him specifically, Fury replied. But we can't rule anyone out at this stage. Maintain operational security protocols until Barton arrives with the scarab. He's bringing additional equipment and personnel for the extraction attempt. Understood. Timeline. He should reach your location within 36 hours, assuming no complications. The weather's deteriorating in your region, heavy snowfall predicted over the mountains. Might delay air transport. Natasha glanced toward the windows, where the first flakes of snow were indeed beginning to fall. We'll prepare for potential isolation. Any word on the containment vessel for the Horcrux? That's our one piece of good news, Fury allowed a grim smile. Madame Bones came through. She's provided a specialized containment unit from the Department of Mysteries, designed specifically for housing volatile magical energy. Barton has it with him. So we proceed with the extraction as planned? Affirmative. Full moon in 6 days. Banner's team believes the Egyptian texts were clear, that's our optimal window. Fury hesitated, then added, be advised, Romanoff. If the breach was facilitated by someone with insider knowledge, your location may already be compromised. Review your contingency plans. Already on it, Natasha assured him. We have multiple exit strategies prepared. After ending the communication, Natasha rejoined Harry and Lupin, her expression carefully neutral despite the concerning news. Everything okay? Harry asked immediately, proving once again his heightened sensitivity to emotional cues. Just an update from Director Fury, Natasha replied evenly. Barton is on his way with the scarab and additional equipment. Slight delay possible due to weather, but we're proceeding with the extraction plan. Lupin studied her face, clearly sensing there was more to the story. Any other developments we should be aware of? Security concerns at the cottage, Natasha said briefly. Nothing that affects our immediate situation. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly, a sign he recognized she wasn't sharing everything, but he didn't press the issue. Instead, he returned to the breathing exercise Lupin had assigned him, though his movements had a new tension to them. Perhaps we should take a break, Lupin suggested, noting Harry's distraction. We've been at this for nearly 2 hours. Good idea, Natasha agreed. Harry, why don't you get something to eat? We'll resume training after lunch. Once Harry had left for the kitchen, Lupin turned to Natasha with concern. What really happened? Security breach at the cottage, she confirmed in a low voice. They got our research on the extraction ritual. Fury believes we have a leak, someone with detailed knowledge of our operations. Lupin absorbed this with a grave expression. You're wondering if it's me. I consider all possibilities, Natasha replied evenly. It's part of my job. A fair assessment, Lupin acknowledged without offense. For what it's worth, I'd be suspicious too in your position. The timing is concerning, especially with the full moon approaching and my condition potentially creating a vulnerability. Your condition isn't what concerns me, Natasha clarified. Your history with Dumbledore is. Lupin's expression shifted subtly. Ah. You think I might still be reporting to Albus? Are you? Not in the way you're suggesting. Lupin sighed heavily. I've known Albus Dumbledore since I was a child. He gave me opportunities no one else would have, given my lycanthropy. I respect him tremendously. But my loyalty in this situation is to Harry, not Dumbledore. Natasha studied him carefully, looking for signs of deception. Even if those loyalties conflict. They already have, Lupin pointed out. I've helped S.H.I.E.L.D. develop countermeasures against magical tracking, shared intelligence Dumbledore would prefer kept within the Order of the Phoenix, and directly contributed to your efforts to remove the Horcrux, something Dumbledore has been mysteriously reluctant to pursue aggressively. His arguments were logical, but Natasha had learned long ago that logic often made the best cover for deception. And yet you maintain contact with him. As an information source, yes. The wizarding world is mobilizing, Agent Romanoff. Death Eaters are gathering, Voldemort is making moves toward resurrection, and Harry remains at the center of a prophecy neither of us fully understands. I'd be negligent not to gather intelligence from all available sources, including Albus Dumbledore. Before Natasha could respond, Harry reappeared in the doorway, a sandwich in hand. I made extras if anyone wants one, he offered, then paused, looking between them with that too perceptive gaze. What's going on? You both look serious. Natasha made a split-second decision. Harry had been manipulated and kept in the dark too often in his short life. While she wanted to protect him from unnecessary worry, withholding critical information would only undermine the trust they'd built. There was a security breach at the cottage, she told him directly. Some of our research on the Horcrux extraction was compromised. We're reviewing our security protocols and considering the possibility of an information leak. Harry absorbed this with surprising calmness. Someone's helping the Death Eaters, he concluded. From inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Possibly, Natasha confirmed. Or someone with access to our operations. Harry's gaze flickered briefly to Lupin, then back to Natasha. The unspoken question was clear. We're considering all possibilities, she said neutrally. It's a reasonable suspicion, Lupin added, seemingly unperturbed by Harry's momentary doubt. But I hope my actions over these past months have demonstrated where my loyalties lie. Harry studied the wizard thoughtfully, then nodded. I trust you, Professor Lupin. You've never lied to me, even when the truth was hard. The simple statement carried significant weight coming from Harry, whose trust had been betrayed repeatedly by adults in positions of authority. Lupin appeared genuinely moved. Thank you, Harry. That means more than you know. So what's our plan? Harry asked, turning back to Natasha. If they know about the extraction ritual, they'll try to stop it, right? Most likely, she agreed. Which is why we're accelerating our preparations. Agent Barton is bringing the Scarab and the containment vessel directly here. We'll proceed with the extraction on schedule, but with enhanced security measures. Will it hurt? Harry asked directly. The extraction? Natasha and Lupin exchanged glances. They discussed how to approach this question when it inevitably arose, but now that the moment had come, the planned reassurances felt inadequate. Yes, Natasha finally said, choosing honesty over comfort. According to the texts, the process is painful. But Dr. Banner has been developing specialized methods to minimize your discomfort, and will be monitoring you constantly throughout the procedure. Harry nodded, accepting this with remarkable composure. I can handle pain. The Dursleys taught me that much, at least. The matter-of-fact statement, delivered without self-pity, made Natasha's chest tighten with a familiar protective fury. It was a stark reminder of Harry's resilience, born from circumstances no child should have to endure. You won't be facing it alone, she assured him. I'll be right there with you the entire time. We all will, Lupin added firmly. Harry managed a small smile. I know. That's what makes this different from before. Having people who actually care. The simple truth of his statement hung in the air for a moment before Harry, with the remarkable adaptability of childhood, changed the subject. Can we practice shield charms again today? I almost got the nonverbal version working yesterday. After lunch, Natasha agreed, grateful for his resilience. And then we should review emergency evacuation procedures, just as a precaution. As Harry returned to the kitchen to finish his meal, Lupin turned to Natasha with a thoughtful expression. You know, when James and Lily went into hiding, they had dozens of complex protective spells, ancient wards, and the Fidelius charm itself securing their location. But Harry has something they didn't. What's that? Natasha asked. A guardian who considers all possibilities, plans for every contingency, and has trained him to defend himself rather than relying solely on others for protection. Lupin's eyes held a quiet approval. You're giving him tools for survival, not just shields to hide behind. James would have appreciated that approach. Lily too. The comparison to Harry's parents, offered by someone who had known them intimately, carried unexpected weight. Natasha had never sought validation for her methods, but Lupin's words provided a connection between Harry's past and present that felt significant. "Let's hope those tools aren't needed," she replied simply. "But if they are, he'll be ready," Lupin finished with confidence. "More ready than anyone expects." The snowstorm arrived with unexpected ferocity, transforming the mountain landscape into a swirling white void that obscured everything beyond the cabin's windows. By nightfall, nearly 2 feet of snow had accumulated, with more falling steadily. "Barton's transport will definitely be delayed," Natasha noted, checking the specialized weather monitoring equipment in the cabin study. "These conditions make air approach impossible. And ground transport challenging at best," Lupin added, gazing out at the blizzard. "Though the weather provides additional security, no one will be approaching by conventional means tonight." "What about unconventional means?" Harry asked from where he sat cross-legged on the floor, practicing a wandless levitation exercise with a set of small metal spheres. "Can wizards teleport, apparate, through a storm like this?" "Apparition isn't affected by weather," Lupin confirmed. "But our anti-apparition wards extend half a mile in every direction. Anyone attempting to teleport in would have to first find our approximate location, then physically traverse the perimeter barrier in these conditions." "Not impossible, but difficult and time-consuming," Natasha assessed. "It gives us advantages if we need to evacuate, we know the terrain and have prepared exit routes." Harry nodded thoughtfully, continuing his exercise with impressive concentration. The metal spheres orbited around his head in a complex pattern that would have been challenging for most adult wizards to maintain with a wand, let alone wandlessly. "Your control has improved significantly," Lupin observed with approval. "Especially the fine motor adjustments. Agent Barton helped me practice with his modified arrows," Harry explained. "Said it's like archery, the smallest adjustment in form changes everything about where the arrow lands." "An apt comparison," Lupin smiled. "James would be impressed. He was quite talented with charms himself, though he typically relied on his wand." Harry's concentration broke momentarily at the mention of his father, the spheres wobbling in their orbits before he stabilized them. "Did he ever do wandless magic?" "Occasionally, when showing off," Lupin recalled with fondness. "Usually simple spells, levitating drinks across the room during parties, that sort of thing." "Your mother, on the other hand, had a remarkable aptitude for wandless magic even before Hogwarts. Petunia once told me." He stopped abruptly, realizing his mistake. "You knew Aunt Petunia?" Harry asked, the spheres dropping forgotten to the floor. Lupin hesitated, glancing at Natasha, who gave a slight nod. Harry deserved to know his own history, even the complicated parts. "I met her a few times, yes," Lupin admitted. "Lily invited me to your grandparents' home during summer holidays once. Petunia was challenging, even then. Resentful of Lily's magical abilities. She called my mum a freak," Harry said quietly. "Just like she called me." "Yes," Lupin acknowledged sadly. Petunia's bitterness toward magic stemmed partly from jealousy. She desperately wanted to attend Hogwarts herself as a child. When she was rejected, that desire twisted into resentment. She wanted to be a witch. Harry looked genuinely surprised. "But she hates magic." "People often hate most fiercely what they cannot have," Natasha observed. "It's a common psychological defense mechanism." Harry considered this thoughtfully. "That doesn't excuse how she treated me." "No, it absolutely doesn't," Lupin agreed firmly. "Nothing excuses abuse, Harry. Understanding the origins of someone's cruelty doesn't justify it." "I know." Harry sighed, then asked the question that had clearly been weighing on him. "Do you think my mum would be disappointed that I don't feel sad about never seeing the Dursleys again?" "That I don't, forgive them." The vulnerability in his voice made Natasha move closer, sitting beside him on the floor. "Harry, forgiveness isn't an obligation. It's a choice, and one you're not required to make, especially for people who haven't acknowledged their wrongdoing or changed their behavior." "Your mother was compassionate but not naive," Lupin added gently. "She understood that some bridges, once burned, cannot and should not be rebuilt. She would want you to be healthy and happy, not maintaining toxic relationships out of a misplaced sense of family obligation." Harry nodded, visibly relieved. "Thanks. Sometimes I worry about stuff like that. About what they would have wanted from me." "That's natural," Natasha assured him. "But remember, honoring your parents' memory doesn't mean sacrificing your own well-being." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden alert from the security system, a proximity sensor triggered at the perimeter of the property. Natasha was instantly on her feet, moving to the monitoring station. "Movement at the northern boundary," she reported, studying the thermal imaging display. "Single individual, approaching slowly through the snow." "Barton?" Lupin suggested. "Unlikely. He would have alerted us to his approach, and he's not due for at least another day given the weather conditions." Natasha activated additional sensors, trying to get a clearer image through the blizzard. "The signature is unusual, body temperature reading is abnormally low." "Werewolf," Lupin said immediately, his expression darkening. "They run cooler than humans in human form, especially near the full moon. And they're more resilient to extreme weather conditions." "Greyback?" Harry asked with alarm, referring to the notorious werewolf Lupin had mentioned in previous discussions about Voldemort's allies. "Possibly," Lupin acknowledged grimly. "He has the tracking skills to find us even in these conditions, especially if he caught a scent before the snow began." Natasha made a quick tactical assessment. "Single intruder suggests reconnaissance, not an assault team. They're testing our defenses, trying to confirm our location before calling in reinforcements." "We should move," Harry said, already heading for his pre-packed emergency bag. "If one found us, more will come." "Not necessarily," Natasha countered. "If it is a scout, eliminating them before they can report back could preserve our position. The storm provides cover for us as well as them." "You're suggesting we engage?" Lupin looked concerned. "I'm suggesting I engage," Natasha clarified. "You stay with Harry, maintain the wards, and prepare for emergency evacuation if needed." "I can help," Harry insisted. "I've been practicing the defensive spells, and you'll use them if necessary to protect yourself," Natasha told him firmly. "But only as a last resort. This is reconnaissance, Harry, not a frontal assault. Stealth and precision are the priorities." Recognizing the wisdom in her approach, Harry nodded reluctantly. "Be careful. Werewolves have enhanced senses even in human form." "I know," Natasha assured him, already moving to collect her tactical gear. "That's why I came prepared." From a hidden compartment in the study, she retrieved specialized equipment designed for magical encounters, items developed by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s R&D division based on their growing understanding of magical threats. A set of throwing discs infused with silver particles, stun batons modified to disrupt magical fields, and a specialized tranquilizer gun loaded with sedative specifically formulated for magical beings. "The intruder is still moving slowly along the northern perimeter," Lupin reported, monitoring the sensors. "Seems to be testing for weak points in the wards." "They won't find any," Natasha said confidently, checking her weapons one last time. "But they might find me instead." She moved to the cabin's rear exit, designed for silent egress with specialized hinges that made no sound even in freezing conditions. Before leaving, she turned to Harry. "Remember the protocol. If I'm not back in 40 minutes, or if additional intruders are detected, evacuate immediately using Exit Plan Charlie. The emergency port key is in the hollow tree at the eastern boundary, keyed to activate on Lupin's command." Harry nodded seriously. 40 minutes. Be safe." Natasha slipped out into the howling blizzard, immediately activating the thermal lining in her tactical suit. The specialized goggles provided enhanced visibility through the swirling snow, overlaying terrain mapping data with real-time motion detection. Moving silently despite the deep snow, Natasha circled toward the northern perimeter where the intruder had been detected. The storm provided excellent cover, muffling sounds and obscuring visual tracking, but it also complicated her own navigation. She relied on the combination of her extensive training and the advanced technology integrated into her equipment to maintain orientation and track her target. 20 minutes of careful stalking brought her within visual range of the intruder, a large figure moving with unnatural grace through the blinding snow. The thermal signature confirmed Lupin's assessment, significantly cooler than a normal human, with hotspots distributed differently through the body. Werewolf physiology, just as they'd suspected. The figure paused, head lifting slightly in a motion that reminded Natasha of a predator catching a scent. Despite the howling wind, the werewolf's enhanced senses had detected something, possibly her presence, despite her careful approach. Natasha froze, utilizing the snow camouflage feature of her tactical suit. The intruder scanned the area slowly, eyes narrowed against the driving snow. For a moment, those eyes seemed to look directly at her position, and Natasha could make out the man's features, savage even in human form, with heavy scarring across his face and unnaturally elongated canine teeth visible even at this distance. Fenrir Greyback. Lupin had described him in detail during intelligence briefings, Voldemort's most vicious werewolf ally, notorious for deliberately positioning himself near children during full moons. The thought of such a predator tracking Harry sent a cold fury through Natasha that had nothing to do with the surrounding blizzard. Greyback resumed his movement, circling the invisible barrier created by Lupin's wards. He occasionally reached out, touching the air where the magical boundary existed, his expression growing increasingly frustrated as he confirmed the strength of the protections. Natasha considered her options. Engaging Greyback directly would be high risk, even in human form. Werewolves possessed enhanced strength and reflexes. But allowing him to complete his reconnaissance and potentially report Harry's location to Voldemort's forces posed a greater long-term threat. Decision made, she adjusted her position, circling behind Greyback while maintaining maximum distance. The tranquilizer gun was effective up to 50 meters, but would work better at closer range, particularly given the interfering weather conditions. 20 meters would be optimal, close enough for accuracy but far enough to give her reaction time if the first shot failed to incapacitate. She closed the distance carefully, utilizing the terrain and storm conditions for cover. At 25 meters, she took up position behind a large pine tree, its snow-laden branches providing additional concealment. Greyback continued his methodical examination of the wards, unaware of the predator now stalking him. Natasha leveled the specialized weapon, compensating for wind conditions and visibility. Her finger was tightening on the trigger when Greyback suddenly stiffened, his entire posture changing. He turned sharply, looking directly toward the cabin despite it being invisible from his position. Something had alerted him, a sound, a scent, or perhaps some magical sense Natasha didn't understand. Whatever the cause, his discovery was clear. Greyback's face split into a feral grin, revealing those unnaturally pointed teeth. He raised what appeared to be a communication device, not a wand, but something mechanical. No more time for subtlety. Natasha fired, the specialized dart cutting through the swirling snow with precision despite the challenging conditions. It struck Greyback in the neck, exactly as intended. The werewolf roared in pain and rage, clawing at the dart while simultaneously staggering from the fast-acting sedative. But instead of collapsing as expected, he turned toward Natasha's position with terrifying speed, eyes finding her despite her concealment. "Found you, little spider," he growled, his voice carrying unnaturally through the howling wind. "And the cub too." He lunged toward her, moving with shocking speed despite the sedative and deep snow. Natasha rolled aside, firing a second dart that struck him in the chest. Greyback staggered but kept coming, his enhanced physiology fighting the powerful tranquilizer. Switching tactics, Natasha drew one of the silver-infused discs and sent it spinning toward him with lethal accuracy. It sliced across his outstretched arm, drawing a howl of genuine pain as the silver particles burned into werewolf flesh. "Shield bitch," Greyback snarled, clutching his wounded arm. "The Dark Lord knows about you. Knows what you took from Egypt." So the breach was confirmed. Voldemort's forces were specifically targeting the scarab and the extraction ritual. Natasha filed away this intelligence while continuing her assault, launching 2 more discs in quick succession. One missed as Greyback dodged with surprising agility, but the second caught him across the face, opening a burning silver-lined gash from temple to jaw. The werewolf dropped to one knee, the combined effect of the silver and tranquilizer finally taking visible toll. But even as he faltered, he raised the communication device again, thumb moving toward what appeared to be an activation button. Natasha launched herself forward, closing the distance with a spinning kick that connected solidly with Greyback's wrist. The device went flying into the deep snow as the werewolf howled in pain, bones audibly cracking from the impact. "You're too late," he gasped, blood running freely down his face where the silver continued to burn. "Others are already coming. The boy's blood will raise the Dark Lord, and you'll watch him die screaming." "I don't think so," Natasha replied coldly, delivering a precisely targeted strike to a nerve cluster at the base of Greyback's skull. The werewolf collapsed face first into the snow, finally succumbing to the combination of tranquilizer and physical trauma. Natasha quickly secured him with specialized restraints designed for enhanced individuals, then searched the surrounding area for the communication device he dropped. After several minutes of careful scanning with her enhanced goggles, she located it buried in the snow, a crude but effective magical transmitter, already activated. Meaning Greyback had managed to send a signal before she disabled him. Their location was compromised. Natasha didn't waste time with further investigation. Leaving the unconscious werewolf secured but exposed to the elements, a fate he deserved, given his countless victims, she moved quickly back toward the cabin, already activating her emergency communication channel. "Protocol Shadowfall," she transmitted. "Location compromised. Initiating evacuation plan Charlie." By the time she reached the cabin, Lupin and Harry had already implemented emergency procedures, essential equipment packed, defensive positions established, evacuation route prepared. "Greyback?" Lupin asked grimly as Natasha entered, snow melting from her tactical gear. "Neutralized, but not before signaling our position," she confirmed. "We have minutes at most before reinforcements arrive." "The emergency port key is ready," Lupin reported. "I've strengthened the wards to buy us time, but they won't hold against a coordinated magical assault." Harry stood nearby, his emergency pack secured on his back, face set with determination rather than fear. "I heard some of what he said through the monitoring system. They know about the scarab, about the extraction plan." "Yes," Natasha acknowledged, quickly changing into dry gear better suited for their escape. "Which means we need to adjust our strategy. We can't risk the extraction here, not with Voldemort's forces actively hunting us." "But we still need to remove the Horcrux before the full moon," Lupin reminded her. "That's our optimal window according to the Egyptian texts." "And we will," Natasha assured him, checking the secure communication device for updates from S.H.I.E.L.D. "Barton's diverted to the secondary extraction site, the cave system we identified in the Carpathians. It's more defensible, has multiple escape routes, and isn't connected to any of our known locations." "Cave system?" Harry frowned. "Won't the cold and humidity interfere with the ritual components?" "Not these caves," Lupin explained. "They're naturally heated by underground thermal vents, a unique magical convergence point that actually enhances certain types of ancient rituals. It's why we selected them as a backup location." The cabin's perimeter alarm suddenly blared, multiple intrusions detected simultaneously at different points around the property. The wards were under attack. "Time to go," Natasha decided, completing her gear check. "Lupin, you take Harry via the emergency port key. I'll follow the ground route to eliminate any pursuit, then meet you at the rendezvous point." "I should stay with you," Harry objected immediately. "We're stronger together." "Harry," Natasha crouched to his eye level, hands on his shoulders. I need you safe with Lupin so I can move freely without worrying about you. This isn't about your abilities, it's about tactical efficiency. Harry clearly wanted to argue further, but years of training with Natasha had instilled an understanding of tactical necessity that overrode his emotional response. Fine. But you better show up at the rendezvous on time. I will, she promised. Now go. Lupin extended his arm to Harry, who grasped it firmly after one last concerned look at Natasha. The wizard activated a small, innocuous-looking stone, the emergency port key, and with a sudden swirling motion, they vanished from the cabin. Alone now, Natasha implemented the final phase of their emergency protocol, a series of timed explosive charges placed strategically throughout the cabin, designed to eliminate any evidence of their presence while creating a tactical diversion. Set for a 5-minute detonation, they would provide cover for her own escape while potentially eliminating some of their pursuers. She exited through a concealed tunnel beneath the cabin, emerging 50 meters away in a dense stand of trees. The blizzard continued unabated, providing natural concealment as she moved swiftly away from the property. Behind her, magical lights flashed against the snow-filled sky, spells impacting against Lupin's wards as Voldemort's forces attempted to breach the protections. They would succeed eventually, but by then, the cabin would be nothing but scattered debris and flame. And Natasha Romanoff would be a ghost in the storm, leaving no trail for even the most determined magical tracker to follow. The cave system in the Carpathian Mountains had been used for magical rituals long before recorded history, its walls inscribed with symbols from civilizations lost to time. Heat radiated from the natural thermal vents, creating an environment that felt more like a temple than a cave. Harry sat cross-legged in the central chamber, eyes closed in meditation as Lupin monitored his occlumency shields. They had arrived via portkey hours ago, but Natasha had yet to appear at the rendezvous point. She's fine, Lupin assured Harry, noting his periodic glances toward the cave entrance. Agent Romanoff is taking a circuitous route to ensure we aren't followed. The storm works to her advantage. I know, Harry nodded, though his concern remained evident. I just don't like being separated. Especially now, with everything happening. A reasonable concern, Lupin acknowledged. But remember, this was always part of the contingency planning. We're exactly where we need to be, following the established protocol. Harry nodded again, returning to his meditation practice. The steady rhythm of his breathing reflected the discipline he'd developed through months of training, a control that belied his 6 years of age. Professor Lupin, he asked after several minutes of silence. What happens if the extraction doesn't work? If we can't get the Horcrux out? Lupin considered his answer carefully. There are alternative approaches we can explore. Different magical traditions have different methods for addressing soul magic. If the scarab proves insufficient, we'll simply adjust our strategy. But we're running out of time, Harry observed with uncomfortable accuracy. I can feel it. The connection is getting stronger every day. Last night, I could hear his thoughts even while awake. This was new information, and concerning. Lupin leaned forward. What kinds of thoughts, Harry? Plans. Conversations with his followers. Harry's brow furrowed in concentration. He's angry about losing the scarab, about us finding a way to remove the Horcrux. But he's also confident. Like he has another plan already in motion. Can you see any details? Names, locations, specific objectives. Harry closed his eyes, carefully accessing the connection without lowering his occlumency shields completely, a delicate balance he'd been practicing under Lupin's guidance. Something about Hogwarts. The third-floor corridor. And a mirror that shows desires. He's frustrated about it, feels like he's being blocked from something important. Harry's face suddenly tensed. And there's something about a trap. He knows we're planning the extraction ritual and wants to. He broke off with a gasp, eyes flying open. He wants to capture me during the ritual itself. When I'm vulnerable. Lupin's expression darkened. That would be strategically optimal from his perspective. The ritual requires temporarily weakening the barriers between your soul and the Horcrux, which would make the connection more accessible from his end. Should we cancel the extraction? Harry asked, though his reluctance was clear. After months of preparation, the prospect of continuing with the Horcrux indefinitely was deeply unappealing. No, Lupin decided firmly. We proceed as planned, but with enhanced security. If Voldemort is expecting us to attempt the ritual on the full moon, perhaps we can use that expectation to our advantage. A deception, Harry nodded, understanding immediately. Make him think we're performing the ritual in one location while actually doing it somewhere else. Precisely. When Agent Barton arrives with the scarab and containment vessel, we'll discuss the specifics with him and Agent Romanoff. As if summoned by their conversation, a subtle alert sounded from the cave's entrance, the proximity sensor they'd established to monitor for approaching allies. Lupin checked the magical detection grid. Single individual approaching from the northeast. Magical signature. He paused, his expression shifting to relief. It's Agent Romanoff. The recognition wards confirmed her identity. Harry was on his feet instantly, moving toward the entrance with barely restrained eagerness. Lupin followed more sedately, maintaining vigilance despite the identification. In these dangerous times, verification protocols were essential. Natasha appeared through the swirling snow, her tactical gear showing signs of a difficult journey but her movement as fluid and controlled as ever. Upon seeing Harry, a rare, genuine smile briefly softened her features. Told you I'd make it, she said simply. Harry's relief was palpable, though he maintained the composure his training had instilled. Any pursuit? 3 tracking teams attempted to follow from the cabin, Natasha reported, removing her snow-covered outer gear as they moved deeper into the warm cave system. I eliminated 2 and misdirected the 3rd toward a false trail leading into Romania. Eliminated? Lupin inquired carefully. Non-lethally, Natasha clarified. Except for one who left me no choice. A wizard with specialized tracking abilities, seemed to be following my magical signature rather than physical traces. Rookwood, most likely, Lupin suggested. He was an unspeakable before being exposed as a Death Eater, specialized in tracking magic. Natasha nodded. I've implemented additional countermeasures to obscure any remaining magical traces. We should be secure here until Barton arrives with the extraction equipment. Which should be within the next 12 hours, according to the last communication, Lupin confirmed. The storm is beginning to abate, which will facilitate his approach. Harry, who had been studying Natasha with careful attention, spoke up. You're injured. Natasha glanced down at her side, where a dark stain had spread beneath her tactical jacket. Glancing hit from a cutting spell. Minor. Let me help, Harry insisted, moving to retrieve the medical kit they'd established in the main chamber. Dr. Banner showed me how to treat magical lacerations. While Natasha would typically have handled such injuries herself, she recognized the importance of allowing Harry to contribute in ways that utilized his growing skills. She sat on a nearby stone shelf that served as a bench, removing her jacket to reveal a laceration across her right side, painful but not deep enough to cause serious concern. Harry approached with the specialized medical kit, his movements careful and methodical as he selected the appropriate treatments. Cutting spell wounds need magical countermeasures along with regular disinfection, he explained, repeating Banner's instructions with precision. Otherwise they resist conventional healing. Correct, Lupin confirmed, watching approvingly as Harry applied a combination of standard antiseptic and a specialized potion designed to counteract magical damage. The wizard who did this, Natasha said while Harry worked, mentioned something about a backup vessel before I neutralized him. Any idea what that might refer to? Lupin frowned thoughtfully. In the context of Horcruxes, a vessel typically means the object containing the soul fragment. Voldemort is known to have created multiple Horcruxes, not just the one in Harry's scar. So they might have another Horcrux they're protecting, Harry concluded, finishing the bandaging with careful attention to detail. Or creating. Possibly, Lupin acknowledged. Though creating a Horcrux requires specific magical conditions and a ritual involving murder. It's not something easily accomplished while in a weakened, possessing state. Unless they're planning to use the Philosopher's Stone, Harry suggested. If it can create a new body, maybe it can help create a new Horcrux too. Natasha and Lupin exchanged impressed glances at Harry's logical deduction. A concerning possibility, Lupin admitted. All the more reason to proceed with the extraction as planned. Removing Voldemort's connection to Harry eliminates one of his greatest advantages. Natasha checked the secure communication device, confirming Barton's approach timeline. We have approximately 10 hours until Barton arrives with the scarab and containment vessel. Harry, you should rest while you can. The extraction ritual will require your full strength. Harry nodded, though his expression suggested sleep would be difficult. What about you? You need rest too after evading those tracking teams. I'll meditate for an hour, then take first watch, Natasha compromised. Lupin can monitor the approach vectors while we both recover. With arrangements settled, they established a rotation schedule that would ensure continuous vigilance while allowing necessary recuperation. The cave system's natural defenses, limited access points, thermal masking of life signatures, and ancient magical protections, provided significant security advantages, but caution remained essential given Voldemort's demonstrated determination. As Harry settled into his sleeping bag in an alcove of the main chamber, Natasha noticed him placing a small object beside his pillow, the emergency communication device she'd given him months ago, designed to maintain contact between them if separated. It helped, having that connection when we were apart, he said quietly, noticing her observation. Knowing I could reach you if needed. That's what it's for, Natasha replied, understanding the deeper meaning behind his words. For a child whose connections had been repeatedly severed, through death, abandonment, and manipulation, the simple assurance of reliable communication represented something profound. Try to sleep, she encouraged. Tomorrow will be challenging, but we'll face it together. Harry nodded, closing his eyes. Despite the extraordinary circumstances, despite being in a cave preparing for an ancient magical ritual to remove a dark wizard's soul fragment from his forehead, he appeared almost peaceful, secure in the knowledge that he wasn't facing these dangers alone. Natasha settled into her own meditation position nearby, maintaining protective proximity while allowing Harry appropriate space. As her breathing slowed and her awareness expanded, she remained conscious of one central truth that had emerged from all the chaos and danger of recent months: whatever came next, their strength lay not in magical power or tactical advantage, but in the unbreakable connection they'd forged. A connection that Voldemort, for all his dark power, could neither understand nor overcome. Barton arrived shortly after dawn, navigating the treacherous mountain terrain with typical precision despite the lingering effects of the storm. He wasn't alone. Dr. Helen Cho accompanied him, carrying specialized medical equipment designed for the extraction procedure. Brought you a present, Barton announced, carefully placing a reinforced case on the stone table they'd established in the main chamber. One soul-sucking Egyptian scarab, as requested. And the containment vessel? Natasha inquired. Right here, Dr. Cho responded, opening a second, smaller case to reveal what appeared to be a crystal sphere nested in protective material. Designed by the Department of Mystery specifically for volatile soul magic. According to Madame Bones, it can safely contain a Horcrux indefinitely until proper disposal methods are implemented. Harry approached cautiously, examining both artifacts with evident interest. The scarab looks alive somehow. Good eye, Barton nodded. According to our magical consultants, it's partially sentient, not conscious exactly, but responsive to spiritual energy. That's what makes it effective for soul extraction. And dangerous, Lupin added, studying the black stone beetle with professional caution. Ancient Egyptian soul magic isn't like modern spellwork. It operates on fundamentally different principles, more primal, more directly connected to the fabric of existence. Dr. Cho began unpacking her medical equipment, setting up monitoring devices designed to function in magical environments. We've modified these based on what we learned from previous magical medical interfaces, she explained. They should provide real-time data on Harry's physical condition throughout the procedure. What about my magical condition? Harry asked practically. The Horcrux is magical, not physical. That's where this comes in. Lupin produced a small silver instrument from his robes, similar to the one Dumbledore had provided months earlier, but with distinct differences in design. A magical resonance detector, calibrated specifically to your signature and the Horcrux frequency. It will allow us to monitor the separation process from the magical perspective. Natasha examined their setup with a tactician's eye, noting strengths and vulnerabilities. Timeline for the procedure. The optimal confluence begins approximately 4 hours from now, Lupin reported, consulting astronomical calculations. The full moon reaches its apex at 2:17 p.m. local time, which is when the scarab's extraction capabilities will be strongest. Which gives us just enough time for final preparations and a comprehensive briefing, Dr. Cho added, activating her monitoring equipment. Harry, I need baseline readings first. Please sit here while I explain the medical aspects of the procedure. While Harry underwent preliminary examinations, Natasha pulled Barton aside for a private briefing on security matters. Status at the cottage, she asked quietly. Completely destroyed, as planned, Barton confirmed. But we confirmed multiple magical signatures at the site afterward, they're definitely hunting us actively. Fury has implemented disinformation protocols, seeding false intelligence about our location across multiple channels. Any indication they've tracked us here? Nothing concrete, but we can't rule it out. These mountains have magical significance going back millennia, they're known convergence points in the wizarding world. If Voldemort's followers are using historical knowledge rather than just tracking spells, they might deduce our general location. Natasha absorbed this assessment with practiced neutrality. Extraction contingencies. 3 separate routes prepared, each with different magical and conventional protections. Quinjet standing by at a concealed location 20 kilometers east. And, Barton added, lowering his voice further, Fury authorized Protocol Blackout if absolutely necessary. Protocol Blackout, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most extreme extraction measure, involving technology derived from Tesseract energy to create a temporary dimensional displacement. Highly experimental, potentially dangerous, and authorized only in the most dire circumstances. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Natasha replied. The interaction between that technology and Harry's magical signature is unpredictable at best. Agreed. But it's there if we need it. They rejoined the others as Dr. Cho completed her preliminary assessment of Harry. Physically, he's in excellent condition, she reported. Vitals strong, no indications of illness or fatigue. Magically, she glanced at Lupin's silver instrument, which emitted soft, pulsing lights of varying colors. There's significant activity around the scar, but his core magical signature remains stable and distinct from the Horcrux energy. Good news for the extraction, Lupin noted. The more clearly separated the signatures, the easier it should be to target only the foreign soul fragment. Harry, sitting calmly through these discussions about his condition, finally spoke up. So what exactly will happen during the ritual? Step by step, I mean. The adults exchanged glances, seemingly deciding how detailed an explanation was appropriate. It was Lupin who finally answered, recognizing Harry's right to full information about a procedure directly affecting him. You'll lie on the prepared ritual surface, he began, indicating the stone altar they'd established in the center of the chamber. The scarab will be placed directly on your scar, where it will establish a connection to the Horcrux. As the full moon reaches its apex, I'll activate the scarab using an ancient Egyptian incantation. The scarab will then begin the extraction process, Dr. Cho continued. Based on our research, this feels like a pulling or drawing sensation initially, potentially intensifying to significant discomfort as the Horcrux resists removal. Will I need to do anything? Harry asked practically. Help push it out somehow. Your occlumency training will be crucial, Lupin explained. You'll need to maintain awareness of what is you and what is the Horcrux, mentally reinforcing that separation while the scarab does its work. And how long will it take? The complete extraction should require approximately 7 minutes, Dr. Cho answered. Though subjectively, it may feel longer due to the discomfort involved. Once the Horcrux is fully extracted, Lupin concluded, the scarab will transfer it immediately to the containment vessel, which I will seal using specialized magic from the Department of Mysteries. Harry nodded, processing this information with remarkable composure for his age. And what happens to me afterward? Will I feel different without it? That's difficult to predict, Lupin admitted. No one has ever had a Horcrux removed from a living host before. Based on what we understand of soul magic, you may experience a period of magical fluctuation as your core adjusts to the absence of the foreign energy it's been accommodating since you were an infant. But physically, you should recover quickly, Dr. Cho added reassuringly. We have specialized healing potions and medical interventions prepared to address any complications. Harry considered all this for a moment, then asked the question that clearly concerned him most. Will I still be me? Without the Horcrux, I mean. It's been part of me my whole life. What if some of my abilities or memories are connected to it? This was the question they'd all considered privately but been reluctant to address directly. Natasha moved to Harry's side, meeting his worried gaze directly. Harry, the Horcrux influenced you, but it never defined you, she said firmly. Your courage, your compassion, your intelligence, those are yours alone. The connection gave you access to Voldemort's knowledge and abilities, yes, but those were always foreign elements, not your true self. Your mother's protection ensured that, Lupin added gently. The night Voldemort attacked, Lily's sacrifice created a barrier between your soul and the Horcrux, incomplete, but significant. That's why you've never exhibited Voldemort's cruelty or malice despite the connection. Harry seemed somewhat reassured by these explanations, though uncertainty remained in his eyes. I guess we'll find out soon enough. We will, Natasha confirmed. And whatever happens, we'll adapt and move forward together. With the comprehensive briefing complete, they began final preparations for the extraction ritual. The cave's natural energy convergence was enhanced by specific arrangements of magical artifacts Lupin had brought, crystals positioned at cardinal points, runes inscribed in specific patterns on the stone floor, ceremonial candles formulated to amplify extraction magic. Harry watched these preparations with fascination, occasionally asking insightful questions about the magical theory involved. Despite the gravity of the situation, his natural curiosity remained evident, a reminder of the normal, inquisitive child beneath the extraordinary circumstances. As the appointed time approached, Harry changed into the simple white garments provided for the ritual, loose-fitting clothes designed to minimize physical discomfort while maximizing magical conductivity. The lightning scar on his forehead seemed more prominent than usual, a vivid red against his skin. It's almost time, Lupin announced, checking his specialized timepiece. The moon reaches optimal position in 17 minutes. We should begin the preliminary incantations. Harry moved to the stone altar at the center of the ritual space, lying back against the cushioned surface that had been prepared for him. Natasha positioned herself at his right side, where she could maintain visual and physical contact throughout the procedure. Barton took up a defensive position near the cave entrance, bow ready, while Dr. Cho activated her monitoring equipment. Remember your occlumency training, Lupin instructed Harry as he began arranging the ritual components. Maintain awareness of your core self, separate from the foreign presence. When the extraction begins, focus on that distinction, what is truly Harry Potter versus what is the intruder. Harry nodded, his expression calm despite the tension evident in his small body. I'm ready. We start with a stabilizing charm to prepare your magical core, Lupin explained, raising his wand. A gentle golden light emanated from its tip, enveloping Harry in a warm glow that seemed to sink into his skin. Next came the scarab itself, a black stone beetle with hieroglyphics that shifted and moved across its surface like living things. Lupin placed it carefully on Harry's forehead, directly over the lightning scar. The contact produced an immediate reaction, the scarab's markings glowed with an eerie green light, and Harry gasped softly. "It feels alive," he whispered. "And cold. Really cold." "That's normal," Lupin assured him, though his concerned glance at Dr. Cho's monitors suggested some uncertainty. "The scarab is sensing the Horcrux, establishing the connection needed for extraction." As the appointed time drew nearer, Lupin began the ancient Egyptian incantation, words in a language so old it predated modern magical theory. The sound seemed to resonate with the cave itself, creating harmonics that vibrated through the stone around them. The scarab's glow intensified, shifting from green to a deep, pulsing crimson. Harry's breathing quickened, his hands clenching at his sides. "It's starting to pull," he reported through gritted teeth. "Like it's tugging on something inside my head." Dr. Cho checked her monitors with professional focus. Elevated heart rate and blood pressure, but within acceptable parameters. Magical energy readings showing distinct separation between Harry's core signature and the Horcrux energy. "Good," Lupin nodded, continuing the ritual movements with his wand. "The scarab is isolating the foreign soul fragment. Harry, maintain your mental separation. Picture your true self distinct from the intruder." Harry's face tensed with concentration, sweat beading on his forehead around the scarab. Natasha took his hand, providing an anchor point as the extraction intensified. 2 minutes to optimal confluence, Barton reported from his position, monitoring both the time and their security perimeter. The scarab's glow deepened further, becoming almost black at its edges while remaining blood-red at its center. Harry's breathing turned ragged, his body rigid with increasing pain. "It's fighting back," he gasped. "It knows what we're doing. It's trying to pull me with it." Lupin's incantations grew more forceful, his wand movements more precise. "Resist it, Harry. You are not the Horcrux. You are separate. You are whole without it." A thin line of blood trickled from Harry's scar, running around the edges of the scarab. The magical monitors flickered, registering intense energy fluctuations. "Horcrux resistance increasing," Dr. Cho reported tensely. "It's attempting to integrate more deeply with Harry's magical core to prevent extraction." "Countermeasures," Lupin commanded, not breaking his ritual movements. From a small pouch at his belt, he withdrew a vial of golden liquid. "Natasha," 3 drops on his lips, quickly. Natasha took the vial and carefully administered the specified dose. The effect was immediate, Harry's rigid posture relaxed slightly, his breathing becoming less labored. "Phoenix tears," Lupin explained between incantations. "Healing and purification properties to counteract the Horcrux's dark influence." "Optimal confluence in 30 seconds, Barton announced. The cave's natural energy seemed to intensify, the air becoming thick with magical potential. The runes inscribed on the floor began to glow with the same crimson light as the scarab, creating a network of power that centered on Harry. "Prepare the containment vessel," Lupin instructed, his voice strained with effort as he maintained the complex ritual magic. Dr. Cho moved the crystal sphere into position near Harry's head, activating its receptive state with a specialized magical key provided by the Department of Mysteries. The sphere's interior clouded, then cleared, creating what appeared to be a perfect vacuum waiting to receive its intended contents. Now, Barton called as his specialized timepiece indicated the precise moment of optimal lunar alignment. Lupin's incantation reached its crescendo, the final words reverberating through the cave with physical force. The scarab flared with blinding crimson light, and Harry screamed, a sound of such pure agony that Natasha felt it like a physical blow. From the lightning scar emerged a writhing, oily black substance, neither liquid nor gas but something between states. It fought against the scarab's pull, tendrils attempting to reattach to Harry even as the ancient artifact drew it inexorably upward. Harry's back arched in torment, his hand crushing Natasha's with superhuman strength born of extreme pain. "It's tearing," he choked out through clenched teeth. "Stay with us, Harry," Natasha commanded, her voice cutting through his agony with practiced authority. "Focus on my voice. The pain is temporary. You are stronger than it is. The extraction continued for what seemed an eternity, though Dr. Cho's monitors indicated only minutes had passed. The black substance separated further from Harry's scar, forming a distinct mass above the scarab, still connected to him by thinning strands of darkness. Final separation approaching, Lupin announced, his face shining with sweat from the magical exertion. Containment vessel ready. The last tendrils of blackness pulled free from Harry's scar with a sound like tearing fabric. Harry gasped, his body going momentarily limp as the connection finally broke. The scarab immediately drew the writhing mass upward, transferring it in a controlled arc toward the waiting crystal sphere. As the Horcrux fragment approached the containment vessel, it seemed to sense its intended prison. The black mass contracted, then exploded outward in a desperate bid for freedom. Tendrils of darkness lashed in all directions, one striking Lupin's arm with enough force to draw blood despite his protective garments. "Contain it!" Lupin shouted, maintaining control of the ritual despite the injury. The scarab pulsed with renewed power, forcing the resisting Horcrux into the crystal sphere. As the last of the black substance entered the containment vessel, Dr. Cho activated the sealing mechanism, a complex combination of ancient runes and modern magical technology. The sphere flashed blindingly, then settled into a subtle glow, the Horcrux visible within as a dark, agitated cloud constantly shifting against its prison walls. Containment successful, Dr. Cho confirmed, checking the integrity of the magical seals. The Horcrux is secure. Natasha's attention remained fixed on Harry, who lay unnaturally still on the altar. The scarab had detached from his forehead, rolling harmlessly to the side, its purpose fulfilled. "Harry," she called, concern evident in her voice despite her professional control. "Can you hear me?" For a terrifying moment, there was no response. Then Harry's eyelids fluttered, and he drew a shuddering breath. "Did it work?" he whispered, his voice hoarse from screaming. "Yes," Natasha confirmed, relief washing through her. "The Horcrux is contained. It's out of you completely." Harry's eyes opened fully, revealing their familiar bright green, but with a clarity and purity Natasha had never seen before, as if a persistent shadow had finally been lifted. "I feel lighter," he murmured in wonder. "Like something heavy was pressing on me my whole life, and now it's gone." Dr. Cho moved to his side, running specialized diagnostic scans with both magical and conventional instruments. "Vital signs stabilizing. Magical core integrity maintained." She looked up with genuine amazement. "It worked perfectly. The Horcrux has been completely extracted without damage to Harry's own magical signature." Lupin, binding his injured arm with a bandage infused with healing potion, nodded in satisfaction. "The scar remains, but it's just that now, a physical mark, not a magical connection." Harry raised a trembling hand to his forehead, touching the familiar lightning shape that had defined so much of his life. "It doesn't hurt anymore," he realized with quiet astonishment. "It's never not hurt before, at least a little." "That pain was the Horcrux," Lupin explained gently. "A constant irritation to your soul from the foreign presence. Without it, the scar is just tissue." As the implications of their success began to register, Barton suddenly tensed at his monitoring position. "We've got movement at the perimeter. Multiple signatures approaching from the southeast." The brief moment of triumph immediately shifted to tactical alertness. Natasha helped Harry sit up slowly, mindful of his weakened state. "How many?" she asked Barton. "At least 6 distinct signatures, possibly more." He checked the specialized detection equipment. Magical approach, moving faster than normal human traversal would allow in this terrain. "Death Eaters," Lupin concluded grimly. "They must have tracked us despite our countermeasures. Or they followed a more predictable strategy," Natasha suggested. "These caves are known magical convergence points, ideal for soul magic. If they knew we had the scarab and needed the full moon for the extraction, they could have deduced our general location through magical theory rather than tracking," Lupin finished her thought. "Clever. How long do we have?" Dr. Cho asked, already packing the most critical equipment. Minutes at most, Barton estimated. They're moving fast. Harry attempted to stand, wobbling slightly before Natasha steadied him. I can fight, he insisted, though his exhaustion was evident. No, Natasha decided immediately. You've just undergone a major magical procedure. Your priority is recovery and evacuation with the containment vessel. Barton, you'll escort Harry and Dr. Cho through exit Route 3. Lupin and I will implement delaying tactics, then follow through Route 2. Splitting up increases risk, Barton objected. Multiple targets decreases the chance of them acquiring both Harry and the Horcrux, Natasha countered. Protecting those two assets is our primary objective. Understanding the tactical logic, Barton nodded. Rendezvous at Point Echo in 2 hours. If either team doesn't arrive, implement Protocol Sunrise. Agreed. Natasha turned to Harry, who was clearly preparing to argue against their separation. Harry, I need you to go with Barton and Dr. Cho. The extraction has left you vulnerable, and the Horcrux must be secured. Can I count on you to follow Barton's instructions exactly? Framing it as a mission parameter rather than protection engaged Harry's training and sense of purpose. He straightened despite his fatigue. Yes. But you'll meet us at the rendezvous point. Count on it, Natasha promised. Now go. Quickly. As Barton led Harry and Dr. Cho toward the concealed exit at the rear of the cave system, Natasha and Lupin prepared their defensive position. The containment sphere, securely packed in its specialized case, went with Dr. Cho, the Horcrux fragment representing too valuable a strategic asset to risk in the coming confrontation. How mobile are you? Natasha asked Lupin, noting his injured arm. Functional, he replied grimly. The wound is magical in nature, the Horcrux's defensive lash, but the healing potion is containing the worst effects. I can manage combat spell work. Good. We need to create enough confusion and delay to ensure the others reach minimum safe distance before disengaging ourselves. They positioned themselves strategically near the main entrance, utilizing the cave's natural features for cover while establishing clear fields of fire. Natasha prepared specialized ammunition designed for magical combatants, rounds containing disruption compounds that interfered with shielding spells, and silver-infused projectiles effective against certain magical beings. They're at the outer perimeter, Lupin reported, monitoring the detection grid. Proceeding cautiously, testing for traps. Smart, Natasha acknowledged. They're expecting resistance. Curious that they located us so quickly after the extraction, Lupin observed, a thoughtful frown creasing his scarred face. Almost as if they were waiting for confirmation that the ritual had been completed. You think they have surveillance we haven't detected? Not conventional surveillance, Lupin clarified. But if Voldemort maintained any connection to the Horcrux, he might have felt its extraction. The severing of that link could have served as a beacon of sorts. A concerning theory, but plausible given the timing of the approaching threat. If that's the case, they know the extraction succeeded. They'll be coming for both Harry and the contained Horcrux fragment. Exactly. Which makes our delaying action all the more critical. The detection grid pulsed with increased activity. They're approaching the cave entrance, Natasha observed. Formation suggests tactical training, staggered approach, covering positions. Death Eaters with military precision, Lupin noted grimly. Unusual. They typically rely on magical superiority rather than tactical discipline. Maybe they've adapted after previous encounters with S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha suggested. Learning from failures. A concerning development if true. They fell silent as the first signs of the intruders became visible, shadows moving against the cave entrance, distorted by the magical protection still in place. Natasha readied her specialized weapons, while Lupin prepared defensive spells that would maximize the natural choke point of the entrance. The attack, when it came, was not the frontal assault they anticipated. Instead, the cave ceiling above them suddenly fractured, rocks and debris raining down as a powerful blasting spell created an alternative entry point. Simultaneously, the main entrance flared with magical energy as the protective wards were systematically dismantled. They're creating a tactical diversion, Natasha realized, rolling clear of the falling debris while maintaining her firing position. Coordinated two-point entry. Through the newly created opening dropped three figures in black robes, their faces concealed behind silver masks, the traditional garb of Death Eaters. But their movement was different from previous encounters, disciplined, coordinated, with clear tactical objectives rather than the typical magical brute force approach. Natasha engaged immediately, firing specialized rounds that penetrated the leading Death Eater's shield charm and struck him in the shoulder. He staggered but didn't fall, retaliating with a series of blasting curses that forced Natasha into evasive movement. Simultaneously, Lupin engaged the two Death Eaters approaching through the main entrance, his wand work creating a defensive barrier of swirling magical energy that deflected their initial assault. Despite his injury, his spellcasting remained precise and powerful, a testament to both his natural ability and the extensive combat training he'd undertaken with S.H.I.E.L.D. over the past months. "The boy is gone," one of the Death Eaters called out in frustration, scanning the cave. "And the container." "Find them," commanded another, a woman's voice, cold and authoritative. "They can't have gone far. The ritual would have weakened the boy significantly." Natasha recognized tactical opportunity in their conversation. They didn't know about the cave's secondary exits, believing Harry and the others were still somewhere in the main chamber. She exchanged quick glances with Lupin, who had clearly reached the same conclusion. Defensive withdrawal, she murmured over their tactical communication link. Route 4. Let them waste time searching the main chamber. Lupin nodded almost imperceptibly, maintaining his magical barrier while gradually shifting position toward their planned escape route, a narrow passage concealed behind a natural rock formation at the eastern edge of the chamber. The Death Eaters pressed their attack with increasing frustration, their spells becoming more destructive as they realized their primary targets were not present. Rocks shattered, stalactites crashed to the floor, and the ancient magical inscriptions on the cave walls flared with reactive energy as they were struck by errant curses. "They're escaping through hidden passages," one of the Death Eaters suddenly shouted. "Check the perimeter." Their tactical advantage diminishing rapidly, Natasha implemented their contingency plan. From concealed positions around the chamber, pre-planted devices activated on her signal, specialized shield technology designed to create magical disruption fields, temporarily interfering with spellcasting abilities. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The Death Eaters' wands sputtered and failed, their spells dissipating harmlessly. In the moment of confusion, Natasha and Lupin made their move, retreating swiftly toward the concealed exit while deploying cover smoke enhanced with magical properties to confuse tracking charms. They had nearly reached the passage when a new figure appeared at the main entrance, taller than the others, moving with a fluid grace that immediately put Natasha on high alert. Unlike the masked Death Eaters, this individual wore no disguise. His face was handsome but unnaturally pale, with features that seemed almost sculpted rather than natural. But it was his eyes that commanded attention, red and slitted like a snake's, burning with malevolent intelligence. "Impossible," Lupin breathed, faltering mid-step. "He couldn't have, not so quickly." The figure smiled, a cold expression devoid of humor or humanity. "Remus Lupin," he said, his voice high and clear. "How disappointing to find you in such common company. And after all Dumbledore did for your kind." Natasha assessed the newcomer with tactical precision, noting the unusual magical signature emanating from him, similar to what Harry had described feeling through the Horcrux connection, but stronger, more cohesive. "Voldemort," she concluded aloud, continuing her measured retreat toward the exit passage. "Or some version of him." The red eyes fixed on her with unsettling intensity. "The famous Black Widow." "Yes, I know who you are, Natasha Romanoff. Your reputation has reached even magical ears. The woman who stole Harry Potter from his destiny." "I removed him from abuse and manipulation," Natasha corrected evenly. "His destiny is his own to determine." Voldemort's unnatural smile widened slightly. "Such charming Muggle sentiments." But ultimately irrelevant. The boy's path was determined long before you intervened. As was mine. He raised what appeared to be a wand, but unlike any Natasha had seen before, longer, with distinctive bumps along its length, emanating a palpable aura of power. Now, where is young Harry? And where is my soul fragment that you so rudely extracted from him? Beyond your reach, Lupin declared, recovering from his initial shock to stand firm beside Natasha. As Harry will remain. Nothing is beyond my reach, werewolf, Voldemort replied coldly. Certainly not a child and a portion of my own soul. Shall I demonstrate? Without waiting for response, he made a casual flicking motion with the unusual wand. The effect was immediate and shocking. The entire cave structure seemed to shudder, magical energy cascading through the rock like lightning through water. The ancient protective inscriptions flared and failed, and the concealed passages Natasha had counted on for escape collapsed in thunderous rockfalls. No convenient exits, Voldemort observed pleasantly. How unfortunate for you. Natasha had faced enhanced individuals before, had confronted power that defied conventional tactical responses. She'd learned that such confrontations required adaptation, not retreat, identifying vulnerabilities rather than focusing on overwhelming strengths. You're not fully restored, she noted, studying his too perfect features and the subtle strain evident in his posture despite his display of power. That body is magical, not natural. Recently created, still stabilizing. The Philosopher's Stone, I presume. A flicker of surprise crossed Voldemort's face before his cold mask returned. Impressively informed for a muggle. Yes, the stone provided the means for my restoration, though that process was accelerated by necessity when I felt my soul fragment being torn from its host. A sensation I do not intend to experience again. You came alone, Natasha continued her assessment. Despite having followers available. Because you're vulnerable during this transition period, and don't want them to witness any weakness. Voldemort's eyes narrowed dangerously. Enough analysis, Ms. Romanoff. Interesting as this conversation has been, I require Potter and my soul fragment. Immediately. They're gone, Lupin stated flatly. Well beyond your reach by now. We shall see, Voldemort replied with disturbing confidence. Legilimens. The mental attack struck with the force of a physical blow, a direct assault on Lupin's mind, bypassing his considerable occlumency shields through sheer magical power. Lupin staggered, hands clutching his head as Voldemort brutally extracted information. Natasha moved instantly, firing her specialized rounds at the dark wizard. They struck an invisible barrier inches from his body, falling harmlessly to the ground as he maintained his mental assault on Lupin. Ah, Voldemort said softly, satisfaction evident in his voice as he withdrew from Lupin's mind, leaving the werewolf gasping on his knees. The extraction point. The Muggle flying machine. How predictable. He had obtained their rendezvous location from Lupin's mind, despite the considerable mental defenses the wizard had established over months of intensive training. The implications were dire, their evacuation plan was compromised, Barton and the others potentially walking into an ambush. Natasha activated her emergency communication device, attempting to warn Barton, but the signal failed to transmit. Voldemort's smile widened at her evident frustration. Magical interference field, he explained pleasantly. No communications in or out. A basic precaution. You won't reach them in time, Natasha stated with more confidence than she felt. Our extraction protocols are designed with magical pursuit in mind. Perhaps, Voldemort acknowledged. But I needn't pursue immediately. I have what I truly came for right here. His red gaze fixed on Natasha with disturbing intensity. You, Agent Romanoff. The linchpin of young Harry's newfound stability. His protector, his guardian. The last word was spoken with mocking emphasis. What do you imagine he'll do when he realizes you've been captured? When he feels you're suffering through the connection you've so carefully nurtured? He won't come back for me, Natasha stated flatly. He's been trained not to compromise mission objectives for individual operatives. But he's not just an operative, is he? Voldemort's unnatural smile returned. He's a child. A child who has transferred all his desperate need for parental affection onto you. He'll come for you, Ms. Romanoff. His Gryffindor heroism and childish attachment will ensure it. Before Natasha could respond, Lupin surged to his feet with unexpected speed, his wand slashing through a complex pattern. Incendio Maxima, he roared, sending a massive wall of magical fire directly at Voldemort. The dark wizard deflected the flames with contemptuous ease, but the momentary distraction allowed Natasha to implement emergency measures. From a concealed pocket, she withdrew a specialized device, a last-resort option developed by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Magical Research Division. Lupin, Shields, she commanded, activating the device. Understanding immediately, Lupin cast the strongest protective bubble around them both as Natasha threw the device at Voldemort's feet. It detonated with a silent pulse of energy rather than conventional explosion, a targeted EMP specifically calibrated to disrupt magical fields by creating a momentary null zone. Voldemort's eyes widened in genuine surprise as his magical shields flickered and failed. In that critical moment of vulnerability, Natasha fired her remaining specialized rounds directly at him. Two struck their mark, one in his shoulder, another grazing his unnaturally perfect face. To her surprise and concern, the wounds did not bleed. Instead, they cracked like porcelain, revealing a strange, silvery substance beneath the human-like exterior. Interesting, Voldemort observed, touching the damage to his face with something like curiosity. Your Muggle weapons actually penetrated my magical defenses. Uncomfortable, but hardly fatal to this form. The null zone effect was already dissipating, magical energy rushing back to fill the temporary vacuum. Natasha knew they had seconds at most to exploit the advantage. Plan Omega, she told Lupin tersely. Despite his obvious exhaustion, Lupin nodded grimly. On 3. 1, 2. Before he could reach 3, Voldemort made a sharp slashing motion with his strange wand. The cave floor beneath them transformed instantly from solid stone to something with the consistency of quicksand, immobilizing them both up to their knees. Enough games, Voldemort said, his pleasant facade giving way to cold impatience. I have a newly restored body to acclimate to, a soul fragment to reclaim, and a prophesied enemy to eliminate. While this encounter has been informatively unusual, my time is valuable. With another casual motion of his wand, Natasha found herself completely paralyzed, locked in position by invisible force. Beside her, Lupin struggled against similar restraints, his magical resistance providing slightly more mobility but ultimately proving insufficient against Voldemort's superior power. Now then, Voldemort approached, studying Natasha with clinical interest. How best to ensure young Harry receives the proper motivation to come seeking his beloved guardian? Something memorable, I think. Something that will resonate through your peculiar Muggle magical bond. He raised his wand, pointing it directly at Natasha's heart. Crucio. The pain was beyond anything Natasha had experienced in a lifetime of injuries and torture. Beyond physical, beyond mental, a totality of agony that seemed to permeate every cell, every nerve ending, every fragment of consciousness. Even through her extensive conditioning against torture, she could not prevent the scream that tore from her throat. Through the haze of overwhelming pain, she was dimly aware of Lupin shouting, struggling against his restraints. Then, mercifully, the curse lifted, leaving her gasping and trembling within the magical paralysis that still held her immobile. Impressive tolerance, Voldemort observed with academic interest. Your mental conditioning is exceptional for a Muggle. Most would have lost consciousness immediately. Natasha forced herself to focus through the lingering echoes of pain, maintaining tactical awareness despite the trauma. Voldemort was right, Harry would indeed come for her if he knew she'd been captured. Which meant her priority had to be ensuring he never discovered that fact. He won't know, she managed to say, her voice hoarse from screaming. Our communication protocols are designed to prevent exactly this scenario. If I don't make the rendezvous, they implement complete extraction without attempting rescue. Perhaps, Voldemort allowed. But I think you underestimate both my resources and the connection you've established with the boy. There are magical means of communication that transcend your Muggle protocols. He turned to the Death Eaters, who had been watching the confrontation with evident fear and fascination. Secure them both. The werewolf will be useful for research purposes. Greyback has questions about his unique resistance to full moon transformation. And Ms. Romanoff. His red eyes returned to her with disturbing interest. She will be our guest of honor when young Harry inevitably attempts his rescue. As the Death Eaters moved to comply, Natasha caught Lupin's eye. Despite the pain and restraints, she managed to communicate a silent message through the subtle code they'd established during months of joint operations. Protocol blackout. Last resort. Lupin's almost imperceptible nod confirmed his understanding. As the Death Eaters approached, he gathered what remained of his magical strength, focusing it not on attack or escape, but on a specific pattern, the activation sequence for the emergency beacon concealed in his watch. If successful, the signal would reach Fury directly, bypassing conventional communication channels through quantum entanglement technology. And with it would go their final status update, capture imminent. Assets secured. Implement protocol blackout. Whether the signal penetrated Voldemort's interference field, whether Barton and Harry reached the extraction point safely, whether protocol blackout would be initiated, all remained unknown as the Death Eaters secured them with both physical and magical restraints. But Natasha held to one certainty amid the uncertainty: Harry was free of the Horcrux. Whatever happened next, that critical victory could not be undone. As darkness claimed her consciousness, a stunning spell from one of the Death Eaters, Natasha's final thought was not of failure or capture, but of Harry's face when the Horcrux was extracted. The pure relief in his eyes, the lightness in his expression after years of carrying a burden he hadn't even fully understood. Worth it, she thought as consciousness faded. Whatever comes next, it was worth it. The Quinjet soared through turbulent mountain airspace, its advanced stealth systems rendering it invisible to both conventional and magical detection methods. Inside, Harry sat wrapped in a thermal blanket, still pale from the extraction ritual but alert and increasingly anxious as they approached the rendezvous point with no communication from Natasha or Lupin. They should have made contact by now, he said for the third time, checking the specialized communication device Natasha had given him. The evacuation timeline allowed 40 minutes maximum for their defensive withdrawal. Barton, piloting the aircraft with precise control despite the challenging wind conditions, maintained a professional demeanor that didn't quite hide his own concern. Mountain terrain interferes with signal transmission. And if they implemented additional stealth protocols to evade pursuit, they might be maintaining communication silence. Or something went wrong, Harry insisted, his intuition, sharper than ever since the Horcrux extraction, telling him that Natasha was in danger. Dr. Cho, monitoring Harry's vital signs while securing the containment vessel holding the Horcrux fragment, exchanged concerned glances with Barton. "Harry, I know you're worried, but your recovery has to remain the priority. The extraction procedure placed significant strain on your system." "I'm fine," Harry replied dismissively, though the lingering tremor in his hands belied the claim. And Natasha wouldn't miss the rendezvous without sending some kind of signal. Something's happened. Before Barton could respond, the Quinjet's secure communication system activated with Fury's priority override code. The director's face appeared on the main display, his expression even grimmer than usual. "Barton, status report. Extraction successful, containment secure. Potter stable but showing signs of post-procedure strain. En route to rendezvous point Echo to link up with Romanoff and Lupin. No communication from them yet." Fury's expression tightened further. "Change of plans. Divert to extraction point Omega immediately. Do not proceed to the planned rendezvous." Harry felt his chest constrict with sudden dread. Why? What's happened to Natasha? Fury hesitated, his single eye moving briefly to Harry before returning to Barton. We received an emergency beacon activation from Lupin approximately 17 minutes ago. Partial message, heavily corrupted by magical interference. But the core directive was clear, protocol blackout. Barton's hands tightened on the Quinjet's controls. Confirmed implementation. Affirmative. Countdown initiated, T-minus 12 minutes to dimensional shift. Harry looked between them in growing alarm. What does that mean? What's protocol blackout? Again, that hesitation from Fury, that carefully measured assessment of how much to reveal. It was an expression Harry had come to recognize and distrust, the look of an adult deciding how much truth a child could handle. Director Fury, Harry said, drawing himself up with as much dignity as his small frame and thermal blanket allowed. Natasha promised never to lie to me or withhold critical information. I expect the same courtesy from you. Something like reluctant respect flickered across Fury's face. Protocol blackout is our most extreme extraction measure, Potter. It creates a temporary dimensional displacement at the target location, essentially shifting everything within the affected radius slightly out of phase with our reality for a period of approximately 48 hours. You're going to trap Natasha in another dimension? Harry asked incredulously. Not permanently, Fury clarified. It's a protective measure, not an abandonment strategy. It prevents immediate capture while creating a window for specialized extraction teams to prepare a recovery operation. But she's already been captured, hasn't she? Harry pressed, reading between the lines with uncomfortable accuracy. That's why she activated the protocol. To prevent them from using her to get to me. Fury's silence was confirmation enough. Harry's face paled further, but his voice remained steady. We have to go back for her. Now, before this blackout thing happens. Negative, Fury replied firmly. Romanoff initiated the protocol specifically to prevent that exact scenario. Our priority is securing you and the Horcrux fragment, as per her direct instructions. I don't care about her instructions. Harry's composure finally cracked, his voice rising with emotion. We can't just leave her. Harry, Barton intervened, his tone gentle but firm. Natasha made her choice knowing exactly what it meant. She would want us to complete the mission, get you and the Horcrux to safety. It's what she's fought for all these months. But, Harry began to argue further, then stopped abruptly, a strange expression crossing his face. He closed his eyes, concentrating intensely on something only he could perceive. Harry. Dr. Cho moved toward him with concern. What is it? Are you experiencing post-extraction symptoms? No, Harry replied softly, eyes still closed. I can feel her. Natasha. Not like the Horcrux connection, different. Clearer. Like the communication devices, but without technology. Barton and Dr. Cho exchanged alarmed glances. That's not possible, Cho stated. The extraction removed all foreign magical connections. Not foreign, Harry corrected, opening his eyes. Ours. The connection we've built over the past year. It's like what Professor Lupin described about my parents, how they could sense each other even at a distance because of their magical bond. Fury leaned forward on the screen. Potter, what exactly are you sensing from Romanoff? She's alive, Harry said with certainty. In pain, but conscious. And. He concentrated again, there's someone with her. Someone magical. Not Lupin. Someone, wrong. Voldemort, Barton concluded grimly. The intelligence report suggested he was attempting physical restoration using the Philosopher's Stone. Apparently he succeeded, Fury observed. All the more reason to proceed with protocol blackout. If Voldemort has captured Romanoff, the dimensional displacement will remove her from his immediate access until we can implement a proper rescue operation. But she'll be trapped in a parallel dimension for 2 days, Harry protested. Alone with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Not alone, Fury corrected. Lupin is with her, according to the beacon activation. And the displacement affects everyone and everything within the radius, including her captors. It essentially creates a pause in the situation, giving us time to mobilize appropriate resources. Harry fell silent, clearly struggling between his desperate desire to help Natasha immediately and the logical understanding that Fury's approach offered the best chance of successful rescue. It was a tension Natasha herself had carefully cultivated in him, the balance between emotional response and tactical assessment. "How large is the displacement radius?" he finally asked, tactical mind engaging despite his emotional turmoil. "Approximately 1 kilometer from the activation point," Fury replied. "Limited by power constraints and precision requirements." Harry nodded, processing this information. "And everyone inside that radius will be paused for 48 hours. Not exactly paused, Dr. Cho clarifies something went wrong with this response, please try again. Trace ID, A31 FBD 49-89E6 proceed to the next chapter. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.